Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championships. Yesterday in a long broadcast we got half of our top 8 for tomorrow, and incredibly today we're going to find out what the other half is, because that's kind of how things work. With me to start this off with is Edelweiss. How did you see it all yesterday, Adel?
We had an excellent day yesterday. One thing about having a narrow field like this is that you really get to see sort of skill highlighted in terms of mirrors, like in Death Knight mirrors. I think Death Knight's in an interesting position where it's sort of in a lot of lineups because it's a very powerful deck, but it's not so powerful that it's really drawing a ban, particularly since you can't really build an aggro lineup right now, and that's the kind of lineup that would want to ban Death Knight. Yeah, we're getting to see a lot of mirrors, which I understand people not necessarily liking mirrors, but it often can sort of demonstrate that skill differential.
Yeah, it was quite surprising to me how skillful those mirrors were. So as we go forward today, we'll probably see some more. But there was a lot of intricacy in those, even though it looks like they don't get an advantage. The advantage is slow and grindy. But we did see people trying to fight for that advantage in different ways. But enough of yesterday. Just for now, let's have a quick look at what is going to be happening today with the format for this event. So there we go. There's how everybody got there. Pick out your favourite. Have a look how they got there. My favourite is Pocket Train, who got there, as you can see on the right hand side there, with competitive points which are earned on ladder.
Yeah, and of course we have this year the playoffs qualifiers, right, from APAC, Photon and Tobika, America's Kevin Schmidt and Banter, who we'll see today, EMEA, Philfield and Nightmare, and Philfield made it through yesterday, Nightmare did not. And then, of course, we have our points earners, Soirin Tonsoku, my pick, who made it through yesterday, ZLS and Gamer. Gamer made it through yesterday. And then Santa Max and Gabby from EMEA, who both were not able to pull it out of groups yesterday. A little bit surprising there.
A little bit about how those points work. Yeah, you're right. It was very surprising with both those players. Sort of strong crowd favourites, I think. But yeah, there's how the points work. Basically, finish on ladder, get points, get more points. And these players have already qualified for the World Championships. Sottle made this point a couple of times yesterday. We have a tournament without Gyu, Maxibon, Insane, and Fury Hunter, and the tournament is still absolutely stacked. The system is producing a very, very powerful tournament this time around.
Yeah, and I think, if you go back and watch those events, Insane in particular, I think his qualification, he was very, very emotional making it through there. I think Fury Hunter quite similarly. They're both players who have been very, very consistent for a long time, but I'm not sure if either of them have ever made it to the world stage.
Fury Hunter definitely missed out about 4 different ways one year. Like, he was one game away, or one match away for sure, but I think it was one game away multiple times through various different systems, like getting most points in Masters Tours, getting through Grandmasters and stuff. And he just missed out by nothing every time. So I think he's his first one. And Insane was so happy. Like, that was one of my favourite interviews ever with Insane. Here's what they're playing for, but also the top 4 will go to that World Championship. So the money's nice, and it is a lot of money for first place, $10,000. But a lot of these players won't be thinking further than the top 4, I don't think.
Yeah, I think top 4 is qualification for Worlds, and that's really the goal of any professional Hearthstone player. You see here we're covering the Group C and D today, followed up by our top 8 tomorrow. So everyone lucky enough to make it through in yesterday from Group A and Group B gets that little bit of a day break today. Here you see the breakdown. We were mentioning yesterday, there's not really a group of death this time, right? It seems to be players fairly well distributed in terms of, big names and sort of a little more up and coming.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm drawn to Group D just a fraction over some of the others, but it's very easy to make the point that there isn't a group of death. I think Group D is just a tiny, tiny bit more even if it's not stronger, with bigger names that we've known for over the years. Talking big names, World Champion 2023, the former champ, Pocket Train, has won his initial match. We'll be seeing him shortly against Incurro, who is one of those players, a bit like ZLS, who has just racking up ladder finish after ladder finishes. 10 top 10s already this year, and we're not in the 10th month yet. So, don't know how that works. Multiple regions is the answer.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Of course, Pocket, pick of half the casters, and I think probably going to be a favorite for viewers as well, both because it's Pocket and because of his lineup is a little bit different with the Discover Hunter, only player to bring that. I got the opportunity to test it a little bit on ladder. Very, very challenging deck to play, but a lot of flexibility. And for someone as skilled as Pilot, skilled a pilot as Pocket Train, I'm sure he can, surprise us with some wins with that deck. But of course, it actually, we're not going to see it this time because it has been banned away.
Oh, yeah, it is a powerful deck, but we are going to still see some other interesting stuff. Let's have a quick look at yesterday first, then we'll go back to what Pocket Train has brought, because it is, like you say, different to what other people have brought. Phil for me, losing his first match against Photon. The fun revelation of the tournament, he provided us with a lot of emotion. He went through the ringer with, being behind. He lost this match. He then had to play another match where he was behind twice and went through a really long, grindy game to get through. I think Phil was sort of the star of yesterday.
Yeah, it's often a meme of sort of like, emotionless Hearthstone players, just so focused and locked in. Phil definitely not one of those. Definitely has sort of won my heart a bit throughout yesterday. I'll be excited to see how he performs tomorrow. ZLS and Gabby showing here. Neither of them ending up making it out of groups, even though I believe ZLS made it through out of this matchup. You see Gabby, tough spot there, not able to get Kill Jaden down to get rid of those bombs.
I mean, ZLS ended up putting like 12 bombs, I think it was, over the course of the game into Gabby's deck.
Yeah.
Gabby just didn't have the time to remove them. Gabby, another player, of course, who we've seen over the years, full of emotion and gives us a lot to enjoy when he plays. Yeah,
you see there. Phil, very, very excited to make it on to Sunday. Also an unconventional lineup, actually, in terms of the general field. A full Starship lineup in the terms of, okay, yes, you might call it Quest Warrior, but it's got all the Terran cards in there. Mm-hmm. Starship Rogue, Starship DK, and Starship Warlock.
And of course, Phil did come through those playoffs, which, is an achievement in its own right. So to get through the playoffs, those players tend to be, they haven't done all the ladder grinding necessarily that the very, very top grinders have done. So a real big deal to come through the playoffs and then get through day one as well. One match away from the World Championship. We'll see that tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, and we just saw there Santa Max taking the victory in the first losers, but then Tansoku, only player to take a 3-0 throughout all of yesterday. My pick with the shaman, right, which there's only a pair of shamans, Tansoku and Shonsu, as well as that mech warrior that seems to be, I think, kind of the surprise good fourth deck, right, for the event, that it either draws a ban or has like some pretty good matchups.
Yeah, the thing with the mech warrior, I think we're finding the more we look at it is its bad matchups are okay because it can just do the thing and win sometimes, and its good matchups are so good it gets the ban. So I think the people who brought mech warrior have had a slight advantage in this tournament due to that matchup spread. But yeah, we are going to have a look at Pocket Train and Incurro, and Pocket Train defies matchup spread. I saw somebody ran some data through who should win this tournament and who shouldn't, and based on if all players were equally skilled, go on matchup spread, and Pocket Train was absolutely miles on the bottom of the list. But he always was. Like, he used to be a master of Boar Priest, which was a deck that nobody in the world, there were some, but like Fury Hunter was anyone even close, could play that deck. So all the stats were terrible. And Pocket Train were like, no, this is 70%, this is 80. You're listening to him in playtesting. And everyone was telling him, even really strong players are telling him, that's a 40% matchup. And he's like, nah, mate, it's 80. And then you just go and win with it every time. And so, you know, we cannot put statistics to Pocket Train's choices, but he does have some pretty out there decks, as we're going to see. This looks like he is playing the Hunter first up, so we are going to get
I guess it was early graphics were showing the Hunter band away, but I'm glad that's not actually the case. It's a very exciting deck to play. I feel like lots and lots of choices. I mean, it's in the game, in the name, right? Discover Hunter. And therefore, like, yeah, you're getting a lot of sets of 3 cards to choose from, and they're very, very impactful. The way that you sequence in terms of picks, right? You might want to not select something that looks like the best, but you know that you're going to want a pair of them later if you discover with Rangari Scout. And
yeah. And it plays very differently depending what it's against, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Exarch Niall, of course, really, really key card that like, we talk about cards that make a deck easier to play. In the case of Discover Hunter, that is for sure Exarch Niall, where you turn your hero power into you discover, right?
Tracking.
1 mana.
Yeah, it just becomes tracking.
Yep. And so you're always looking for that in the early game, but of course you're not able to get it every time. And so, you know, it's those games where you don't have Niall, where it's very interesting to see how it all shakes out. So, not able.
Yeah,
to
the beginner's version of like the soundbite version that I love to do that isn't always deadly accurate. But if you've not seen this before, don't die, play biopods, trigger biopods, kill opponent.
Yep.
So you're putting up constant walls of 2/5 alien encounters that should cost 0 if you've got your Niall, which again Pocket hasn't here. And then you accumulate some biopods, put them together, and they just become more and more of a threat as the game goes on. You have ways of duplicating those, of course, as it goes as well. So that's fine, but also, up against the rogue here from Incurro, who just doing rogue things, get coins, make Phirak very early and see what happens.
Yeah, in failing Scoundrel, of course, this rogue having access to so many coins from the weapon, from O Manager, right? Metal Detector and O Manager are just going to give enough coins that Incurro can, assuming a weapon swing kills a minion next turn, will be able to just play Fyrakk, right? Or Ziliax, either one.
You hate to see this. You don't want to pay mana for these alien encounters at all. If you can help it, you definitely don't want to pay 4 for them. As you've alluded to, this deck is incredibly hard. You have to react so much to what your opponent's doing with mediocre resources to start with, at least.
Yeah, and actually, Incurro just going to go for the coins plus prep for Shaladrisil here to be able to awakens, right? Clear away all these taunts. As you say, bad enough to be playing it for 4 mana,
lethal.
but then for this just lethal, Shaladrisil opens up so many lethal doors a lot of the time. That's part of what makes this rogue just so hard to get an edge against.
Yeah, we did not see the best of that Discover Hunter there. Again, not only not getting Niall, but getting no real discovers at all. The deck does revolve a lot around those alien encounters. It has a lot more going on than that. It has a heck of a lot going on, but the alien encounters is the focal point, at least early on, to stop you from dying while you establish all your value engines that are built into that deck. And a very fast start for Incurro. Again, 10 top 10 finishes, 8 top 5 finishes this year alone. And that's not even counting the rank 1, I think, in December last year. So player that we haven't seen that much of in the past, I don't think, but somebody who very, very much is obviously on top of their game.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick execution with the rogue. I expect Pocket will sort of brush that off, right? We see Pocket's rogue was banned, but I think all players with the rogue I would hope at this level can sort of go like, well, it's rogue. Sometimes you just take the L to rogue because rogue things, and you sort of just move on.
That has been, I think, the lineup building we haven't discussed a huge amount compared to normal, because there were sort of only 6 or 7 realistic decks to choose from. I think we did end up with like 12 or 13 archetypes overall as 4th decks of a thing. But I think the main strategy was, the first point is, do I want to just ban Rogue because it's 52% against everything? Again, paraphrasing, it's not actually that. Or do we want to leave up the Rogue and just, it probably will win a game, but also it's kind of very beatable as well a lot of the time. It's not overwhelmingly powerful and unbeatable. It just does its thing pretty consistently.
Yeah, I mean, I think its bad matchups are 47%, right? And when your spread is a range from 47 to 52, 53, right? Like, that is just a solid deck, and underlies why it is so prevalent in this tournament, right? Because as much as people like to get an edge with polarized matchups in their favor, they usually come with polarization against them some of the time as well.
Exactly.
And so having a deck like Rogue, where you're just pretty even across the board and can expect to be able to get a win against anything, is good to have access to in a lineup.
Talking of polarized matchups, the Druid is one of the more polarized matchup spreads. It's very, very good against the slow decks, and we've seen a lot of slow decks, and that's why a lot of people have brought Druid to this event. It's not so good against things that hit you early. And weirdly, against Warlock, it's kind of in the middle there a bit, because the Warlock, it does spew a lot of early minions that do some chip damage. But then it sort of stalls for a little bit, messes around while it gets its quest down, and then takes a turn or two to really ramp up and do its thing. So Rogue is able to sustain this. Druid is able to sustain this sometimes against the Warlock if they don't have a very wide minion start. And if you don't have a swipe or a challenge, unlucky. But if you do, you can hold them off for some time.
Yeah, I mean, just because quest completion usually happens around turn 5, if the Druid has ramp, as Pocket has here, is able to get down an Ancient of Yore, right? That's 2 cards, 10 armor. The early minions, like you mentioned, are just not that threatening. They're usually able to get cleaned up by things like a Swipe Chalice, and so, or even just Dollhouse and 3 Chalices, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Druid doesn't take a lot of that chip damage that they're so scared of in the early game most of the time. And because the Warlock only has so much board space, right, they can be limited even with the quest reward in terms of their damage output in that sort of mid-game.
Yeah, it becomes 15 or 16 quite quickly, but again, 15 or 16 does take 2 or 3 hits to actually finish the game, even though it's a lot of damage. And because the nature of the Druid, 2 or 3 turns is a lot. You're trying to get your own OTK set up. Now, Pocket doesn't have a lot of that OTK, but he does have a Ziliax, he does have double Ancient, so he should be drawing through his deck pretty rapidly. Decision to make here. It's not a decision for Pocket, just instantly jams a good card. There was a clear up with a swipe option available to him there with the Dollhouse as well.
Yeah, I think sort of if you are safe, you tend to play Ancient, right? Just to make sure you can get that armor. It's just so much, and it gives you that little bit of swing when it awakens too. It's a significant body of 5/5, and Pocket knows that he has access to this clear later on. So it makes a lot of sense to me to just get down that second Ancient, and then next turn will be as clear with something like a Dollhouse activation plus Swipe and Chalices.
It did also force Incurro to actually kill his own minion there, because he wanted to put a different minion in its place, because, again, you mentioned this earlier, board space is a significant issue here.
Yep.
They're playing at some pace, by the way. Both these players are obviously very comfortable with the matchup. They're just throwing the cards out there. Very contrast to some of the games we saw yesterday, where players are reasonably and sensibly taking their time with so much on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pocket now, with all that armor spent, things are going to start looking a little bit dicier. There is Ziliax coming online shortly, but Incurro with the Horizon's Edge has a considerable amount of damage output available.
I think
right?
I'd be trying to win in 2 turns from here. I'd be trying to play my Elise and then get it done.
Yep.
Interested if Pocket chooses to activate, he does, which means he's not intending to try and win next turn. He's trying to win the turn after that, I think. So he's got Ziliax the turn next turn, and then the turn after he's got the tree and the spell damage.
Yeah, it was interesting him hovering over Story of Barnabas there. I think maybe he was considering it in terms of armor, but I don't actually think he can gain armor off it anymore with both Ancient of Yours gone. The only minion left is Incendious, right? And you need a 5 attack minion to be able to gain the armor.
Just double checking. Yeah, he does have the Incendious, so yeah.
So yeah,
No
I
armor
think
there.
at least for that 1 cost location, as you say, is going to be sort of the best bet.
Yeah, the Ziliax gets in through turn 9, and then turn he has to try and win.
Ooh,
Hasn't
miss
hit the
on
copy. No fire in hand either. No fire or no sleep in hand. So he can't even... The second you miss on the copy, you look at your hand and think, like, how do I win this the old-fashioned way? Which is still a very powerful combo, by the way. But not available to him at the moment. The Ziliaxes will just push a lot of damage. He has generated a board here.
Yes, although in Kuro is... the board's importance is primarily in being able to soak Horizon's Edge hits here.
Yes, yeah.
Incurro has access to the Hellfire, which can be an excellent tool to be able to refresh your Horizon's Edge and also clear up a lot of the way, so it's more likely to hit face. Gonna check what the portal hits are. No rush.
No lifesteal, but yeah.
And actually, no rush is important because now it has to Hellfire again to be able to get Horizon's Edge activation. Gets very, very close, but it also clears, your board.
You do go to 14. Okay, has a 0 mana living roots in hand.
Yeah, this makes sense to me.
Yeah, there's no lethal here now, but just for a second there were possibilities. Okay, so don't die, play Ziliax seems ideal.
May even have to spend the living roots. I'm not certain. It's tough because it is 0 cost.
His chalice is super good here, as is his swipe.
But 8 is just so terrifying, right? Horizon's Edge is coming up. You know that there's potential for charge off the location. I think you have to have some way of gaining armor. So unless you were gonna, sleep for armor refresh, I think you just have to.
Oh.
Go with the Ziliax.
He's actually working out, do I just sit here? Because there's no way of removing these Ziliaxes apart from 1 Hellfire for Incurro. So he's thinking, why did my opponents Wind Fury on their 3-2 and their 3-1? It's just 4 spaces. So just for a moment there, he started to make sure that's what he wanted to do.
Sure.
And he's killing the same one twice to make things, like, a bit messy here for the other 3-1.
Makes a lot of sense. And if Incurro wants to, go for a Hellfire, he has to clear off, his own minions that are able to attack, since they're already weakened from last turn.
Pocket does have a lot of mana next turn. 12 available to Pocket as we look at these potential trades for Incurro.
Yeah. Librarian could do something here if Horizon's Edge hits the same minion twice. Then that will negate lifesteal. Corpsicle on one, Librarian on the other.
That's a lot of damage now with the Corpsicle, right?
Yeah. does mean no mana remaining for the Hellfire.
Yeah, not quite enough. Otherwise, I think he's going to be 3 off lethal, which would have been... Can I count? I can't count. It's fine.
Yeah, gonna try and roll the charge, misses. And only able to put Pocket to 5. Pocket's gonna have to try. If File is the draw, and I think you just go, right? You play Aulonius,
Yeah, you
because it
have to
has
go.
to be this turn. Is gonna have enough mana so you can dig with the toy chest first. Can actually just open up some hand space here with the free Living Roots.
Yeah, not enough spell damage.
There's the
for-
File.
Okay, now he's got there.
Yep, that's the refresh, and with a full mana refresh, 2 bottomless toy chests available. Plenty to work with here. Just has to hit, I think, 1 more burn spell because swipe is not quite enough. And there it is.
That'll do it. He goes to 1-all, and Pocket Train, planning that Ziliak's turn ahead, worked out when he was likely to die, as you do with the Druid deck, and then, trust the fact you're drawing so many cards and discovering so many cards to get you over the line, and it got him there. So 1 apiece, and the Druid's out of there against the Warlock, which is a good result for the Druid.
Yeah, it is, I think, Druid favored just because the Warlock takes a little bit of time to get going, and once it does, this Druid is a little bit more resilient with things like the Ziliax to gum up the works. I think still kind of dependent on the Druid having access to mana ramp of a sort, but very frequently Aulonius Druid is able to do that, right? Where you don't have the visible lethal in hand, but you have the resources to find it on that turn with something like a Mirdasil draws, with the refresh from sleep, and you'd think that
Discover,
a deck you'd think that a deck that has to do that so frequently would not be so powerful, but it's able to do it a lot of the time.
I mean, he was drawing, so he was going to be drawing 2 cards and discovering at least once into a pool of only like 11 or 12 cards, because you get through the deck so quickly with Druid, it cycles through sneaky fast. A lot of your cards draw more cards, a lot of your cards cycle. So a lot of the time you are looking at, well, first of all, I've got to miss on the 2 draws, then I've got to miss on the discover, or the other way around, and so on. And actually it just adds up to, they're probably dead. There's usually redraws, like, I don't know if it was true there, but sometimes you just get a Living Roots off the top, or a Living Roots and a File, and that's enough without even doing the shenanigans. You just go, I'll point these at your face suddenly. So there's usually more ways to victory than it feels like. But good that he got to that 1-all. And again, we didn't get a chance to totally go into it, but as part of that Discover Hunter, he has got the Mill Warlock in there as well. So...
yeah, it gets labeled as Starship Warlock, and I was thinking, oh, okay, we've done these already. Nope, this is the sole Mill Warlock of the tournament. It does now run the maybe it did before, the Starship package, just because it's so strong defensively, and with Elise having access to recursive Arcanite Defense crystals, Fellfire Thrusters, etc. Exodar able to give you double the health of your starship in armor, I think is hugely powerful defensively.
Yeah.
And then this Archdruid of Thorns nonsense to close out the game with Prize Vendor or Nomelia.
Yeah, just infinite amalgams if you want them at the end, just to mill your opponent to death, not to actually do anything with it. You can't really buff the amalgam very much in this particular deck. It's just a 1-2, like you say, with Nomelia doing infinite 2 damages or infinite mills. So many things to look out for with the deck. But we are back on the Hunter, and I haven't seen this matchup. I played quite a lot of this Hunter deck beforehand in the olden times, before Warlock became a thing. But I imagine sticking a load of 2/5s in the way of a load of 4/4s gets quite stodgy.
Yeah, if you can get those alien encounters, discounted heavily to the point that they're 0, I think one of the strengths of Discover Hunter is that you can get alien encounters into your tide pool pupils, right? And then you get to Rangari Scout, play tide pool pupil, get 2 more alien encounters back, and you just have these endless walls that you can play for free while you still sort of build up to your ultimate lethal that you're working on.
Interesting. I wasn't sure. Yeah, okay. Take the other tracking. I wasn't exactly sure how this was going to play out, because something that people always shout at me for playing this deck is just play Neri on 3. Just put it on the board. Not now, because you've got double nail, but just play Neri on 3 if you don't have nail. Stick it there, and if you get 1 activation off 1 tracking or something, it is absolutely huge.
Yeah,
it's not there for particularly disgusting purposes usually.
Yeah, it's very easy to get caught up in the maximum value train, right? Of saying, oh, I have to save Neri for use with the mixologist potions or with Grifta. Trinkets. But yeah, you don't actually have to do that.
You can. I mean, that's one of the reasons this deck is, I think, regarded as the hardest deck to play by the top players. Is sometimes you do just go Neri, Grifter, Tidecore, hit you for 6 like 5 times or 6 times or something, and they just explode. But normally it's a lot more subtle and slow than that.
Yeah.
But Pocket this time is going to be able to show us most likely how this deck is supposed to function with the Nail 3, which he dug aggressively for with the tracking into tracking.
Yeah, Incurro also being aggressive here, playing the temporary copy of Solarium, not able to get any hits there. Right, you're looking for a 0 cost. And the potion is going to be, I would expect, a deal 3 plus something.
Plus 2 health, probably.
Yeah.
Put up a wall of aliens and give the plus 2 health is probably where I'd go, especially with Neri doing it twice. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I mean, very, very interesting when you can reduce alien encounters to 1, right? So that Neri plays it twice. Kind of cheeky stuff you can get up to there.
For years now, I've gone with the line that people who are take a sip of their drink, they only do it after they've won, usually, not after they've lost. Pocket's just done it mid-game, so that means he's won, right?
Yeah, obviously.
That's how that works. Yeah, okay, good.
Unless you're going to have long mirrors, right? If you take drink your big gulp before the Death Knight mirror, and unfortunately Pocket Train hasn't got a Death Knight, but I think it was Ray C on broadcast at some event. Had a very large drink going into a long matchup and
Brilliant.
had to use the toilet.
Oh, that's hilarious. Nice work, right? So, a couple of turns ago, just worth noting, Pocket had the chance to play tracking into alien encounters for 1 mana, put up a couple of 2/5s, but they just continued, with the Mixologist. Why spend mana on these alien encounters when it's going to cost 0 in a moment? And there's no hurry to play it, not under enough pressure to care. So, worth noting that mana,
I remember this place
compared to the previous game when he had to spend 4 on it, this time he's just chilling. He's just waiting for it to cost 0.
Yeah, actually going for a 5 location here. Getting what I imagine... Oh, it was not Discover Spell. It was probably the Rushers.
Yeah, bit more defensive option.
Yeah, and then this is tricky. Because, of course, the copy is also premium for this deck. You've got Biopods.
Yes.
But if you've got to pick something sort of more defensive... there are other ways that you can try and get those extra copies.
Yep, this is one of the reasons we probably haven't seen this tracking used yet, waiting for a scout to back up the tracking into Biopod at some point, maybe. Again, just keeping options open with this deck is so key, and I'm more keeping track on how Pocket plays and trying to predict the future with it to some extent at least, because there's so many options you've got.
Yeah, I do think that what was very particular about that last turn is, he could have played the alien counters, but he specifically has not done another Discover, so this alien counters is still at 1 cost, right? Playing the Elise to get it done, but then now on this turn can go with Neri, double alien counters, that's probably one of the best burns you could hope for, and then double of that Mixologist potion that we saw, with the buff health. Gets a little bit of value here with Glacial Shard getting double to 4/2. And then, yeah, trading off to still have a board space for next turn to be able to play that location. And this is just the kind of thing that Warlock specifically has trouble dealing with, is a massive board swing, right? Where you've got all your stuff removed and now your opponent has this full board of things.
Yeah, very nicely worked out there as well. Good spot on keeping the aliens at 1. And yeah, that's the reason the Warlock has to play this Hellfire and the Horizon's Edge. Yeah, they do damage, yeah, they're aggressive, but it's not a sort of hit you in the head sort of deck. Those are the Warlock's clearance options as much as anything a lot of the time. Yeah, they can just blow you up sometimes with them, but that's their way through this sort of wall, and it's slow. And Pocket will get working on the next wall ready for when it's needed, if it's needed.
Yeah, I think, you know, the one thing is maybe not thrilled about is having no Tidepool Pupil in hand when he played the alien encounters, because he'd like to have gotten those back. But yeah, actually took, because he knew this was his line specifically, valuing this give your characters +2 attack, right? Incurro was only able to clear 1 minion on that last turn while silencing the Neri. So this is just huge amount of damage coming Incurro's way. And now Pocket's just, you know, only got to look for a little bit of extra. Could get there with Grifta Trinket, could get there with Mixologist.
Yep, so many options there for him to get this through, and that all comes through, you know, planning how to use a Neri early on with the buff he took from the Mixologist. He played on 3 rather than reducing the cost of the aliens, kept the aliens at 1 a couple of turns later, and then had that massive swing turn. And yeah, Incurro's just not looking how to survive one more turn. That's not the hard part, although maybe he's got freezes and stuff available. The hard part is, how's he going to ever win this game? Like,
well, and the Hellfire is now, you know, quite dangerous, right? Pocket knows that's the primary tool that Warlock has access to try and punch through something. 2-8 is a really annoying stat line for taunts to have, because it doesn't even kill off the rush lifesteal. So, you know, board space is a factor. Incurro may have to still just go for the Hellfire here. I think very happy to have picked up the lifesteal to make it an option. But it's going to come down to these Horizon's Edge hits, and I don't think we ended up playing the Hellfire. Yeah, might have wanted to Conflagrate there or freeze something. I think it was just sort of an awkward board that Incurro had to address. But having the 3/5 taunt helps considerably.
yes, ended up quite nicely. Something that Onka had said to me, actually, I was playing against Warlock for the 7,000th game in a row or something. Oof, didn't get steal or deal 6.
Yeah, that's tough. Were pretty terrible options. You don't really want 2 copies of draw 3 cards.
Gain health is definitely the third best option, right? If you're not going to kill them now, just don't die, and it's making it incredibly hard for them to kill you. So,
yeah,
but I'm kind of saying about the Warlock deck. The intricacies are with the Hellfires and the Horizon's Edges. There's a lot of maths to do a lot of the time. That's quite interesting. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. I think, you know, the 2 he was looking for was deal 6, and in particular the gain control, right? If he is able to gain control of the 3/5 right there, I think if not being immediate lethal, it was close.
Yeah, I think it was immediate. It might have just been game over, but not lethal. I think it was, though. 4, 8, 11. Yeah, it was. But yeah, didn't even get the deal 6 either, so... Drift to be a bit like that sometimes.
Yep. Can't always get what you want. And so yeah, now Pocket has to accept, okay, well, we aren't able to get the quick win, but you know, the location is still keeping him stable with the gain 6. It keeps Incurro wanting to keep the board relatively clear, right? To not have to deal with the you know, buff to the attacks. And yeah, Pocket will be looking to maybe get down these biopods, stall enough to be able to have like a big ceaseless swing turn and maybe lethal that way.
This is a lot, though. Incurro has got stuff going here.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like he was doing something all turn, and he still got to the end of the rope. I feel like he didn't stop doing stuff that turn. Just so many things going on. Our Pocket has a legit problem.
Yeah, things really sort of slipping away here. That was the second Rangari scout. So, no more copies of things going to be happening. Would have liked to be able to get, a pair of Ziliacs or something like that. Deal to all, going to help to clear a bunch of this up.
Yeah. Mixologist cards always work how you want them to, as in, it deals the 2 and you gain 2, your things don't die. Still got that Ziliax in there, right, you were talking about, so...
Yeah, and I think hoping to get a good Dark Gift on it.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Oh, no, this makes sense. Playing out the biopods while you are, hopefully not dead. 24 is a lot.
It is. Especially with your Caesars getting down to playability range now. Because the Warlock kind of has to keep doing stuff and trading stuff, and you can keep trading in, so the Caesars will get to 0 pretty rapidly here. Pocket is actually down to 10 card in deck as well.
Yeah, it's... When you have the Niall, right, your hero power draws a card every turn, and you still have other card draw pieces, so... Not happy to see the charge.
Please stop hitting me for 4.
And actually, is this enough?
I don't think it's lethal now, but it's absolute load next turn.
There's the Ziliax.
Ziliax.
Could have picked up Shaladrisil there to, corrupt it with the Ziliax. Oh, I guess we're not playing Ziliax this turn.
Doesn't seem that way. We've got the.
We've got the AOE in there again, and this makes sense, right? It's good, quick realization there from Pocket, remembering what he's got in there last turn, access to a bunch of biopods, access to, playing that heal again, right? Very crucially, because it's not a character; it is just yourself.
Yeah, he went looking for that. He knew exactly what he wanted to get there, as you'd expect from a former world champ.
Yep. And this is what I mean, right? Biopod is the only starship piece in the deck, which you would think, doesn't get it high enough to be a threat. But because of how many ways you can get extra copies, it's true that the total power of the starship does not build up as quickly, but each biopod is 2 power and an additional death rattle trigger. So
yeah, it's the additional trigger that isn't immediately obvious when you first play the deck. It's like, well, it's going to be 6/6. It's going to stories. No, it goes 6 3 times, and that's the minimum. And you're going to have more of them soon. It's going to do 10 5 times or something. That's 50 damage to something.
Right. Yeah, because you can terror scale and then ceaseless to kill it off, clearing their board.
Yep.
And those shots initially are not insignificant. Ceaseless is 0 now, and I think this is just lethal for Pocket.
Do you think so?
Because of
Terrascale Ceaseless is... It still goes face the second time, so yeah.
Yeah, didn't even hit the location that would have added an extra 2 attack. But it's unnecessary. It's got a lot of reps on this deck. You have to bring it, and very quick turnaround. Was looking quite dicey. Would have liked to see the Grifta potions to just end it right there, but very, very good recognition that okay, well, we can kind of go the long game if we get 2 1-mana restore 12 health, and able to pick it up in the end.
Yeah, both I thought both players were going to die at various points there. The second potion being used, the second 12 before the Sasquatch, just looked like Incurro had got like so much going on. Right at the start, when Pocket just made a whole wall of 2/8, it's like, well, this game will be short then, especially they're all buffed with +2 attack. But Incurro finding a way to limp along a bit longer, doing all the intricacies with the Horizon and the Hellfire, which order to attack things. That is really messy maths, of course. The more targets, the more chance you put the one on each that you need to back it with a Hellfire. But the fewer targets, the more likely it is to hit what you want. So Incurro did a lot of hard work on that Horizon's Edge there. He thought for like 60 seconds, then just did everything at once on that turn. But Pocket getting over the line with the large amount of defense in that deck in the end. And now it's everybody's favorite time. It's not Maxi Bond, it is Pocket Train. And only one of those so far has been a world champion. So let's see how Pocket Train gets on with, I like to call it the Maxi deck, but it is. It's just Mill Warlock. Anyone can play it if they want.
Yeah, don't know if the mill aspect is even necessarily going to be relevant in this particular matchup. All Pocket has to do in this case is build up a powerful enough starship to do that big board swing that Quest Warlock can struggle so much against.
Yeah, has a decent amount of everything. Table flip's probably quite welcome against Warlock as well. Just to get rid of that initial, it's not even a push, but initial wall of stuff that can be annoying amount of damage. But 2 starship pieces and off you go. Probably quite happy with that.
Yeah, very quick pace. No location for Incurro, which until just now. But yeah, getting 3 ticks on turn 3, pretty powerful, and that's just how strong Solarium is as a card.
Yes. The downside is your whole deck is now full of sketch artists that are designed to find that Solarium that you no longer need. But yeah, it is incredibly powerful part of the engine. Okay. He really didn't like that 2-1. It's so gone. This location, the biome is so powerful as well in this deck. Just does such good work.
Yeah,
Unless you're me and you click it and then try to play the 1-drop next turn, then it's not so good.
Yeah, has, the second one could have gotten it down here, but sort of gonna shuffle in more of those mass productions, hold back the information that there's guaranteed quest completion next turn. Pocket gets copy.
He does.
I imagine choosing between Armor and Raptor here.
Yep. Although we did see Death Rattle come into play in one of the matchups yesterday. Slightly different matchup, obviously, so it's worth a look at. The ZLS that took it worked out that it's actually going to be helpful later on.
It can have its merits, right? Like, as sort of a backstop against Demolition Renovator, right? Or in this case, Warlock has ability to sacrifice its locations with Consume.
Consume,
right? Gain 8 health, reduce the durability buff, so you can actually get to that AoE faster than some other decks.
It did get the armor, as you suggested, was likely.
Yeah, just gonna go ahead and coin here for the spell burst, see where those land.
They'll do.
Yeah, lines up very nicely with the cavern to finish these off.
Still double table flip and bob in hand as well here for Pocket Train, and we are talking about survival because as with all these slow decks, the inevitability is usually on the control deck side. Although we have seen in the last game, let alone in others, how much sustain this Quest Warlock does have.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, interesting. Actually, going to librarian this early starship piece. Sometimes you want to save that for Arcanite Defense Crystal, since you do only have the one.
Better make a good impression.
I think he's in just get stuff out of here mode.
Yep. Now, Pocket, things are looking good. I was going to say, but he hasn't picked up an Agent of Yore, but there it is.
Yeah.
right
so
on time.
much, right? It's so much armor, helps your table flips, rifles through your decks. And I think Pocket's main concern here is like, what's my win con? Not in a bad way, in a, well, they're all coming together kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, had he not picked up the pair of Ancients just there, I think he'd be a bit more anxious, right? He's had good clears, good stuff, but the waves are just going to keep coming. Now that he has those Ancient of Yours, he knows he's going to be able to pick up a fair amount of card draw now to sort of actually dig his way towards the really important cards. Bob is hugely powerful in the matchup because the Warlock very frequently has a full board, so if you can freeze it out, they actually kind of can't do anything unless they Hellfire it all away.
Yeah, you make them do this sort of thing, and then they sort of borderline pass their turn. So we've finally found the place for Corpsicle. Like, Corpsicle's been in a lot of decks, has been a very powerful card for a very long time. But it just feels so powerful in this particular deck. Every time you see it, it's just so irritating. The whole deck. Here's my stuff once again, the stuff you killed last turn, it's all coming back. Here's the Corpsicle that, I played last turn, it's coming back. Relentless deck.
And Incurro, I think,
It's a
just
lot of
has it with the
damage,
double
yeah.
Hellfire.
Yes, it does.
Bob is powerful, but with Edge and Hellfire available, I don't know if it's guaranteed.
He needs to charge, right? So it's 67%.
But yeah, with the charge,
is lethal.
it's enough. No even need for the second Hellfire. And that's gonna tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, Pocket looking like he was pretty comfortable there, and the Warlock just producing so much relentless damage. The Horizon's Edge, the Corpsicles, the Hellfires, adding a little bit of chip. Pocket not drawing the armor. His hand was fine. Pocket won't be complaining about that hand, I wouldn't have thought. But just, it turns out 10 armor returns just not good enough.
I think like really good recognition from Incurro as well, right? Using that Royal Librarian when he did. Otherwise, Pocket would have had access to, just a powerful starship even without the Arcanite, right? It would have been, a 7-10 with 2 instances of the spell burst to deal damage equal to its power to enemy minions. That would be a full clear Reno, right? Because of the lifesteal.
But as we've seen, the full clear Reno against that deck that buys you 2 turns at most, because they just put 16 health back down and do it all again. But obviously it's very powerful, but he was waiting for more, I think. Which brings us to the Warlock versus the Death Knight. Let me just check. I think Incurro is triple blood. He is. This is why you bring Mill Warlock. This is the reason you bring this deck. Nobody plays Dirty Rat anymore. I'm just going to check. No Dirty Rats.
Nope.
Because there's really, apart from Owl, there's no real key cards you want to rat anymore, so you're better off just doing good things instead. Like Rogue, there's too many big things you might accidentally rat if you go early. If you go late, it's already on the board, you don't really have much control. So Rat's vanished, which has opened a space for this deck to be a lot more consistent. We saw Maxibons, or the master of this deck, losing to some rats in the playoffs. But no such problem now.
Also sort of reorienting his game plan into a rat and still pulling out a win, right? Even when rat is good, it is still just it is just a chance, right? It is to like give you a maybe edge in those lineups,
Sure.
and I think Rat wouldn't even line up that well into this Mill Warlock or into the Aulonius Druid because things just run more minions outside of their main combo pieces now.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And even with the few minions, there were ways you could protect. I speak from the Owl side, but I've seen Maxi do it from the Warlock side. You can still put your worst minions in your hand and sort of make them have a 50-50 rat or that sort of thing, even with those decks. So having all these extra minions helps so much. And again, that just puts rat out of the meta, which makes your deck stronger.
Yep.
So we will see Incurro try to put... We've seen this time and time again. It's something that the drum that Sophomore has banged, and I'm very much on board. Like, even though you're playing control decks, you do have to put stuff on board, and more so if your opponent has the inevitability of the mill finish. So we will see Incurro try to play as much tempo as possible here.
Yeah, and Pocket as well, trying to just get stuff done. I expect Ancient to come down next turn into either Arcanite or this, Nidus Worm. A really, really good hand for Pocket here in terms of just, furthering that game plan. But Incurro has hit the copy location, right? Copy and discover a discounted spell, which I think is probably the best pairing most of the time that you can hit for the Death Knight.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen discounted spells be so powerful in hands, especially the good players, or the top players. Silk Stitching just won't go away either.
Oh, it's not in the deck, but you can discover it, right? And in this case, he's going to get 2 copies of that deal 4. I was going to say, I don't think it's guaranteed by any means to hit Pocket, but...
Excuse me. So many guiding figures. So many.
Yeah. Which is in a lot of ways sort of the best one to have copies of. It ramps up the power very, very quickly, and so then even if you only have one Soulbound Spire, it will activate that Death Rattle multiple times.
Yeah, and the numbers, will add into that pretty fast, so if you find that Spire, we might see really early attempt. Making it 8-8, obviously unlikely that 8-8 is a particular threat, but it's so good at just stopping you from dying while it's out there. Just acting as more removal.
Another Silk Stitching.
Okay.
Wave of Tar is interesting.
Sure.
Minion tax there. Yeah, Incurro, I think, is probably lamenting no access to Soulbound Spire right now. Otherwise, he'd be set for a very early Starship launch to just try and pressure Pocket out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of the time those launchers, you can clear the one board, obviously with the layover and the location, but they have death rattles and stuff comes back and doesn't really clear it up very quickly a lot of the time. You have to tend to clear 2 boards.
Doing some card draw here to dig for said Soulbound Spire. Gonna throw out that Moon, I think, to... Oh, I was gonna... Probably still Moon, right? Get the Reborn, but otherwise through the Wisp, which is... it's interesting. Wisp, if you're wondering why it's there, it's Elise, right?
Yeah.
While some players opt for, higher end cards, like, Shaladrisil.
Shaladrisil, or the guy who fetches the death rattles is another common one. Who's never remember.
Heron, I think, is sort of the best one for
that sounds
8.
Right.
For a Death Knight, because if you haven't been hitting your starships, you can play it. It pulls 2 of them out. It's not impressive the turn you play it, but it tutors. Incurro just saying, hey, Wisp is a thing that I can just play to activate Elise, and I can toss it in my hand to not burn cards.
Yeah. Has a slight effect of giving you a good chance of activating your moon as well, because you sort of get to play 2 cards for the price of 1 because it costs 0. So.
Yep. 0 mana corpse. Now, some people
Yes,
may
Mana
be...
corpse. Sorry, just clocked what you said. Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah. Well, this is a lot of leeches. Although Pocket may sort of happily leave the leeches there and force Incurro to get rid of them, which, he's setting up to do next turn. Because, yeah, Pocket sort of wants the starship pieces to die, and 0/2 leeches are much less threatening than big starship pieces.
That's a fair point, yeah.
This is going to be, I think, a utility Eternal Layover.
Yeah, he Pocket in a position now where, again, I have this problem with Warlocks in general, but also with Milllock in particular, needing to actually play some of these cards out of your hand. He's gathering mill pieces together, but also having to keep control of the game and stuff without using too many resources, but also having to keep making hand space so you don't burn a vital item. So there's a lot going on here that he's making look incredibly easy. To having the thought that you were describing last turn, do I actually just want to kill all these leeches? I can if I want to.
Yeah, and the poison is not hugely valuable in the matchup, right? Since you're not actually going to be getting killed by the big starship. It's mostly a defensive tool.
But the problem is if you use it, then you might get killed by the big starship because then Pocket can do it. You don't, you're not likely to.
Double corpse explosion and the other pyro poison in hand, so.
Sure, okay. That's a fair one.
But I think maybe still no Soulbound Spire.
No, there hasn't been one yet. After that fairly rapid start. Where are we going with this?
I think just clearing up hand space. All right, he's got to
space
find
so we
the
can
amalgam.
draw more cards.
Yep. Okay. So here it is, ladies and gents, viewers. We've got amalgam. We've got. I don't know if he wants to do it this turn, but as long as you do this, right? As long as you kill off your amalgam and then play Archdruid, and as you mentioned, because there's no rats around. The most important thing is that the Archdruid gains this death rattle of shuffle into the deck and keep all enchantments.
Yeah.
Once that's happened, then you are at liberty when you draw it again to start piling on the other death rattles that are going to win you the game. Escape pod, very important to give the Archdruid rush, right? Because it'll keep that enchantment.
Yeah.
And then later on, you can add on Nomelia, which will deal 2 damage to the opponent's whole board and their face. You can add Prize Vendor, right, which mills them. And it's not just the one instance, right? Because it has that battle cry every time you play it of gain all enchantments of everything that died. That includes itself. So it starts doubling.
Yeah, basically, it's very weird about the way the numbers work. Here's the Dark Marrow as well, which is another key piece. It actually uses its ability, which no other Dark Marrow decks do.
Very true, yeah.
They have it just in the deck, but this allows you to have the Death Minion instantly explode, which is very handy in this deck. Again, usually you play Dark Marrow because you want access to the other cards, but Isura's kind of a key piece as well a lot of the time, which is why it does take a while to get there. Just so you can play as many Archdruids as you can afford because you have so much mana.
Well, the other thing as well, right, is the Archdruid can start shuffling in multiple copies of itself. So that is how you, do not die to fatigue when you're drawing multiple cards a turn off of it. Additionally, while you might think Kill Jaden makes you completely safe from the fatigue of drawing cards, not actually the case. It buys you a lot of time, but if you draw greater than 30 cards, you will take fatigue.
In one instance, right? That's in one instance of...
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, in all probability, Pocket will get the Nomelia on there, and that will win the game much faster.
And I will bring destruction.
Yeah, I was speaking to Maxi before the playoffs about it, and he was saying that basically you always win with Nomelia these days anyway. Wait.
No! Oh, no! Oh my god, that is
that's ridiculous.
devastating.
Well, now we don't have an Archdruid anymore.
That is the
absolutely
only
stunned.
way. Oh, wait.
Incurro's so happy right now. God.
He's so, but Pocket has Bob.
Okay.
I'm a little surprised at the Ysera there. I think he's just hitting himself because he was so surprised at this situation. That is the exact card at the exact moment that Incurro could have drawn to complicate things here for Pocket. He could have bobbed to get a copy of the Archdruid again. He would have to start over and wouldn't have access to the draw anymore, which is a big deal. But I think actually if he saved the Ysera to be able to bob the Archdruid, he would still have a shot. But I think just not having mana to clear the board here is going to mean a victory for Incurro, just because that starship is so huge.
This Druid will take forever.
I think Incurro can just hit face
50?
and corpse explosion plus Exodar. Or wait, no, he already launched the ship, so Exodar is not going to deal that damage.
There's still a spell burst on the ship as well, so there'll just be stuff from the ship come out to play as well.
What a mess. I mean, it's really going to depend on what comes out of the ship.
Yes, as where the Pocket even gets a chance at it, right? Because the Archdruid, like you say, has lost all of the stuff, so he's got to rebuild that he can't draw many times.
That's one proc to disappear the Archdruid, so it is gone. That's a low roll.
That's
a
more
good
damage.
one.
That's 7 damage, right?
And with Talgath, I don't know if that exactly works, but Talgath doubles damage. So this could be it, right? You backstab to maximize the damage on these minions, and I think if that works the way Incurro wants it to, not a situation that pops up too often, I think Briar Spawn will kill. It depends
the fatigue will anyway.
Okay, Talgath just doubles the damage to the minion, so it doesn't consider that overclock in terms of the damage that Briar Spawn hits face.
Okay.
So Pocket now forced to go for the double armor, launch the starship. Catacomb's the only spell to proc the spell burst here.
I think Incurro did have the lethal there with the right setup into the right minion as well.
It's
only from his
possible, but
reaction.
it's
So,
very
yeah,
messy.
If it played the poison on the 1/1 that hit the Asira, then the Bob
Sure.
would have been up as a 4/1. The Bob would
Yep,
probably
yep.
have taken 11 plus fatigue, which would have been lethal.
Yeah, I think you may be right there.
Because you still have the mana for the poison.
Yeah, and this is the downside here to having a bunch of guiding figures rather than soulbound spires, right? Is while you get a ton of summons on the initial one, the actual death of the starship, only summons one lowly minion. Pocket settled down, right? I think was feeling, very, very comfortable initially. Things totally lined up, but he, after tanking that hit, has been able to sort of stabilize. And
He lost
has
60 health last turn. He's on 99. What is this nonsense? Oh. But yeah, Incurro missing that lethal at 2-2 in the winner's match. The loser does get another go, just to be clear, while we're going through the play my kill trading cards phase.
Yep.
Oh, now we're discovering spells.
Yep. You kind of need stuff to stabilize here. It has gained enough armor to not have to worry about fatigue and sort of the immediate. The demons, are big, but for the most part don't necessarily have terrifying keywords.
This is a ludicrous way to start the day. We've got 5 more matches, Adel, and this is already absolutely nutty.
I love. This is why I love this deck, right? And particularly when played by these players, right? 99%. I think that happens to them, and you nope out of the game, right? You just concede. It was a hugely crazy happenstance that Incurro would roll that minion off the bat. But now 15 mana Pocket can sort of assemble the combo here. Get the Amalgam killed, get the Nomelia killed, give the Archdruid Rush.
The world's slowest combo, Milllock. Oh my. I was talking about the relentlessness of the Warlock earlier. This is going to be like slow and unrelenting nonsense as well from Pocket every turn.
Well, it is going to pick up from here, right? I think the biggest disadvantage to being set back in this way is that the Archdruids are not going to draw themselves anymore, right? So he has to tap every turn. And I think that's why he picked Discover a Spell for the second location thing, is that he may want to have access to more healing or more draw just to make sure he's able to tap every turn, be able to Archdruid every turn.
Wait, Incurro's going to do nothing.
Does that matter?
So if Pocket, when this Dark Marrow is gone, which it will go because I think there's still Corpse Explosion in Incurro's hand, then Pocket won't have anything to charge the Druid into and no way of killing the Druid, and we'll start taking fatigue.
Interesting. I mean, another reason to have picked Discover, although with the Raptors being the other half, that is a problem. I think you're right. Yeah, he's just gonna try and minimize the damage he takes face.
But
it is
these
tough,
Archdruids
though.
have multiplied, yeah.
They've multiplied, and Pocket's already gotten 4 of them into the deck. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, Bat Mask was funny, but I think, Deadline is correct here, right? The more you can sort of get them killed, right? the better kind of. You want to play and kill an Archdruid every turn
Yeah.
if you can help it.
Incurro desperately mathsing as well for the fatigue, because Pocket was up to 6 fatigue, I think it was. But yeah.
Yeah, Exodar useless because Incurro had to launch early to apply pressure.
This is very silly. Big fan. Cheeky one.
Yep. I mean, I don't think he has enough life to tank so many Archdruids. But you're right that it is certainly the plan.
Because he can't kill the Archdruid, right? He has to just take the 15 or the 18 as it now is, the 21 as it now is.
Right, if you kill the Archdruids, then you're just ramping Pocket Train's win condition.
But I think the original plan was just to leave up the one Archdruid or the 2 Archdruids and just take it. But because that would have led to fatigue. But now every time you kill one, it fills back up the deck. So the original plan's kind of not good enough now.
Right.
He also might just find a window where he's slowed down the multiplication of these Archdruids, right? They're not particularly menacing. They haven't got particularly terrifying Nomelias in them yet. And then just have one turn where you go, okay, here's 100 damage. Good luck.
Right, yeah. If you can get sort of a big enough board of huge demons, then maybe because they haven't been multiplied so much, because what ends up happening is they're all sort of at different values of the number of death rattles inside them, depending on how many times they've been played. And so if Pocket isn't able to have enough of them in hand at once, he may not be able to sort of rush in enough damage to clear. That is going to be the second Corpse Explosion. It does have access to sort of the Orbital Moon for that, last 5 damage clear from the stars. And I think debating if, like, now's the moment, to just go in and hope it's enough stats as to not be cleared. But Pocket has
they shouldn't be cleared.
Pocket has hidden this 1-cost Shaladrisil, which is going to get corrupted. Or actually, I guess it doesn't even have to get corrupted. Yeah, he specifically plays it not corrupted to be able to kill off his own Archdruids.
So that one is doing significant damage. And again, some of these will be doing 8, some of them will be doing 2 or 4, I believe. That was a 12, which is a clear, which Incurro was hoping wouldn't be the case.
Those ramped up much faster than I realized.
Oh, it does go ridiculous when it goes. But I think some of them will probably still be low, but he drew the early ones back quickly. Like that one's only a 2. No, that was lethal.
Well, remember, because those others...
That's this turn.
Right, yeah, because those others had so many, this next one gained all of the previous, so this is how it ramps up so quickly.
Yeah.
And having access to...
half the deck is those now, right?
Right, yep. So
half the
Incurro
deck
just
is a good one.
Has to hope that the bad ones are... Oh, right, yeah, I guess half of them are all that. Yeah, you're right. So Incurro just has to hope that the ones drawn are bad, and that this
which is
enough
unlikely,
stats.
right? Yeah. The Pocket Train seems to have this sort of worked out now from having to bob back his own Archdruid. Yeah, one of the good ones. Obviously, you can play 2 per turn.
Oh, yeah.
It's got the Awakens to kill one off as well if needed.
It's over. If they're all doing that, Incurro doesn't really have a hope of presenting a strong enough board.
Yeah,
to contest.
And now it's just this and Awakens. I think Pocket did actually check how many on it. I think there was a very, very brief pause where he read the card there.
Yep, that should be...
Just to make sure it had the...
If not enough, very nearly so.
And Incurro has one card anyway now, so whatever.
Yeah. Okay, discover legendary.
Oh no, what could it be? Could be anything.
Oh, so just gonna let it happen. Could have played, tried to discover a fire rack there, maybe get 26 damage. It's happened before.
See, Pocket, just making sure there's nothing silly that can happen here that puts Nightmare on this. Choosing
Sort
not
of-
to.
No. No.
Go on.
No. It's Doom Maiden again, right? If Incurro hits one, I don't know if it's a draw.
Oh.
Does he not realize?
Does it lose its stats though?
I don't think so. I think it's a copy. You pull it exactly,
Okay.
right?
I'm never
Maybe-
sure about. I used to know these, and I always forget them when it matters. Was to forward and backward moving cards when they change sides.
I can't
Pocket
say
Train gets
for,
it done.
I can't say for sure, but I think there was potential for a draw there. If
Yeah, I
Incurro
think there was.
pulls the Archdruid with so many copies, it has rush, it trades in. Pocket's death rattles go off, and his death rattle go off. I think it's at least worth doing, even if
I mean,
you're
you
not
do it,
sure.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, if you're not sure, you just do it. So he's already done it once, so he knows it's there. But yeah, just keep the enchantment confirmed to me, which you already knew anyway. I was just double checking because things crossing sides is weird. But Pocket Train in. I hope all the series there are like that. That was an absolutely ludicrous series all the way through. Like the Warlock games from Incurro, where both times looked like he was just not going to get it done. One of them looked like then he would. The other one he actually did. And Pocket Train taking an early loss as well, where you hiked up the Discover Hunt and he's playing 4 for Alien Encounters. So, absolutely ludicrous start today. Pocket Train, though, my pick and somebody else's pick, I can't remember who, through to the top 8, and Incurro will get another chance later against the winner of our next match. So, thank you, Adel, for hanging out, but let's get out of here and let's get the next match on.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We've got our next match coming right up. I'm Raven and joining me is Sottle, and we're going to be taking you through our losers match in Group C. First off, before we dive into that, what a way to kick off the day, Sottle, because that match was something else.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that deck, the Mill Warlock. I mean, I don't know if you can necessarily call that deck Mill Warlock. It ends up in the same place, but obviously the Starships had a lot to say about it as well. But what a series of events, with the Archdruid being stolen, then you need to use Bob to get a copy back and start again, and then instant kill Jaden to try and mitigate some of that fatigue and make it more of a hard battle, so you have to switch to the Nomelia. But then Incurro seemed to like try and fatigue the guy that was gonna shuffle 30 cards into his deck every single turn. Like it all got a bit strange towards the end. But yeah, that does mean, of course, that Pocket Train is going to advance. Many people are very pleased about that. Of course, myself and Lorinda chief among them, who have picked them to do very well in this tournament, picked him to qualify for the World Championship, the former champ on the road again. But we are going to pick things up now with the elimination match between Kevin Schmidt and Sawyerin.
Yeah, for sure. And just a final comment on that previous matchup before we move on, obviously, to the current one. I do think that Warlock is one of those decks that in a high-stress scenario, your brain can just melt as well, right? Because it's such a unusual deck. It's not something you're going to massively prep for, I would say, at least. So yeah, it's definitely a tough one. But anyway, let's move on to our next matchup. We've got double Rogue bans here. So Rogue, I think looking at the stats from yesterday, at least let's say Fyric Rogue has been performing very well. I think it's been, I think everyone knew it was going to be good, but I think it's, considering everyone was expecting it, it's still doing very well, which just shows the power of the deck overall. So these decks, you know, seeing Rogue banned is not going to be too much of a surprise. However, we are starting with a Death Knight Mirror, but only in class, Sottle, because we do have a slightly different list here. We have the Blood Unholy Control DK list, which is something we've not seen too much of in this tournament, but has actually become pretty popular on ladder, at least what I've been playing against it a lot.
Yeah. BBU Control DK is the nomenclature used by Donkey on their HS Guru site. But honestly, the way the dynamic works when the mirror happens, it's anything but a control deck, right?
Yes,
because it doesn't really... It doesn't really have the tools to be able to go hyper late. You know, it's not the same matchup that you would see from a Triple Blood DK mirror. So it's very, very much the aggro deck in this matchup. And honestly, you know, a much more mid-rangey style of deck than DK is. And, you know, as various other people have been pointing out already, I spent day one talking quite a lot about the fact that, you know, playing Death Knight well in general comes down to being a lot more aggressive than you think you need to in a lot of spots. So DK already a deck that can be played quite mid-rangey, but Sawyerin going with the even more mid-rangey version of it.
Yeah, and just a couple of cards to quickly talk about to see the players get started, or at least cards that can cause some havoc. We do have Fyric in this Death Knight list. There's the double stitch giants in there as well, and you know, a few other bonuses. Even like, you know, the return of the Headless Horseman to an extent, right, which can get some work done too. So there's definitely a lot going on in this list, and it'll be very interesting to see how it can perform in a deck that we've seen played for many hours already this weekend, so which is this Death Knight on the side of Kevin Schmidt.
Ooh, very, very nice pickup of the Elise. That really attracts you towards the coin lines.
Yeah.
Obviously, floating 3 mana here probably wouldn't have been acceptable regardless, so you probably would have been coining the leeches no matter what, but that is the perfect pickup just to be able to curve out, spend all of your mana on every turn, possibly go 4 into 5 with the location, into 6 with the husks, but we will see depending on what the draw is on the next turn.
Oh, and yeah, I think a bit of a shake of the head there, because I think that's the second discover, right? And there's no copy and minion. That is a... If you want to learn some easy tricks with is an Elise good or not, it's did you hit copy a minion? And if you didn't, it's bad. If you did, it's good. Easy lessons here.
I remember this
Ooh,
Yeah, I
nice.
think with this board state and this game state, though, and just the way the matchup pans out, Sawyerin might be looking for the Force of Nature Savage Roar location, right? The
Sure,
summon
on that
minions
side, yeah.
and buff them. I think
I can
that
see
is
that.
what was attempted, but I think missed on the Savage Roar outcome.
There is still Xavius in the hand that was drawn last turn for Soyerin, which is going to be pretty good, right? Can actually fill out that turn 5 if he decides that the locate. I can't deal with that. I wish I'd not looked.
I mean, yeah, definitely should have been a warning on that one. But,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're suffering from eye fatigue on turn 5 of the Death Knight mirror, I don't really have too much hope for you in the long run.
Or is this just planning, right? Preparation for like, I'm ready to lock in for the long game. Yeah, I can't do messing with eyes. Ugh. I mean, you know that, but...
Yeah, I'm very much the same. I don't like it either.
Is eternal.
Kevin gonna have to just answer with the own infestation. Does of course have the 1 cost location, so can whip that in as well. Even though it's not gonna have a huge impact this turn. Nothing's that clean, like the Elise doesn't trade with the Elise super well. Choosing to push some damage to Fate. Well, probably kill off a Leech actually, but yeah, using those trades that way could have obviously gone Elise into Elise and swung Face in to make that go away, but still looking pretty good here for Kevin.
Yeah, so it did get the Force of Nature, but did not get the Savage Roar, sadly. But still, I like the recognition, I like the spot.
Imagine
think
if that's
Soyerin
what the location
understands.
offered.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
Force
that's
of
what it is,
Nature
right?
and yeah, but just the cards. You know, it just said
Oh,
it's
right,
like
yeah,
oh,
sure.
and these offered a Force of Nature and Savage Roar. You'd be like, huh? Bringing back old school Hearthstone in a new school way. Okay, so taking a look on what's available here for Kevin, does have the Arcanite Crystal, does have a lot of these ship pieces actually as well, so can kind of go any direction. Double 3, could just drop the crystal and try and go from there. Instead, looks like it's going a bit halfway here, getting the Leech down, being able to Orbital Moon that piece to be able to create that Reborn version. Again, so I mean, we've seen this and we're going to see it for the rest of the weekend, of course, with all these ship decks, is just build as many pieces as quickly and early as possible, as well as the bonus of this one, of course, is just getting so much value from that Reborn because it's still pumping out minions with the Death Rattle. Looking at this though, Kevin is still falling behind just because of the leech pressure here from Soyerin. Does have location this turn, but not sure if it's going to be comfortable enough to actually go for the Ancient of Yore and just try and get it in now, to have one slower turn now and then try and get something done in the turn after. Can take out a leech already on board, but leaving the 3/5 up is not going to feel great.
My rule is eternal.
Kevin definitely taking his time with this one. This is really difficult, genuinely, because again, could just go all in and just build more of the Starship, which looks to be the choice that he's going to make, but there was definitely options to go with more card draw, because the hand itself right now is getting a little bit light, especially compared to Soyerin's at the top, who has a million different options, as well as a lot of value based in this mid-range deck, but does manage to get rid of those leeches and again continue to build the Starship, which is probably priority number 1 right now. A lot of cards in Soyerin's hand here, but nothing that's super high impact right now. He's holding onto that breath. He'll be able to clear up a good chunk of this board because the 3/5 lived. I do wonder what the follow-up here is, though. He's going to get a lot of this, a lot of these tokens out. Gets to discover on the spell as well. Does have weapon available, or just Xavius, and just go digging.
Hello, did you enjoy your stint of solo casting?
Oh yeah, take your time, mate. Take your time.
I know, I know.
Yeah, Kevin's really been focusing on building up that Starship, but the hand's getting light, just to give you a bit of a recap. Whereas Soyerin being able to clear off this board And still have some pressure to put down here. Okay, it's going to go that way.
Yeah, really important that the pressure stays high here, because otherwise you're just going to give Kevin a free turn to just play the Ancient of Yore, right? Which just solves all of his issues in terms of the hand size being a bit lackluster.
Yeah, this was what I was talking about last turn, where, again, not the best draw in the world, and then is this a better turn to play Ancient of Yore versus last turn? You know, so you got to ask, when can you take the slow turn, right? And this draw is definitely not, I wouldn't say, overly rewarded. Kevin here. Let's get the lifesteal, of course. Oh, he's going to go for the ship as well, okay. Yeah, a bit of a desperate play, although this could just be what you need, and hey, not the worst outcome, honestly. The Rush being able to clear up some of this and heal for even more.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. I'm not sure I agree with the characterization of it as desperate. It's just, I think it's just kind of matchup considerations, right? Where he's just making this one-off huge board. He gets to play the Reborn anyway. Like, yeah, doing it for 9s instead of 10s is kind of sketchy, because 9 drops are just a lot worse on average. But it's a disgustingly huge, you know, multi-layered board against the version of the deck that isn't really equipped to deal with these situations in the same way.
Yeah, true, actually. There is only... I've just double-checked. There is only one Corpse Explosion in Soyurin's deck.
Yep.
So that is definitely a factor there. And, of course, it's not going to be... it doesn't have... You know, the Pyromancer clears with Plague, for example.
No Pyromancer, yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, you know what? I'm kind of agreeing with you, actually. I kind of just always assume all Death Knight has double Corpse Explosion, because that's just, I feel like, where we are right now. But, yeah, only one makes this play a lot better. And there's the turn to drop the Yore.
Yeah, the turn to drop the Yore and the turn to push just infinite damage. Kevin Schmidt gives a shrug of the shoulders, like, all right. I guess I just hit you for 30 odd and we move on with our lives.
I'm the aggro now.
Yep.
The one good thing here, though, for Soyurin is if this can be dealt with, it's unlikely that there's, like, massive follow-up, right? Because obviously it wasn't Exodard, it was naturally done, and then, like, this is the final wave of, like, the minions, right? From the ship, so...
Yep, sure.
Does get that Ziliax down, can clear up a huge chunk of this. Does have the location to proc as well, but might well save it for next turn.
Yeah, huge heals, Ziliax and the Pterodax going back up, all the way back up to 36. Which means the push is now kind of off, although Heron is a reasonable pickup. Probably not for right now. With Nomelia in hand, it means you're not going to get to use any of the clearing power. But you do still have the remaining guiding figure in there. Yeah, still a crystal as well. Yeah, one crystal, one figure still in the deck. So you can start to build up your scuffed bootleg second starship. And you still have your Exodar remaining to be able
the one
to
you found in the
bring those
scrapyard.
back for one as well. Yeah. The real junker. No references to Kessel runs though, please. We're better than that.
I'm not gonna lie. It crossed my mind.
I know, I could feel it. I could literally feel it in my bones.
We've seen a lot of wave of tar picked up from these discovers over the course of yesterday. I think at least 2 to 3 times.
Yeah. It's one of those, right? It just is one of those where, like, it's not a particularly playable card, but it's one of those that just seems to feature so heavily. Every time you see it in a discover, you're like, this seems to fit the situation rather nicely.
It's one of those, like, 35th card or something, right? It's like that kind of floating place where it doesn't make the cut, but you know what? If it's on offer, especially for a discount, why not? You'll pick it up.
Yep. Soren continuing to do a great job of keeping up this pressure, though, because Kevin Schmidt now is looking for a little window to do some pretty slow things, like just jamming a Heron to start jacking up the size of that second starship, find his way through to that Exodar. Like, we're still in a situation where if Kevin Schmidt has time to play the cards that he has remaining, right? If he has time to summon the starship pieces, kill the starship pieces, draw the Exodar, play the Exodar, replay the starship pieces for 1, etc. That will get us to way past the 0 mana ceaseless part of the game. You can already see ceaseless is down to 4 in Soirin's hand. And then you'll have time to go 0 mana ceaseless into kill Jaden, and then you can probably take over the game from there because your opponent just doesn't
that's how it works,
have the sustain to deal with that.
Yeah.
However, it's easier said than done because Soirin's doing a really, really good job of just spacing out these threats super nicely and building these oppressive boards every single turn.
And we've not even talked about Fyrak yet. That's not even been involved.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is, of course, the Shaladrasil too. So, and even the foam render is obviously with these massive health totals not super high impact, but with this many corpses, it stacks up, right? And maybe some minion removal as well.
Okay, card draw, we'll take it. Having now drawn the second crystal, that does make Kevin Schmidt's situation a little bit more unfortunate because now he really has to draw a lot of these things naturally.
Yeah, also Heron's like non-existent now, right?
Yep, exactly.
Also, these Reborn Taunts are actually really clutch there for Nomelian, just not really doing anything. And Kevin's just said, you know what? Why not?
Okay.
Let's go. And I kind of respect it because it could be quite, it could be a while before the other draws were picked up, right?
Not gonna lie, I was looking over at our deck tracking tools there as I was showing the remainder of the deck preview. I was like, whoa, the whole deck just disappeared.
Yeah.
What happened? It didn't really
Just
take a genius.
Hearthstone
to be able to put two
jump
and two
scare for
together.
you.
Yeah. I was on bug watch. I was gonna start bug swatting again.
So I was going to start furiously typing to the people who developed the tool. Excuse me, I'm mid-game, but I need to tell you about this.
Raven knows very well there is a particular cadence to my furious typing, which is very different from my regular typing.
I do like the kill Jaden though, and Kevin's smiling, saying, "You know what? Let's go."
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
This is a good spot. Just to you were talking about how dead the Heron was in having drawn the starship piece, the remaining crystal. So, it's not the most explosive thing. We've seen this once or twice in the tournament already. But you're out of the 30 card simulated deck that you have every turn, you're going to have a death rattle minion or two in there. So even if one of those survives, it's still a big board swing.
It's something, right? And it's better than a dead card in your
Yep.
hand. And especially because if you look at the rest of his hand, it's reactive, right? Arguably, there's the Ziliax, the Breath, and the Nomelia. So you want to do something proactive with your plays and try and get ahead. Because also, I'm no doubt Kevin was looking at Soirin's hand size, which I think when he played the Kill Jaden was 2. And obviously, we could see it was Ceaseless and Shaladrasil, which is decent. But if those are just two
crazy,
slight, middling cards, this push could win the game, right? Like,
yeah. Certainly a big push, like a big risk was taken here by Kevin because, he blew up a lot of the cards that, conventionally, like if you were going to write the, Death Knight Mirror for Dummies guide, in the chapter of when should you kill Jaden, you'd have a checklist of a few cards that you want to make sure you have before you do that, right? And Kevin Schmidt blew up multiple of those cards with the Exodar, the Ceaseless, etc. With the Kill Jaden. So this is a big risk and a big push from Kevin Schmidt to just try and seize the initiative where he had it.
Yeah, I like it. I like it when players do this, though. When we talk about this a lot, but there are kind of like these set rules for decks, archetypes, matchups, so on, so on, so on. But being able to know when those rules don't apply anymore is a skill of a very good player. But then you've got to win so you look cool. Because when it doesn't work, Definitely looks less impressive.
Yeah, I mean, when it doesn't work, you just through, right? Like,
Yeah,
if you've
yeah.
done the unconventional thing that most people disagree with and then you lose, you're going to struggle to defend that position.
Unless you're me and you just say, nope, I was right anyway.
I mean, you both simultaneously struggle to defend any position and are capable of defending any position.
What can I say? I'm pretty unique.
Uniqueness is a binary state. You either are unique or you aren't.
Nope,
thing as
not
pretty
true. That's proven by my ability to defend that. Big push here from Soyerin. And because of the early kill, Jaden, I'll say early, you know what I mean. Early air quotes. There's not really too many great ways to deal with this board. Whoa.
Whoa! What did you press, Raven?
That's not... I didn't press anything.
Oh, okay.
I have it open, but I'm not even in it, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
That was just an update on a huge list of cards. We know what the audience want. Give us more cards. Yeah, apologies about that. I don't think I pressed anything. My hands aren't even on my mouse.
Death calls.
Well, more importantly, none of that massive list of random demons has anything to say about this slight pickle that Kevin Schmidt has found himself in.
It's got to be like no melee of something, right? Does get lifesteal on
Yeah,
it.
Employee of the Month is decent synergy here at the very least.
They're going to bounce the taunt. Okay. Fine, yeah, this
Taking out
makes
the
sense.
taunt to get the better attacks, sure.
Okay, it's something, right?
Did
I
the
have to-
Dream on the taunt actually achieve anything there?
More damage on the ceaseless, right?
More damage on the
no,
ceaseless
and the clears, right?
Grifter?
Because the
yeah, the four
cleave.
damage hit the Grifter. Yeah. It's just Dream is an extremely valuable card.
Yeah, not valuable if you're dead though.
No.
So we're in that sort of position now of just thinking, okay, how does this go wrong? Because you know you're getting close to the point of just it's going to be generally one big demon per turn, right? Although Libram of Justice, quite a good pickup in this scenario, right? Just AoE, put everything down to 1 so the stats don't matter, and then you've just got hero power to remove something if there's one big threat in the way.
Oh no!
Yeah.
We drew a 0-0.
Before the imps, damn it.
Rough times indeed. And the Wretched Queen is not gonna really do a great deal here because Soyerin can just dream this away.
Yep.
And that is gonna full reset it to a vanilla copy in the hand, making it a incredibly slow play if it wants to come back down again. It was Kevin's only option. It's not one of those situations where the caster's going to be really tedious and go, well, you knew the dream was there. Like, you didn't have any other option. You just had to make the play and hope it was good enough.
Yeah, the other option was pass, and then guess what? They
The
still
other
have
option was
dream.
play a 0-0
Yeah.
that did some irrelevant AoE. Yeah.
Yeah, and they still have dream, right? So you'd be in the same situation anyway. Big win there for Sawyer and getting the work done on that Death Knight. Looking pretty good overall here. And again, the sort of different build of the Death Knight, I think he did a good job of keeping enough pressure on because there was some good pushes, but nothing over the top, and it felt like there was always resources. I guess the worst section of that was when there was just Ceaseless and Shaladrisil in hand. That was like as sort of low value as it got, but other than that, like turn or so, did a really good job of just keeping Kevin on the defensive. It was like, I think Ancient of Yore came down turn 8 when they had it on curve for turn 5. So when you know when you start to pull that off, I think it starts to work well. So you're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, I think if questions are to be asked, they're more targeted at the way Kevin Schmidt handled it. There was a couple of spots. The very aggressive Starship launch for the 9 drops I liked. I have absolutely no problem with that. It was a big tempo swing. The punish was there, which was Ziliax, right? Which kind of undid most of the work that he did from being aggressive. But I think it's fine to try and seize that initiative on that turn if you want to. I diverge a little bit in game plan from that point, though. I felt the Kill Jaden was extremely aggressive in that position. But I do appreciate it was difficult to find the time to just play a crystal, right? Get it in play, get that down for a second, like wait for the Exodar, all that kind of stuff. It's a very, very slow process. And I absolutely also concede the point that against most 2-card hands, you might well be getting there if those 2 cards specifically were not Ceaseless Expanse and Shaladrisil.
And that's the thing as well. Like
it did seem a little bit questionable, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, because like, the problem is you might get in the mindset of, well, for all I know, my own Ceaseless is 6 cards deep, right? Like, is that then just way too slow? A thumbs up, though, from Kevin.
Yep.
So we are going to see the Mech Warrior going up against Quest Warlock, and this could be a bit of a spicy matchup. So these are 2 decks I've played a lot recently, and both decks have. It feels like 2 of the more aggressive decks in the meta right now, at least for this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. The kill people quickly, starting in chunks, right? It's not classic aggro in the sense that you just play minions every turn and you compound and you snowball and you beat your opponent up. But it's damage that starts coming at you very, very fast if they get a strong draw. Yeah. Which is about as close to pure aggro as we have in this tournament.
These decks are aggressive in context.
Yes, yeah, and context is king, of course, always.
Here, though, of course, keeping an eye out for there's part Scrapper there, but no follow-up with the dummy. There is, however, Chemical Spill and the Tortolan, which is the plan A now, right? Without the dummy in there. So if you get either of those on curve, you're feeling pretty good as the Mech Warrior.
Yep.
And the problem as well is, especially, I think we saw a conflag already played, right? Because outside of conflags, if the warrior does the thing, it feels pretty hard for this Quest Warlock to deal with it. And I mean for the conflag, including dummy in the thing as well, by the way. I know you will be able to target the Tortolan. Oh, there it is, Subtle. The Slayer of 2020 Demons.
Little inside baseball there from Ray. You can't just reference vaguely private conversations that we had.
Oh, yes, I can. And I will.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. Well, here's all Raven's dirty laundry that I'm now going to air on stream.
What? Hey, though, important to know that the double Corpsicle has now gone, right? They weren't played here for Soirin, and they were both discovered as or drawn as temporary options, I think. Oh, wait, no, sorry, there was one extra, right? So I think there's still one in the deck. But just important to remember, you know, in terms of reach that's available.
Raven, I want you to take a look at Kevin Schmidt right now.
Okay, I'm looking.
Is that a man that looks extremely satisfied with the amount of Tortolans that he has on turn 5 of his game of Hearthstone?
I think so, yeah. It's very comfortable.
Okay,
very, very at ease.
Just nodding. Yeah, that's right. You attack everything you own into my one taunt minion.
These Zerglings are like, please don't make me go in. Which is funny because in StarCraft, at least early game, Zerglings are often the thing you just throw in for scouting and maybe harass. So normally they do just get destroyed pretty quick.
Canonically, do Zerglings actually have like any fear of the giant things that presumably you send them into?
Not at all. I'm pretty sure
they're just quite happy to attack anything.
It's not. Oh, quite happy to explode as well. By looks of things here, and I think that is sorry. Yeah, just saying yes. Guess what? I just can't get through these. And as I said, not too many ways that Warlock deck has to deal with that kind of situation. But yeah, just to cover, Zerg's basically a hive mind. So the Zerglings are lowest of the low, more or less. So they do what they're told, and they don't really think for themselves anyway most of the time. But yeah, regardless, Soirin, I respect that play of just hitting concede because it's just not going to happen, is it? So just get out the game and move on to the next one. But going to be feeling good here for Kevin with a bit of a rough game one. Not that anything was that bad about it, but, you know, just it was a bit of a drawn out, you know, a tough one for him to try and pull a win out for. Then recovering with a pretty much just ABCs of playing Mech Warrior, right? Just get that job done around turn 4 or 5, build on it, and guess what? You've won.
Yep, we didn't even have to see the dummy. In that matchup, almost like chemical spill into. Apart from the two that you're looking at right now, yeah, sadly. In that matchup, you'd imagine like Tortoise is almost the better option if you're getting the chemical spill out, right? Because you don't necessarily even need the repeated damage. You don't have to worry about, you know, the wrenches or anything like that. Just literally unkillable wall, especially if you have the follow-up with the cube straight after.
Yeah.
It's just incredibly straightforward game of Hearthstone for Kevin. And I think probably a well-suited one if Kevin does have any doubts about the lines through the previous game, which I'm not saying he's shown any indication of. He looks very chill, very relaxed about the situation. That's exactly the kind of game that you like, just to say, all right, well, we can just go back to the well now. I've undone the damage. We're back at parity in the series, and we move on.
Yeah, 100%. And now as we move on to game number 3, I want you to talk to me about Drunk Paladin.
Yeah, surprising. This is the one and only Drunk Pally in this tournament. It is a deck very similar to the two Shamans we have, where it's received a number of nerfs over time, but just continues to hold on. You know, Lightbot used to be 3, the spells used to be better, etc. Of course, Metal Detector did pick up a buff, which I think is a big reason why that is so effective, and Sunsapper Lanessa is still the absolute powerhouse that it always was. But not a deck that I expected to be a huge factor in this. If you wanted to build a, quote, aggro lineup, then I think this is one of the decks that had to make the cut. But that, for me, was a compelling argument as to why the aggro lineup just didn't really work. Yeah, because I just think the average quality of the decks that you end up playing is just not super high. 15 out of 16 players in the tournament seem to agree with that, but Soirin has gone with it here, and it's going to be up to him now to prove us all wrong and show that this was actually the secret sauce all along.
Yes, Soirin's like the naysayer, right? It's like, I'm the person that disagrees. It's like every group needs one.
People hated Soirin because he told them the truth.
Yeah, I'm the one who prepares for the odd circumstance. It's like in that zombie film, World War Z. I think that's what it's called.
That is a zombie film. I've never seen it though, so I don't know the reference.
Basically, there's someone who's charged with doing or planning for the situations that everyone thinks is impossible, right?
Right. Like the zombie apocalypse?
Well, believe it or not, yes.
Right, okay.
And the plan was build a really big wall. Which, you know what? I respect the simplicity of that.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, big walls.
Seems to be a quite common plan also, because that's also the plan if like Titans have taken over your world. So,
True.
Multifaceted defense system.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute. Imagine you build a wall to keep zombies out. You're like, wait a minute, this kind of works versus a lot of things. Why didn't we think about this in the past?
It's almost like this ancient technology that's been used to repel invaders since stoneworking was invented.
Yeah, pretty flexible, this wall thing. This is where things start to look rough just already, isn't it? When you just see, okay, well, that's the right crystal, there's the copy to get another one, the starship's being built. We can see that Ancient of Yore is a more than okay play this turn to just gain armor and get cooking with the card draw. And Soirin hasn't really made much of a dent, even though there are a lot of coins available. Would you say this is a more, like, is this play been made to be just more aggressive and try and just end the game because of the board state, or is it just an alternate card draw / heal factor versus Ancient of Yore?
I think it's one of those in Hearthstone where you can do too much in terms of prescribing reason to it. These were the cards that were available and playable, and Kevin Schmidt is just kind of playing the curve as it presents to him, which
this
makes
spent
the
6
most
mana
sense
versus
to me.
5. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. But now we do see the big power turn. Just a little short of being able to go full light bot here as well. Choosing to hold on. Could also just be a conscious decision just to say, well, you know, the AoE comes in chunks anyway, so an extra 8/8 being added to this board is just going to get AoE down anyway.
Yeah. And now, tempo kill Jaden. We've seen it once. Let's see it again. You're choosing to hold off, and I think that's also just a show of confidence to an extent as well, right? Like, not worrying about using the corpse explosion. Because it's just, yeah, this is still just fine. I've got 1 million health, effectively. 3 minions to deal with. Already can put up 2 more crystals. I mean, at this point, even a manual launch of this starship is looking pretty dangerous against Sawyer in next turn, right?
It is, yeah.
And then only 1 more turn away from the Ziliax, which again gets so much work done in this kind of matchup.
And this is part of my problem with Paladin at the moment, is it's always been this deck that is largely built around the idea of 2 to 4 massive individual pop-off swing turns. With the sea shanties, with the giants, with Lanessa, you try and get 3 or so of those throughout the game against a control deck. You try and do them very, very early and hope that the removal just doesn't exist to be able to take it out. The problem now is that even the control decks, on top of having the option to just draw enough corpse explosions and brawls and whatever AoEs to deal with it, most of them also just have these tools to be able to say, well, unlucky, because by the time you got your sea shanty going, I built a massive starship. Or by the time you got your sea shanty going, I chemical spilled my Tortollan. You know, like they also have these huge turns that they can just cheat out. And then you're fighting an uphill battle from the beginning. And I think Kevin Schmidt's kind of in that spot right now where he's like, yeah, okay, this is very impressive, but I can just continue doing my own tempo things.
Well, I almost made the joke, you know, when you said, oh, it's the power turn here from Sawyer in, and it was just like 3/5/5. So I'm like, is that a power turn?
Is it?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like in the you know, where we are of relation of the meta and the game right now in terms of power level, it's like, is 3/5/5s on turn like 6 or 7 a power turn? I don't know. Did have the glow bar and stuff as well, but you know what that means. It's Lanessa though.
All right. Does get the win.
Hold,
Fury.
yeah. Not bad.
Very nice.
I'll give it Mega Wind Fury and we can talk.
Although with Lanessa, you're going to get Wind Fury. Sea Shanty now coming out. And that is a powerful board, but because of Kevin Schmidt's proportional response to the previous board of not really bothering to care about it,
and there it
Kevin
is.
Schmidt just straight up has the answer.
Yeah, and that's just, it's the way it is, and it's really tough. And again, I don't really think Soyerin's particularly trying to like target Death Knight, for example, with this Paladin, right? It's not really a matchup you're going to feel good about anyway. So even though that looked a bit pitiful to an extent, it's not like that's what it's for, right? But it is a tough one there to just sort of go up against a brick wall and be like, fair enough. However, I do kind of like Soirin's approach to just like, okay, I'll lock it in. It's not working. Okay, get out the game. There's no point hanging on. No point, trying to struggle against. Well, sometimes you can just spend more time fighting a losing battle than just moving on and getting into the next game, right? At least for me, it's better for my mental when I'm doing these things of like, well, just move on, get into the next game and go. I think some players can hold on maybe a touch too long. But regardless, Kevin Schmidt does go up 2-1 so far.
I do agree with that philosophically, and I think in this position that we're in, you can just look at the deck list and we'll say, well, find my win condition for me.
Yeah,
please.
yeah.
But I will add the point of like, you only have to get that wrong once, and then you never concede another game of Hearthstone in your life, right?
Sure.
Like, the one time in a major tournament where you concede a game and then immediately, like, your practice partner just DMs you on Discord and goes, you know you had an out there, right? That game was winnable. Then you're never ever doing that ever again. But yeah, I think in that spot, as I described with Paladin, that's just kind of the way the deck works. Is like, okay, I've played my cards, all of the powerful things have gone, one giant down, both sea shanties gone, Lanessa gone. Like, yeah, the deck just doesn't really have the gas to keep going after that.
And just as much as I was saying that these weren't really built to beat the Death Knight, I feel like we've just maneuvered into the scenario that Soirin might be feeling a little bit better about their series, as it does mean that Kevin now has Druid as the final deck to get a win with, and as the Quest Warlock and this Paladin. So this is what at least I feel like Soirin's more comfortable to just sit and say, okay, this Druid is not going to win a game, and this is how I move on.
Yes. So
I'm not saying that's going to happen, Sol. I'm just saying that's the plan.
No, So my problem with this, right? And again, this is a thing I go through before most tournaments where, I had this thought process of like, I don't really feel like targeting Rogue. I don't really feel like targeting Death Knight. I don't think those are sensible things to do. I think the decks are too just generically powerful and have such a good spread of matchups that's hard to do. What else is there going to be a good amount of? Okay, Druid, probably, I'd imagine. I reckon there'll probably be 10 to 12 Druids in the tournament. Can we, find some early pop-off board-based aggro decks that we can target Druid with that don't suck against anything else? And I looked at the idea of a Paladin plus Warlock kind of thing with a couple of other aggro decks in there. The problem is, I'm pretty sure Druid's just favoured against Warlock, so I don't think that makes any sense either.
Yeah.
I do struggle with this lineup. I'm not seeing the matrix as to what Soirin's trying to achieve here.
It's difficult because, again, I was going to say disagree with me if you like. I know you'll disagree with me if you like, so I don't really need to give you permission there, do I? But I think, like, if you're going to lock in this strategy, this does feel like the lineup, right? Whether the lineup works well or not is a different discussion. But I think Soirin might have just said, you know what, I want to play more aggressive. I want to try and punish these slower lists. And sort of just had to go with this.
Sure. There's also, I think there is generally a lot more disagreement now on matchup spreads than there ever was in Hearthstone, and there's myriad factors that have led to that. Just in the way that stat tracking has split, for example, because there's now like multiple resources that used to all be consolidated in the same place. Sample sizes are getting smaller. The gap between like top 1,000 legend stats and the absolute best players are huge, for example. There's lots of different factors that play into that, but I feel like I hear a lot more disagreements these days on the way matchup spreads break down. So, maybe Soirin just says, no, Quest Warlock's really good against Druid. And then his testing, bears that out. And then suddenly it does start to seem like a much more reasonable game plan overall.
Well, this is a very good push. Getting the bots down last turn was very nice. Really good draws, of course, with the Libram, and then being able to just keep these alive and go for another push. Like, this is what Soirin wants to do with this deck, right?
Yes.
This is exactly what you want to do, because this is the turn. These are the turns you build and pressure. Whereas in the previous game, it was turn 6. Well, this turn or the next turn was like 3 5/5s and a 3/3, which is way too slow. No divine shields on there, from what I could recall as well. This is so much better.
Wow. Okay, going straight into the chalices here. instead of just going for the insta-bob freeze is a little interesting to me. Doesn't get a brilliant spread of the chalices, a fairly average spread of the chalices there, I would imagine. Does have to use the swipe to take off a Divine Shield in the end, would have much rather procced it.
Is this just a bit of fear of if this is clearable and then there's the wave of 5/5s next turn, then there's Bob to buy time, right? Is that potentially the idea here, even though obviously there's still a lot of damage left over?
Yeah, I'd view that the other way around, personally, right? Because, you know, swipe is true AoE, essentially. So if you put Bob down and they develop more minions into that, well, that is then more minions that are getting hit by the swipe on the following turn. And it is one more mana that you have available to play more chalices.
I was just
on the
thinking,
following turn as well.
if he bobbed that turn and froze, Soirin doesn't play any more minions, right? So it's still just the same problem further down, maybe?
But you do have one more mana, and you did then not take the however much damage you ended up taking there because it wasn't a particularly good full clear.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, another wave, and is the Pirates coming down to support this huge bot now with those effects? Again, Divine Shield, Lifesteal, and Elusive.
You also get to see one more card, which, if that turned out to be that toy chest,
I love seeing
could have made
cards.
some magic happen. Doing it this way does allow Kevin Schmidt to curve the Bob into Ziliax with the Innovate, though.
Yep.
Conscious choice as well on the previous turn, as still had the Innovate and the final Chalice remaining to potentially snipe. I think there was an 8-2 hanging around that could have potentially died to the 3 more shots of Chalice, which is unlikely but possible. But I think Kevin Schmidt quite deliberately holding on to try and bank on the Ziliax.
Yeah, and this is close enough to just all in from Soirin right now, right? Like, there's a little bit of something in the hand, but not really enough to do anything. And if this board does get cleared or stalled again, Soirin's going to be in real trouble, because I'm not really sure what the answer is once that gets dealt with. Because Kevin, yes, is low on low health, but has a huge hand size here.
Yeah. Discounted Sparkling File might just end up playing a huge role here if it comes to it. Still a long way to go to get to that point.
Yeah, it looks like Innovate Ziliax. Oh, going this way, okay. Sure, gets the
This is
extra
what I mean,
trade with
right?
Bob.
A discounted file is so strong because with one spell damage, it's already gaining you mana. So now all of a sudden you just have this additional living roots. I was thinking more in terms of, you know, you get to go owl file 1 mana sooner. You don't have to wait all the way till 10 to make that stuff happen in terms of trying to do really, truly gross things with the board clear.
Yeah, shake of the head there from Kevin, but could have killed off the 3-1, of course, but I like peeling the shield.
Well, no, if you're attacking something into the shield, then you kill the 10-5 with one of your Ziliaxes instead of the 5-6 that you killed with one of your Ziliaxes, right?
Oh, wait, sorry, yeah, of course. That's, yeah. I'm being stupid, yeah. I'm skipping ahead there. But yeah, 100%.
The two options there were to ignore the Divine Shielded 10-5 completely or to sacrifice into the shield and then kill it with one of the Ziliaxes. This
very
doesn't
likely
make
to
any
be...
sense.
Yeah, they're very likely to be one of those changed your mind halfway through the turn, right? Or didn't plan out the whole turn beforehand. So yeah, definitely a slip up there from Kevin.
But this is it now. This is the push. And it is relatively unimpressive, it has to be said.
It's a lot of one-attack minions. Where's Bloodlust when you need it?
It's in the least location alongside Force of Nature and Savage Roar.
But that would be funny, wouldn't it, if Elise just created a location that just cast classic Hearthstone spells?
I think we may have a bit of a power level issue if that was the case.
What if it cast them twice?
Okay, all right, now we're talking.
Working out, trying to plan for the future here.
I mean, I almost wonder whether you can just take swipe and then just go owl, click location, swipe next turn, and whether that just wins the game.
It seems
'cause
quite
Siren's
good,
out of
doesn't
stuff
it?
at that point.
Yeah, and obviously Kevin will know that there's 2 coins in hand, right, for Siren. So you've got 1 card plus the draw that you're up against. It's going to be swipe.
I got so confused. I looked away for a second and then looked back and I was like, what? Hang on, why is the owl on
hand.
the right? What's happened?
Yeah,
I figured it out. I achieved context. It's fine.
Well, the Divine Shield's pretty good, actually. One of the better things that Siren could have drawn, right, to defend against the likes of Swipe.
Yeah, 100%. This is the only real out, I think, against the situation that he was in. Because otherwise, the bots are gone. There is 1 sea shanty left remaining in the deck, and then just, hero power stuff, which is relatively unexciting still.
Yeah, a couple of weapons. Oh, and I guess there's the story of Galvadon one still in the deck, right? Which can create shenanigans, let's say.
Is it just going to be game 15? I feel like you probably want the card
Refreshing
draw,
too,
either through refresh or drawing 2. Yeah, no, this
Makes sense, right? Because you
There's
can
no-
hit 5
there's-
anyway.
Exactly. There's never any reason to just straight up game 15 when you have the Ancient of Yore option. The only question there is whether you value 2 cards immediately over the 5 extra armor from the Ancient of Yore. The 1 extra card immediately, I guess.
Oh, hang on a minute. This plus Story of Galvador.
Oh, the Hand of the Doll is huge as well. It's getting real big.
Hold.
This hits because it casts twice.
Is it just lethal? You know my rules, Sol. If a player starts locking in face damage this fast,
I think so.
it is not. Still, though,
That was a great chain, though.
Yeah. Really dangerous board now, and Kevin suddenly has no time, even with all that armor gained in the previous turn. Although Tree is coming off cooldown, magical things can happen.
Yeah.
And there's even a minion to proc the Divine Shield on the Wind Fury, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the minions end up being relevant here at all, or whether you're supposed to just find a way to just go for straight up lethal at this point. A little bit of trepidation with our deck full of demons, but no, there is what is remaining. So you do still have 1 file remaining, but there's no sleep to be able to get the full refresh off the owl. So you can go owl dollhouse, draw 2 cards, refresh the mana, get it back. At which point, yeah, you might as well do it like this and save the mana. See what your 2 draws are. If you hit the file, which you do.
I mean, most importantly, the rope's really burning, Sol.
Yeah.
I can see.
Yeah,
Yeah, not enough.
Yeah, not enough in both cards and time at that point. So Soirin is going to get the victory on the Paladin, bullying the Druid a little bit. It did look pretty close, but I think just a couple of back-to-back turns that were strong. Like, Soirin had just enough to get that done, and the Divine Shields with the drinks was so big, because without those, spell damage swipe, clear the board, game. So really, really good timing there for Soirin. Gets a win with the Paladin, but still not going to be super easy, as it's still going to be that Warlock versus Druid again. But I do wonder now, if we wind back, how impactful the potential, let's say, free trade was, or wasn't, I guess, against the 10 attack bot, right, that was missed, if they were going to peel the shield. Yeah. So I can't quite remember the exact board state of what would have been then been left over, how much damage would have pushed instead, would it have made a difference? But that, obviously I didn't catch it at the time, but you know, that's why I've got you. The mistake there, it was a significant one, right? Because that is a big minion to leave up.
I think it was huge. I think it was potentially game defining, because your Ziliax was Barnabas buffed, so you had two 6/10s. And then you chose to trade in a way that left up a 10 attack minion instead of a 5 attack minion. I think would have been the alternative.
It was 5, yeah.
I'm famously terrible at reconciling these board states after the fact, but I believe that was the case. So yeah, you just gave your opponent, like, bang, free trade to be able to take care of one of your remaining Ziliaxes, and then I think use glow sticks to be able to take care of the other one. I think there was a realistic world where you actually just got to play with at least half of that Ziliax still in play the next turn if you'd have taken care of the 10-5, which is absolutely game defining, I think.
And when we spent a lot of that game talking about how sort of finite the Paladin resources and minions are, if you kill one extra minion, or pressure or stay on board for another turn, that can be the difference in that matchup. And regardless, though, that is done. That is in the past right now. As we move on to our game number 5. Again, if you've just been joining us recently, this is one of the sort of decider/losers matches, meaning that the player who loses this is done and they're knocked out. The winner gets to move on and gets to play another decider match to be able to see if they can make it out of Group C. So you said earlier that you weren't convinced about Warlock versus Druid. Why is that the case?
Because by the time, and again, we might get back into the argument that myself and Lorinda have, where we fundamentally disagree on like what an average quest completion looks like for the Warlock, right? But
wait, turn one, I think on average, Lorinda, right?
Yeah, I think on average, by the time they get to the point of the game where they're summoning infinite 4/4s and 5/3s and so on to pressure the Druid, which is great, right? That's a really tough state for Druid to deal with. I think now with this new build of Druid, on average, when they get to that point, the Druid's at the stage of the game where they're gaining 5 armor a turn from Ancient of Yore. They're probably pretty close to getting their Ziliax out. Like maybe the Ziliax is Barnabas like it was in the previous game, etc., etc. Like they have these stall tools. Bob, absolute free time walk against Druid most of the time, right? Just to be able to get that extra free turn. And then you can just skip the part of the game where you have to play board control at all as the Druid, and just go straight from ramping to shooting spells at your opponent's face, which is generally not that particularly difficult to do either, because they tend to do a little bit of damage to themselves, setting up for the quest stuff and going through the mid-game. So I think if the Druid was the slightly more fragile version that we used to play a couple of metas ago that did not have the defensive options, or if the Warlock was just a little bit faster to complete on average, this would be a really, really rough match for Druid. But those are if, buts, and maybes. And I think in the reality that we're in, I think the Warlock just ends up being a little bit too slow some of the time.
Okay,
Most of the time, in fact.
So far, Soirin has built up a board, getting some aggression done. Did end up sort of getting rid of 3 of those cards there previously from the Solarium, but still.
Okay.
Kevin, on the other hand, though, gets the location nice and early with Elise, and has the innovates to be a little bit flexible in the near future as well.
Yeah, does not get copy though, so it's one of those unfortunate games of Hearthstone where you have to think, and no one likes those. And this does become a much trickier game now, right? Because despite all of that spiel I just gave you, there is quite often one turn where you have to think about clearing a board from the Warlock just to relieve a little bit of pressure. You don't always get that perfect lineup of just being able to go like Yor into Bob into Ziliax. You never really have to worry about killing your opponent's stuff at all. So let's say there's one turn where you actually have to start throwing some spells at some minions. There's a very limited amount of burn spells in the deck, right? Files, swipes, and living roots, and that is generally it. So if you have to throw one swipe at a board and you don't have the copy location for your owl, then suddenly you're starting to think about having to set up an Incendious maybe to get the lethal going in some spots. And then you start going down the... Sorry?
I was just going to say, because the second copy is so much extra damage that it just removes all problems, right?
Yeah.
Like, it just removes all
Truly
issues. Yeah.
Yes. So then if you start getting into the, like, Incendious phase of the game, that's when you are sort of starting to concede that you're caring about the board, right? Which is not the situation that you want to be in against Warlock. You want to be able to ignore the board as much as possible and just chuck everything in your opponent's face.
So they're doing a pretty good job of getting a lot of pressure with these minions, and it sort of reflects what you were saying in terms of just weirdly enough, for a deck that you imagine is full of spells that, you know, can do anything, as you said, does not really have tons of removal or playable removal if you want to do the big things. These minions that don't normally stick around in some matchups don't really get the job done.
Okay, just going to take the Feral Rage.
Well, this is where I want to see Feral Rage plus 4 face go. It's also an interesting factor here where, do you think Kevin's doing the maths on, like, what if now that the board's full, what if I just leave all of this up? And then, because there's triple innovate, let's, you know, remember. I like it.
Yeah. I like this as well. I think this is excellent recognition.
Yeah.
Just do some armor stacking.
No portal for you, my friend. Although they do get it down if they want, because they can actually press the location now. But that's only one slot, so... Or be a true Warlock and sacrifice all your little minions to summon bigger ones.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, imagine using your spells to clear your opponent's board when they'll just do it themselves, right?
Kevin's like car salesman levels of convincing at this point, isn't it? It's like, but you don't want to use my removal. What about if you use your removal?
Okay, second Dollhouse means that I think Kevin has to start getting a little bit excited about the idea of just setting up for a straight up owl with the owl sparkling file. But now having thrown the swipe at minions here is going to be delaying himself. Interesting. The two lines that I was looking at there personally is just playing the Ziliax now, or just saving up the burn for, you know, straight up lethal, getting the other spell damage in play, unlocking the toy chest, seeing what you find from that, and looking to save owl, vates, files, swipes, etc. to be able to just straight up offer lethal on the following turn. Yeah. But having hit the swipes off the toy chest anyway, Kevin Schmidt now finds himself back in a pretty similar position anyway, uses the swipe, gets 2 more swipes in hand, has retained the innovates and the files anyway, so no harm, no foul the way it's panned out.
Yeah, we even saw the Bob on offer, right? Which is also a pretty solid card to be able to get hold of in this matchup specifically, because the Warlock is so minion-based and often has a lack of board space.
Yep. I think the absolute dream there was just to hit 2 more files, but there's only 1 copy of it left in the deck.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
I think that pretty much solves the game at this point. At that point, with 2 Dollhouses in play, an Owl in hand, Innovates, and 3 files. I think you'll take Swipe as a fairly happy consolation prize.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, Kevin was not willing to spend 3 innovates on the Ziliax. He was not willing to spend 2 innovates on the Ziliax. Is he willing to spend 1 innovate? Yes, he is. Okay.
Everyone's got a price, Saul. And we've just found out, Kevin. It's 1 innovate exactly.
And this is looking really good.
Yeah, 10 is a lot, isn't it? 10's a big
I don't want to
number
say
when
the
you look at health.
magic told you so words, Raven, but this is just kind of what happens in my experience.
Ooh. Saul's hitting me with the 1 game sample size attack. Ooh. Wasn't prepared for that.
No. Everyone knows the
Kerrigan?
best of 1 Hearthstone is the only way to decide everything.
I'm gonna, after this broadcast, I'm gonna save that video clip, and whenever I bring it up, I'm gonna have it ready to go. We even retain again. We sort of what you could argue should have happened in the previous game, where one of those Ziliax lives, right? Because it's just they both got so much health.
Yeah, true.
So it's just 6 extra damage you just get to play around with, and you know the lifesteal if you took any face damage or needed to heal, of course. That's just a lot of stuff in Kevin's hand. So Aaron's going to see what is on offer from the Zerg. What can the Swarm produce? Roots as well. Not a bad amount of damage as well with the Lurker. Every time I see like Kerrigan and all these Zerg minions come out, I'm like, I should play StarCraft again. Then I remember I'm old and my hands don't work anymore because of StarCraft. Funnily enough.
Well,
the tree burns, but it does not matter.
but it does not matter. Oh,
As long as all this gets locked in.
Reaction
Yeah,
from
I was
Kevin.
gonna say, hold. It's not over till it's over. What is? Right. Normally slapping yourself in the face isn't a positive sign.
No. He doesn't have it, right?
Yeah, there's the 1 innovate, there's the file. But the mana
26?
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, because there's only
So you
room,
only have
there's only
roots
1
then?
more mana, right?
I assumed with the owl lock to just being slammed into play that we'd found sleep along the way.
I was easily applying my logic of if someone just slams an owl in this scenario, it's lethal. But okay, well, big questions now. Can Soyerin recover?
Okay, so shard into the Hydralisk. Will either get lifesteal or charge. Gets both. Okay, dream scenario.
Yeah. That's huge. Well, being able to kill off the Aulonius, maybe this is the time to just drop everything on board, right? Roach, Hydralisk. With the hero power, that is a lot of damage.
Wait, how much is it actually?
So what? Hydralisk deals 2 for each Zerg. Oh, it might already be without it and just double corpse No, it won't be, right? Double Corpse Skull.
And you can't double Corpse Skull, Hydralisk, and Hero Power?
Yeah, yeah. Did something go wrong here?
I think many things are going wrong here,
Yeah,
really.
yeah. I think it's because I don't know. It felt like there was what 6 damage more from the Hydralisk you could have got. Yes, you don't play the Corpse Skulls, and guess you roll on different Zerg next turn. But also, I think there was damage missed from the Kerrigan Hero Power if you're going to end on Roach, right?
Yeah.
Shenanigans, so true shenanigans going on.
Eight combatant center, and I take the crown.
It's Bob to freeze, but of course there's still enough space on board. Okay, yep, sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, Woodland Wonder's going to put some taunts in the way to mean that these summons aren't likely to be able to go through.
Yeah, best Kevin's got now is just trying to pile stats on board to soak shots from the hero power, which they do. So he's not actually clearing any of the Zerg minions that were there for the previous turn. The one in hand has rolled Mutalisk, which is one of the most useless ones generally if you're not playing an actual Zerg deck and just, you know, generate it from the random lava.
Now, if it had Rush, we could talk.
If it had Rush,
but,
then maybe it's a card that could do something, yeah.
Yeah, but it does not.
It does not.
That's why I was a bit surprised, because I felt like Hydralisk double Roach was pretty good, right? Because it all kind of
Yeah.
works together. The cheap Roaches, the Hydralisk deals more damage. It's all damage from hand. Yeah, it's going to freeze out the Bob, makes sense. But also as well hit that weird scenario where the Quest Warlock doesn't really have the infinite resources to juice the ball that much anymore.
It's just double New Heights and a File remaining in Kevin Schmidt's deck. So I don't actually think there's any win condition.
Well, Incendious could get some work done, right?
But you can't play Incendious without dying, that's the problem, right? Like,
How much these chalices do? Because if it's cleared this turn, there's double Corpsicle, and it has to be like what, like Rush and Charge, and they're one off now because the armor up. Yeah.
would the File have got there, actually? File for 3, Roots for 3 on that turn? Would you still have been able to play everything else? Probably, right? Maybe it did.
Oh, gonna drop the Spine Crawler now. Hero Power, potential lethal.
I concede.
Oh, there we go.
Double Corpse Corp, that is going to be the series. Yeah, it still has the 4-4. The Charger coming through to end the series. Things got scrappy, I guess, is the word to describe it at the end there, Raven. I think both players not really living their best lives, but I think throughout, I would say Kevin Schmidt not displaying the level of play that progresses you through a Masters tour like this, and honestly not showing the level of play that got him here in the first place. You know, many explanations can be given for what went on there, but in the end, I think you know, questions about the lineup aside, the better player has progressed as it should be.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think there's, as you mentioned, there's a lot of factors that can make, you know, it's stressful, right? If you've not competed, especially at this level when there's this much on the line, it's really hard to understand how much stress you can have on you when you're playing these games. But it is the mark of the great players that can handle that and still perform well. And those are the players that, you know, make it to Worlds, World Champions, you know, Masters Tour Champions, and so on, so on. So that is something you do have to, you know, a hurdle you have to jump to progress through tournaments as vicious as these. But congratulations to Soyerin, the sort of aggro sort of lineup, getting enough work done to move on to the next match. And while we set that up, we are going to go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
everybody to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship, and we're going to be rounding out Group Number C, which we just saw the elimination match for, and Sottle was a proud presenter of that match. How's this one going to go down, Sottle, with Soirin going again now?
Yeah, I think obviously both players, regardless of who's going to be the winner of that series, probably have some demons to leave behind them, and I'm not just talking about randomly generated ones from Kil'jaeden. It was a rough series for sure, but it's one of those situations where you're like, all right, well, I mean, job done. Forget about that. Like, I'm still in the tournament. It's time to readjust and reevaluate. And outside of general questions about the lineup construction, and I think there was one or two turns towards the end that kind of got in a real mess from Soirin, and that can happen, right? Like, we've seen that a surprising amount of times, that when a series starts to break down, like one player starts to play very badly, the other player does sometimes just inexplicably follow them, and it's hard to really like put a finger on why that happens necessarily. But I think Soirin probably has the better opportunity to regather and refocus and go again in this position.
I think it breaks your thought process. Like, your opponents play the owl, they haven't killed you. You're like, this is new. Now what do I do? There's an owl on the board just sitting looking at me. Like, why is it there? Why am I dead? And you start wondering, like, well, I've got to kill the owl. And your natural sort of progression of, okay, I'm either dead if they've got an owl, or next turn I'm doing this because they haven't got the owl, is all broken up. And there's just this 6/6 looking at you saying, you've got to kill me as well. And you have to reset all your thought, which shouldn't be hard. But under the pressure of, playing in a big tournament like this and having to just work everything out again, which probably takes a bit longer under pressure, I can see how it happens. But you're right, weird things do happen when they start happening. Unless you're Pocket Train, when weird things definitely didn't happen earlier at all, right? That was normal. That was a perfectly normal Hearthstone
No, I didn't
series.
see a single weird thing happen in that entire series. Just entirely normal Hearthstone. I will flip the question back on you, though, because obviously you had the front row seat for the Incurro series earlier. What do you make of Incurro's chances, not just in this match, but going onwards, perhaps, if it's to make it to that point to Sunday?
I mean, he missed a fairly non-difficult lethal. It wasn't straightforward, but he'd seen how to do it and then got himself tangled. But that's one game of Hearthstone out of the thousands that he's won this year. He's had time
I deleted
to.
that from my brain. Which game was that? What are we talking about?
Game 5, he could have put the poisoned 1/1 into the Astera, and the 12/7
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
would have done lethal. So yeah, I mean, you delete it from your brain because there were then 20 more turns after that, all of which were crazy and weird. But he did have a lethal at the start of that sequence. But he had time to get over that, and he knew how to do the lethal there. Just overlooked the poison, I think, because the whole turn was kind of revolving around making the Astera as small as possible to make sure he did maximum damage. So he was still thinking clearly. He just overlooked the lethal bit, which happens a lot to everybody. I think he'll fine. I think he's had an hour or two to recover. He looked very calm throughout, even when he lost that. He didn't slam a table or anything. He looked like he was perfectly in control. And I think his results through the season, given that he's had time to recover as well, Soirin still has to sort of come straight back into work after what's just happened. I think Incurro would be a strong favourite psychologically here.
We're going to find out a little bit more about them now. Number 2 in points globally, of course, an absolute man of culture, with the favourite card being Shadow Step. We all love to see that. Everyone liked that there are 0 dissenting voices anywhere. And also a Naga Mage enjoyer, which Lorinda, I've heard you're quite the Naga Mage enjoyer as well.
I've got so many points. Honestly, that number at the bottom left of my screen just went up and up for the 3 weeks I tried to play Naga Mage. I think I got about 18,000 in the end. It was like I had
impressive.
XQN levels of ranking by the time I finished playing Naga Mage at Legend.
Yes, so many of your favourite
Unfortunately, he
things
plays Battlegrounds.
are on the screen right now. Shadow Step, Naga Mage, Mech Warrior. Like, this is just a proper Lorinda hit list, isn't it?
I like Shadow Step. Breakdance, on the other hand, oh, no thanks. Shadow Step was fine. But yes, you're right, it was a list of things. Oh my goodness, that is a Boar Priest thrown in there and a Frost-Stitch Jaina. Okay.
Oh no! Right, well now I'm taking over. I would actually like to see Soirin DQ'd. I'm using my executive power of veto to DQ Soirin from this tournament immediately. No one who enjoyed anything to do with the card Frost-Stitch Jaina is allowed to play Hearthstone in front of people. That's not okay.
Is that the first time you've ever named the card on broadcast?
Yeah, so for those who aren't aware, there was a period during the Grandmasters era, or maybe it was before Grandmasters, I can't actually remember exactly what the timeline was, where there was a lot of Frostlich Jaina Control Mage being played. And basically, the problem with that deck is that very little mattered, apart from if and when you got Frostlich Jaina into play. So it was a fun mini-game for casters, because we got very bored of not really having anything interesting to talk about with Frostlich Jaina, apart from, oh, well, they haven't drawn Frostlich Jaina. Oh, well, that mage has got Frostlich Jaina and this one hasn't. You know, it's not that interesting to talk about. We set a challenge of casting entire games of Frostlich Jaina Mage without saying the words Frostlich or Jaina at any point. It was hard, but if you want to see some entertainment, you can go back and watch some VODs, and now you know why they all sound extremely weird all of the time.
And how sensible we all are as casters. Yeah. Right, on to the match in hand. I guess we should talk about it, because it's taking place right now. So Soirin with that fairly aggressive lineup we just saw, with the exception of this deck, right? It was largely an aggressive lineup with Drunk Paladin, Ferret Rogue, Quest Warlock. It's not exactly smashing you in the face really hard.
The Foam Render Husks Giant Death Knight, right? So it's still the more aggressive version of the deck that you can go for.
And I heard you talk about it at the start, at least, like, the only thing that's missing really is the Demon Hunter that you can play. It's a playable Hearthstone deck, but yeah, this seems like the most aggressive lineup you would sensibly try to bring. And I know you weren't too pleased with the Drunk Paladin, but I kind of get that it all works, kind of. Again, especially if you're targeting Druid and you've got the Warlock matchup as favoured.
Aggro DH or Protoss Priest would be the other deck that maybe you could think about slipping into something like this, but the problem with each of those decks that you bring up is that they all introduce new holes against some of the very common decks that you would be seeing, and I think it's a big problem why people just didn't really tend to have a lot of faith in the aggro lineup at all.
And then there's this Mech Warrior deck, which hasn't gone off on turn 3, so he's doing something wrong. But apart from that, because it always goes off on turn 3, we know that.
Apart from this time
and
the time about an hour ago when it didn't.
Yeah, it's banned, I think.
I literally sat here and watched it.
Oh, the other one was banned earlier, maybe. They're all banned. They'll go on turn 3 or they're banned, obviously. Anyway, I think this is a really good bring, despite the fact I talk significant amounts about how much I dislike this deck. I think that it's so good into Druid, and it's kind of okay even in its bad matchups. I think this is a good surprise bring to the tournament from, what, 6 players? 6 players, I think it was in the end.
Yeah, 8 warriors in total, 6 of them are mechs, I think, yeah.
And that's because its spread works for the likely field. The people who brought it have predicted the field pretty perfectly, I think. Again, we've talked extensively about this. It wasn't the hardest tournament to predict what people are going to bring, but you've talked about this a lot. Like, if you know that, then if you can find the tweaky, weird 4th deck, which this seems to be, you might be in a good spot.
Yes, exactly, and that's what we're seeing people do with it's like Starship Rogue, Pocket's Discover Hunter, those kind of things, of just trying to find that last deck or those last 2 decks in some cases, because Pocket has the Starship Mill Warlock as well. Just trying to do something just a little bit different enough that you're picking up. You know, if you can get a 3 to 5% edge over the field, like, that's enormous in terms of lineup building. So if you think you can make that happen with 1 or 2 little wrinkled additions, then you will absolutely gobble that up.
So I'm curious to see how this plays out, because he's done sort of very little of the things you need to do early on with this deck, including having early dummies or at least some setup. So if we're playing 6 mana dummy on turn 6, that doesn't seem particularly exciting. So I'm curious to see how he progresses from here, what your game plan actually is, because obviously he's got to force the damage through quickly or he will lose, even against the more aggressive version of Death Knight.
Oh, well, how does a double Battle Cry Spirit Singer Umbra, or Endbringer Umbra, sorry. Use the correct government name.
It's going to take a while, isn't it? But sure, it's a lot of damage.
I mean, is it? If it goes off twice, you don't have to get many in there. It's not going to take that long.
Yeah. You haven't got to get 10 in there to make it go off 10 times, yeah. is a lot of damage.
I wouldn't recommend the layover.
No, that doesn't seem the most ideal way to deal with it, does it? Wow. So, there's no way to get them from back into play at the moment. I'm wondering how this Recommend Deccan is going to be played. Is it going to play on turn 9 as a chill? It probably does, right? So turn 8 is going to be a bit weird here.
Is it? Don't you just keep playing dummies?
Sure, you do know, I think. You want to play your Recommend Deccan with something going on, is what I was thinking. But with a Ziliax pickup, maybe now you haven't got time to mess around with a Recommend Deccan. You can just get Ziliax into now Tortilla and go for it.
Okay, having drawn the Tortola, and he is going to divert.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It sets up lethal, technically. Because you've got the Alchemist.
With the Alchemist in hand, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, this Embryo Arbor is so much damage that just playing a second dummy sort of kind of set up lethal as well, right? Like, it's so much freaking damage.
Dummy Reckham is so much more into the Umbra, right? You really
It is,
get
yeah,
that
but
Reckham played.
like, if you're doing 64 instead of 32, and 32 still killed your opponent, it doesn't matter how much more it is, right?
That's true. Oh, it does matter. It's far more exciting to watch 64, actually.
No, it's fair.
Thinking about it. No, but this is a lot more on its own right as well. It'll probably help you clear the board so that the Umbra has better targets too.
Yeah, no, that is very fair.
You defiled the dead.
I haven't seen a lot of this Death Knight in the tournament, have we? There are a few, but we haven't really seen it sort of do this whole thing where it just curves out and is offering threats over and over again. Like, Incurro hasn't done a whole lot wrong here. And
Yeah, we've seen an
the Death Knight has
amount
been
of
keeping
it.
up.
But we've largely seen it in Death Knight mirrors,
Yes.
where the or not true Death Knight mirrors, Death Knight matchups where it's blood on the other side that just has the tools to be able to take it down.
So it is doing a remarkable amount of stuff every single turn.
Yep. It's an extremely potent mid-range deck. Like, once it gets rolling, it does just continue to throw bombs at you turn after turn. And I think we saw that, rewinding all the way back to the beginning of the Kevin Schmidt series that Soirin found his way here in. I think, Kevin Schmidt kind of underestimated that as well by just thinking he was going to get there with the early Starship and early Kill Jaden slam, and Soirin just kept on going with threat after threat after threat and just kept Kevin Schmidt on the back foot the entire time.
So there's 3 in the Umbra now, right? So we're talking 48?
Should be, yep.
18, 21, 25. Oh, that needs to be 57. That's silly.
So we can go
Okay,
for
try and get another one.
Mixologist Resurrect, or just play the Ziliax and move on with our lives. Okay.
Each one is 24 damage, right? It's 8 for itself, and then it's 16 from the Umbra. And he's missed.
Yes. Yeah, of course, there is like an interval in between there where, like, you can deal 8, and then even if it does go face, they can heal it back up, right? So
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily always work out that way. But yes.
It's just amusing. So, yeah, spending this instead of playing your Ziliax did seem worth it, I think, as long as he's got a plan to not die.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Can
is
still do
to
it
play
anyway,
the
right?
Ziliax, yeah.
Yep, just go looking first and then just do it with the armor.
Hello! Now he's even sadder that he missed. There's the healing of which you spake. Nine, 12, 15. Anything in hand? 18?
Ooh.
0.
Yeah, it looks like 18 to me from where we are sat. Just the hero power and the corpse skull on top of what is already there. But that is more damage that's going to come through again the next turn, and the board clears are not there. And there's been so much leech action throughout the game that I confess I thought that Ziliax was going to be a little more effective in terms of healing than only taking up to the lofty heights of 17. So I think Soirin is going to find himself in a pretty comfortable position if we can get back to this game, which I'm sure we will.
Yeah, like the Umbra can probably clear a lot of the time. Actually, can it? There's a 412 out there. Maybe it can't even clear.
I don't think it even does.
All right, let's have a look where we're at. Oh, we're there still. Okay, good. $18 here and no realistic threat of losing. As it's not lethal, it looks like he was going to put the Pterodax out there just to make the threat of losing even less. Keep the board space for your grifter in the world where you need to steal a dummy for some reason. It doesn't matter, does it? Either way, really.
Yeah, I think you might be looking way too far down the list. You're dealing with Plan G when we need a Plan A here, I think.
Plan A, hero power in the head for 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Umbra can clear. But then how do you get out of range of the corpsicle you know is there and the hero power?
Yeah, you don't.
Okay, here's Plan Z. Play the Umbra and hope 45 of the 48 shots go face. There we go. It's found it.
Lethal.
So unlucky. I hate it when I miss lethal because of random numbers. So you're saying there's a chance?
24, 30.
No, he could only afford 4 to miss, I think.
No, not quite. So close.
I like that he went for it. I'm proud of him for having a go. Can you imagine that? Imagine the investigation if 44 of those pings go face out of 48.
Stranger things have happened. No, actually, probably a similarly level of strange. I can't remember the exact instance. It was completely inconsequential. It was something, I remember like clipping it and sending it to you. It was something in America's Grandmasters. And no one really talked about it because it just literally didn't matter. But it was like an Arcane Missiles Avenging Wrath style effect. And just every single shot, and there was like 12 to 16 of them somehow, and they all hit the 2 right-hand side minions out of 16 total shots on a full board of 7, like every single one. And not mention it because it literally didn't matter. It had no impact on the game at all that it happened.
And also, we never commented
like,
on the games anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just like, this is like genuinely, we're like in the billions of the chance of this happening. It was really, really strange. But yeah, I think 40 odd shots going face there would have actually would have taken the biscuit for sure. Especially since it actually ends a game and people would remember it beyond me just clipping it and sending it to me.
No, I think Theo lost a game once where he had 3 or 4 minions on board. I think it may have only been 2, and it was an Avenging Wrath, and they all had to go face.
Okay.
I remember that being many thousands to 1. But it wasn't a tournament, it was just a ladder thing, but yeah, it's Theo, so he posted it everywhere. So.
Yeah.
I know I would have too if I lost a game like that. Yeah, anyway, 1-0 to Soirin, who...
I'm still mad about that one zombie chow, and that wasn't that unlikely, so...
Yeah, I've never ever complained about my piloted shredder, so... In my semi-final against Crane. Never mentioned it. What he's doing now. Anyway, Soirin, a few moments ago... Probably is, yeah. Thought he was out of this tournament when his opponent just windmill slammed an owl. And here he is, with a chance to get to the top 8.
Yep. But we are back on what I would describe as the problem child of the lineup, the Drunk Paladin, the deck that I certainly have the least faith in the lineup overall.
Yeah, it does have a reasonable looking start against Incurro's hand. Though I'm not that experienced on this warrior deck, but it appears to have none of the things you want.
I mean, your knowledge of this deck begins and ends with whether they play a dummy on turn 3, right? And then if they don't do that, you have no understanding of anything else.
I have beaten Bob the Barman with this deck.
Whoa! Whoa! That is a world championship caliber level opponent you're talking about there. That is impressive stuff.
He owns the world championship, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to plan B, which is just make normal stuff and not worry about the dummy effects. You know, Sawyer has got a lot of light bots and a lot of reductions already. Look at this for turn 4.
Yeah, this is huge. This is the power of the minion tutoring when you do get these starts. Very, very aggressive stuff.
And he's just got something really handy here. That's really handy.
That is extremely handy, yes.
The sun shines for me.
Lanissa, whatever I just said. Lanessa. I haven't seen this for a while. At turn 5, just do the Lanessa thing.
Coin, flash of light, draw 2. Sea Shanty getting discounted, Lightbot getting discounted, Glow Stick to
At
clear,
least getting
still has
removed.
another coin, picks up the other Sea Shanty now as well.
Obviously, the warrior deck being more of a combo deck, so, you know, very limited on removal in general. By very limited, I mean there basically isn't any. You have to discover it, make it, or dummy it.
I mean, that'll do. The hand did kind of brick there. Soirin went real aggressive all in with that Lanessa, and yeah, it did a lot in terms of some card draw and removal, but did not really get anywhere close to getting a double sea shanty in hand to be able to really power through, but at least hit the second sea shanty manually, so now he can do the build it yourself double sea shanty.
I mean, yeah, and also, this is a lot. Take 19, here's some sea shanty people. You got this, little dummy.
City defenses? Yeah, okay, sure. Sign me up.
It's just the right shape, aren't they? I mean, they'd rather be 5/6s, but you can't have everything. Is there anything left in a Libram at all? I feel like there's not.
I've seen both Lightbots, seen both Shanties, seen the Lanessa.
Have a look at the
so
other
there's
bit.
another Galvadon, and then outside of that, it's just imbue stuff, right, for minion pressure. So no, not really,
Yeah.
is the simple answer.
Yeah. Oh, this hurts so much. You have to just look several times to make sure this is the right way to do it.
I mean, sure. Just in case it's going to hit one of those things 4 times, which, as we discussed, would be astronomically unlikely. There's no world that attack isn't happening anyway.
All right, well, that stalled the inevitable looking for 1 turn. So this thing has poison is so annoying for Incurro as well. Just, you can't even sort of stall with a Tortolo for long.
Well, chance would be a fine thing, I think. 'Cause...
Yeah, I mean, exactly, yeah, in terms of building a plan, not in terms of actually having anything that does anything.
I mean, it has charge.
Great. 2-0 already. Sorry, then again, I mentioned
It's
it a minute
kinda
ago, but
sick,
it's
right?
nearly out of this tournament.
Imagine, I've never actually hit the Dark Gift charge on it, but just like it's actually kind of sick. Which you do play Crazed Alchemist in your deck, like it is actually kind of sick in some scenarios. Obviously, we're a long way from any of that mattering in the position we were in, and that is two fairly brutal outcomes for Incurro on the Dummy Warrior. The first one just kind of slipped away. It felt like he was in a really smooth, comfortable position, plenty of time, dummies in hand, dummy utility cards in hand, and then hit double Battlecry Umbra off the Dark Gift, and you're like, oh well, I mean, good luck. Like this is going to do like 3-figure damage to you. And then the pressure just ramped up too quickly to be able to cope with the scenario. The poison was there for the Tortolan, which was obviously a big deal. And then Paladin just hit the draw there. Like, even with the somewhat sketchy Lanessa turn, which only really drew cards, it didn't massively contribute to anything else. Although it did, I suppose, provide extra discounts to then get the Shanty down on the following turn. So it was probably justifiable in that spot regardless. Like the clear just absolutely wasn't there. And I think that is a big weakness of the deck overall, is that, you know, sometimes you do just get stuck in that position where your ability to summon 4/8s that deal 8 damage just don't really compete with the power of pop-off that some of these opposing decks are capable of.
Would have been interesting to see if your route had been taken in the first game, where just play the dummy the second time, then just settle for sort of a good but not ridiculous Umbra and see if that clears, and then continue with the game plan. Whether that just gets there that time, but we'll never know.
I did, trust me, I was keeping an eye on it, and I would have absolutely brought it up if it was going to be relevant.
Of course,
it wasn't.
you would, actually.
There was too much leech action involved for anything like that. Like if you'd have gone with what I suggested, you'd be in a position where you would probably end up being able to get like a semi-decent tempo swing turn, clearing a board because you stayed a bit more aggressive yourself. But you'd be throwing away your Umbra win condition and leaving your opponent still at probably about 20. And then like maybe you can reset to like a Dr. Boom Ziliax kind of win condition later on. Right. But I still think it ended up being a losing line that way as well, for sure.
This, however, looking noticeably better, at least.
It is.
Not done anything for 4 turns, but the setup is there this time, at least.
Yep.
Hard matchup for the Warlock. I think this is one of the reasons you bring this deck.
Yeah, I think hitting double Blood Petal Biome can be a great equalizer in some of these bad matchups, though.
Yep. Oh,
So
yeah,
close.
complete and play. If only.
Yeah, so close. Just needed one more 1-mana hit. Maybe a Cursed Catacombs this turn, something like that. Could have got it done on turn 4.
Yeah. But again, the turn 4 one is kind of superb. Again, that is the equalizer he might be looking for, but the turn 5 one is fine. But is it fine against this hand? I'm not so sure it is. Like, the dummy just instantly shuts down all of the offense. Like, no chip damage for you at all. You have to win with the attrition now.
But I think that's fine, right? You don't necessarily have to be on the offense as the Warlock.
No, you don't have to, for sure.
You can just as well view the Rift as a stability tool, right? Just to prevent you getting burst down from dummy death rattles by hitting the 5/3 multiple times, you know?
This is pretty huge, actually, because now it just needs to roll the 5/3 from the Rift.
He also has a Conflagrate in hand, so still just take care of it, yeah.
Wait, the 3-1's still green. Yeah. It's not exploded yet. Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. I just want a dummy and swing. Yeah.
It's so much worse than it used to be without the Reborn, specifically from
It really
Chemical
is.
Spill, right? Specifically from Chemical Spill. The Chemical Spill interaction used to be so gross because obviously the Chemical Spill shoots off the Divine Shield, and then if your opponent had 2 massive minions, you smack it into one, the Divine Shield's gone, so that kills the Ziliax gets reborn, you smack it straight into the second one. Instantly incredibly powerful removal tool. Now it's just this one kind of mediocre poison minion that you lose your own Divine Shield on, which is pretty miserable.
Yeah, I was looking at playing the dummy because it felt just as good, but obviously Incurro knows the interactions far better than me. But just dummy, Umbra, boom, try to get there. He's playing along the game, and that makes sense because you might have to be here a while to beat the Warlock. But yeah, it just looks kind of sad as a 5/7.
Does, doesn't it?
Like, instantly just undone everything.
Double Ice Crown Brochure, by the way, was kind of a miserable roll there because he hit double targeted spell while his opponent's only minion was untargetable, which is unfortunate. I believe it starts as deal 3 damage to a minion and freeze its neighbors, and then flips to freeze a minion, deal 3 damage to its neighbors. I think it starts on the middle one, but you know, not something that you want to shoot at your own minions.
Solarium on turn 7 after you've completed. Great. Thanks. Actually, how did you
cards
complete
are
on turn
cards.
5 without Solarium? We saw it, it's fine. He had double location. But
Double
what?
location, yeah. Yeah. Double location is the answer to many things, including that question.
Well, what else would it be able to... let's not get into that because you'll think of some extremely niche, ridiculous ideas.
What do
that I
you
don't
want to
hear.
hit off turn 2 Dollhouse in old school Spell Druid?
Don't know, never played it.
Oh, okay.
Woodland Wonders. There you go. I refuse to play these games.
What comes after the first location in the famous idiom for what's important in the world of property?
Doug.
Yeah, no, good answer.
So this is why the Ziliax was, part of the reason why the Ziliax was put into the pool, because he gets to do this later on.
Yep.
Leads to a better swing turn here.
Soirin just starting to gas out a little bit. The big power turns are coming.
Yeah.
Embringer Umbra certainly getting very, very juiced.
Yeah, and, infinite taunts as well. Now we have seen how that doesn't always matter to the Warlock, and they just fight their way through, but it's tough.
Yeah.
Because they're sort of doing what you're doing, but better as the warrior at this point. They're just doing the same thing every turn, except their thing is a 4/8 that deals 8, and yours is a couple of 4/4s on average.
Starting to become a real consensus that Kerrigan is the correct top end for this deck.
Okay. I've seen it in this tournament, looking fantastic, so I can go with that.
Yeah, there was a lot before. We've seen Kill Jadens. We've seen Hearthstone to try and get tons of mass production cycling going. But it does seem to be more and more settling on the idea that Kerrigan is that one-off large card that you want to get yourself out of these late game scenarios if they get there.
It is something I like about settled metas, where you just see the tweaks. you need the top players to play the deck quite a bit to show people how the deck actually wins certain matchups, and then people start saying, well, actually, if it wins the matchup that way, now we're going to change this 2 cards to do it a different way. And that's why Kill Jaden came about, I think, because the Warlocks were just smacking into each other and nobody was dying. And that's where the Hearthstone or the Hearthstone thing started. And then it's like, well, why don't I just play Kill Jaden rather than stupid Hearthstone and just hit them with some massive demons? That'll end it. And then I think people have come around to, actually, with Double Corpsicle and Horizon's Edge, if we had a Kerrigan in, we can just do a lot of damage in a couple of turns and kill people and have some more cards as well. So let's do that. And it's looked really good in this tournament, I will admit.
Okay, immediate Hydralisk is pretty huge here. Because you are going to need some clearing power. Yeah.
Imagine when we used to play other Zergs to back this up rather than just play Kerrigan. Honestly. What
I
noobs. What silly noobs we were.
I was a day one Zerg enjoyer, honestly. I don't mind admitting that. I think it was.
I
really
loved
fun.
it, yeah. It was great fun. Not the Death Knight version though, but the others, the Hunter in particular.
Oh, that's not day one Zerg. That's already nerfed Infestor Zerg.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you enjoyed Day One Investors, I see.
Yeah, I liked Infestor DK. I thought it was fun.
Okay.
And if you disagree with that, then I hope you like control metas, because this is where it leads.
I have never disagreed with you on anything. At least not for long.
I think that's right, yeah.
I disagree with you on quite a lot of things for some times. Incurro's not very good at rolling get your minion back. You should practice that.
No. I think generally today there's been a theme of these, build-in effects, be it the Elise locations, the Mixologist potions, even the Grifter, even though that's not building. Like, they've just generally not been hitting throughout the day so far.
Like, he missed twice with it in that first game as well, where if he'd hit with it once, he'd probably just won with the Umbra.
Yeah.
And then if he hits here, he gets a cube down, which is pretty hard to deal with. It would be dealt with, but Sorin wouldn't have had much fun dealing with it.
Yeah.
And now he's just missed, and you end up getting, who knows, +2 health on a minion against a load of 5/5s or whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. We've seen Grifters not really doing their thing with Pocket earlier. And it's given Sorin a legit chance of winning this. Well, it's more than a chance. I think he's got it, right?
More than a chance, yeah. Zerglings and hero power. Zerglings is a fantastic role there, and that means that Sorin, making me eat my words, the drunk paladin aggro lineup, if that's what you want to call it, absolutely farming its way through to Sunday, and now he's putting himself in a position. He's here to play the spoiler, Lorinda. We've got a bit of a mix-up being thrown into the pool on Sunday with this this much more aggressive lineup.
Yeah, and the first match it didn't look great as a lineup. This match it looked great. I'm just gonna beat you with my decks. It's just gonna kill your things. I don't care.
And in large part, I think, and I'm not being facetious when I say this, because the Paladin hit the draw, right? Like, if you just get to breeze past the Paladin game by hitting the early double giant draw and just getting there, the rest of the lineup's fine, right? The rest of the lineup is Death Knight Warlock, which is the same half a lineup that multiple other people in this, like, the majority of other people in this tournament have. What is there, like, 16 rogues there in total, 12 Death Knights, which, that you are in the minority view of which Death Knight you're bringing, with the more aggressive version with Weapon and Giants and so on. But it's still a very similar deck overall in terms of what it does through the early game. So when I talk about not necessarily gelling with this lineup, it's a matter of small margins, right? And that's what lineup building is a lot of the time. And for me, it is just that Paladin. So if he continues to prove me wrong with that Paladin, I think he's got as good a chance as anyone.
If he has just slid sort of to the I'm the right side of the Druid matchup line by just speeding up his decks a fraction. Again, forgetting the power of the deal, is just sliding his decks a fraction, to the fast side of things, and it slid over the Druid line. There's 10 Druids in the tournament?
9, I believe.
9. There's a large number of Druids in the tournament, so, that's, again, the argument will continue about Quest Warlock versus Druid. Well, not the argument, but no, I don't think we know. We've all know what we feel, but if it's even 48% or something, we're not looking to sweep Druid. We've just got a lineup that does well against Druid in general. That's fine. So maybe you'll make the rest of us eat our words as well, but mainly you. We'll make you eat
Mainly
your
me,
word for
yeah.
all of us. But that is Group C in the books with, 6 now of our 8 players gone. So I guess you want to find 2 more, in which case you've got to hang around for 3 more minutes and we'll get Group D set up for you. See you in a moment.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to kick off the final group of this tournament. Of course, not the final matches you're going to see, as we've got all of tomorrow to play through as well, but we will be finding the final 2 players that are going to make it to tomorrow. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is Elvice. You didn't have to wait too long to get to this Group D, as that previous 3-0 sweep was quite fast, so we've jumped on pretty quick here. But how are you doing? Are you ready for kicking off Group D?
Yeah, always a pleasure to watch Banter play, and we mentioned that Group D is sort of as close as it gets to a group of death, even though things are more sort of well-rounded across the groups. Mm-hmm. Tobica has taken, I think, a target DK lineup, whereas Banter is on more of a sort of, these are what I think are the 4 best decks, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. We've got for banter, we've got Starship DK, Aulonius Druid, Fyric Rogue, and the Quest Warlock. Whereas we do have for Tobica the Protoss Priest, the Rogue as well, the Starship Warlock / Fatigue Warlock, or whatever you want to call that deck, and the Quest Warrior. So definitely a set of slower decks. However, not bringing the DK, there's got to be a plan there, right? Because normally if you bring in, I'm going to bring some control decks. Well, DK kind of fits that bill, as well as has the ability to beat other controls with the sort of aggressive nature it can have. So bringing that Protoss Priest instead, I guess, is going to be pretty interesting, because this, at least for me, Protoss Priest feels like it's a slower deck, but it also feels like a bit of a control buster, because it can have that really powerful, just, I'm going to put out these really big minions, pretty cheap, and then they stack into like the Protoss minions that get created, can cause a ton of damage or just a ton of havoc in general. And then of course there's the the pure damage that can go face as well with the double laser, right? So we'll see how it goes. I'm excited to see how the Protoss Priest performs, but yeah, I think so far we are going to get a Rogue Mirror to kick it off, which is about as basic a matchup as we're going to get in this series, I think.
Yeah, Rogue, one of the more popular decks across lineups, and the mirror can be pretty interesting, right? Like, either both players have Scoundrel or both players don't have Scoundrel, I think are probably the most interesting. It can go very quickly if one player has it and the other doesn't, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's kind of a testament to how strong Rogue is, that everyone was bringing it. Yes, there's some Starship Rogue, so on, but I think everyone was expecting the majority of Fyric Rogue, and everyone brought it, and I'm pretty sure, at least based on yesterday, it's done very well on top of that. So that's when you know a deck's strong, right? Is when it's popular and in a tournament format, it's still just winning games. So it's being left up in lineups and still can't really be targeted, right? So that's when you know the deck's going to go pretty well overall. But we are ready to get into the first game here. Again, just a reminder, if you're joining us, although this is not technically the first match from Group D, as the initial matches have been already played, this is the first match of Group D on stream, and we will be playing it out till its conclusion towards the end of the day. The winner of this one, though, gets to just chill for the rest of the day or evening, depending on where they're from, to get ready for tomorrow, because this is the winners match. Both players having pretty successful initials. I think Banter 3-0'd his first initial match, and then Tobica 3-1'd as well. So both players feeling pretty good, I think.
Yeah, and as mentioned, both players having access to Scoundrel here. Was a little bit surprised to see Banter toss back the Customs Enforcer, just because as a tech card that can do quite well into a Rogue, right? Prevents metal detector coins from being played, coming down on 3. It would prevent, this Dark Gifted 3 drop from coming down. But maybe he sort of feels it's there as more of a nod to Druid and the Seabreeze Chalices, and just wanted to try and get some of his own early game, right? If he could get, that 2 into 3 that Tobica has access to from this Creature of Madness.
Yeah, that's what can be a bit tricky in mirrors and tech cards in general, is do you want to be the one who's trying to slow down your opponent, or do you want to be the one setting the pace, right? So there's always an element of, do I throw away these tech cards because I want to do plan A and not get ready for my opponent's plan A instead? So we'll see how that one pays off. But as you said, both Scoundrels being available for both players, which is pretty nice. Metal Detector, always going to help. More coins you have access to. The quicker you can accelerate those absurd turns, basically, that Rogue can do.
Yeah, and I think, sort of already having Scoundrel, this weapon, is sort of what Banter was tossing back the Customs Enforcer to look for, right? To try and get that quick Scoundrel turn, right? You want the mini sort of as fast as possible. Any acceleration you can get down is huge. Games, can come down to at times just like, well, who successfully played Fire Rack on 6 or something like that.
Right. Or even in a roundabout way, this one's kind of interesting because just at this moment in time, Tobica's sort of just at one step ahead, right? He's already got a threat on board, and then he's going to go into a potential Scoundrel next turn to then build off that. So we'll see how this one goes. Banter at the moment, though. Just going for Xavier's, trying to work out what the choice is. Went for the Observer, okay. Combos well with the Scoundrel next turn.
Yep. Yeah, this makes sense from Tobica. Nothing good to Scoundrel out, so you may as well wait a turn.
Yeah.
Take this free trade.
Yeah, with the prep pickup, it's not exactly helping the case, is it, to use the coin there? Does mean they can retain a coin as well, which is going to be pretty nice. However, Banter does get to play the Scoundrel into Observer. However, it won't get value from the weapon unless there's going to be extra shenanigans, right? Of like maybe the coin gets used, you know, Shadow Step prep, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I would expect Banter's sort of considering, like, do I want to just use the amulet to take care of the Grifta, right? Remove some stuff from play alongside.
Yeah, I think you can see the
Observer.
secrets first, right? I think that's like, look at what secrets you get from Observer, because I think this always happens. And then you can sort of review the situation after that, right? And with magic, we can see that it's Ice Barrier and Explosive Trap.
Yeah, not great. But of course, since they're random, always has to make your opponent think.
Yeah, they have to acknowledge the existence of the potential, right? Yeah, that looks like it is going to be coin into amulet. Just keep it simple, get rid of the Grifter, and keep ahead on the board, especially with the threat of those secrets. Suddenly, there's Oasis Ally could be a nightmare. There's even, you know, like Ice Trap and so on and so on.
Yeah, I expect what Banter is looking to do next turn is maybe prep this Nightmare Fuel, and perhaps the way to think about this card is a nod to the mirror. I'm not sure, right? But just to try and steal one of the 9 drops that you're trying to cheese out from the opponent, if you're not able to find your own, or similarly steal the Scoundrel if you haven't found your own.
This treasure ain't fit for our pirates.
Yeah, still no good target for that discount, and actually just gonna go ahead and let it float.
Yeah, probably just doesn't want to risk messing stuff up with the potential secrets, right? And a lot of the times, yes, you want to do good things with the turn you play the Scoundrel initially. A lot of it's about just having access to the miniaturized version, right? That's generally the plan. And speaking of miniaturized version, this coming down into Naralex, into Ysera, is exactly the sort of thing you're looking to do as this rogue.
Yeah, Divine Shield, Wind Fury, also nothing to sneeze at here. I think we're contemplating the step on the mini, always a consideration.
I wonder. Choose soon.
Yeah, I feel like you're just not really gonna go wrong here, right? Oh, going in with the Opu as well. Okay, yeah, seems good.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Elise as well. Pretty good pickup.
Yeah, after mana ramping, I mean, you probably take at least a 5 being this low on value. But, you know, could even consider the 10, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, the sorry, that's jump scared me a little bit there. But yeah, I think obviously it depends on what the board looks like from Tobica's side. But Banter at bare minimum, you are right. Elise into 5 cost location seems pretty good. But there's Fyrak and there's Banter's eyebrow raise. It's like, right, okay, let's hold on and see what happens.
Banter has definitely had some bad Fyrak beats before. I believe famously on stream getting like 26th or something.
Yeah. Okay, nothing too dramatic. Like, it definitely wasn't bad. but the problem is just this Ysera living, the Naralax living is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, gotta go ahead and prep out this amulet just defensively, since that Ysera represents 8 damage.
And Banter has the mana to pull something out the bag as well, right? That's the problem.
Right.
There was a lot of damage already on board, and there's still 10 mana to go.
Yeah, very clean. Potential Ziliax from Banter. Just gonna check what's in here first. Not the greatest. Kind of all pretty bad. I guess Illusionist is probably the best one.
Yeah, with Divine Shield and Wind Fury, then you do the copy, not too bad. But yeah, going to be coin into Ziliax just to keep this one clean, right? You get to defend the Ysera that can go face for 8, put some tons of pressure on Tobika here, and also remove the pressure you just took from the fire, like the fireball and so on that went face, right? You can heal that back up.
Yeah, the awkwardness though is that Tobika has. Oh, I was gonna say has their own Ziliax, but because the mini was killed by the fire hack, no ability to step it. Right, we saw Tobika trying to step sort of before the animation's completed. So actually, yeah, this is pretty
Grim.
locked out. Yeah, you're relying on just secrets, which I think hardly ever gets there.
Yeah, there's just barrier, basically, right?
Yeah. I think. Yeah, freezing would hardly buy you anything.
Yeah, yeah. With the 1/2 on board, you're safe versus freezing effectively, right? So yeah,
Right,
this
yeah,
should be plenty of damage, right? Especially with the weapon.
Yeah. It's funny, you know, not used to considering that the ramp in traditionally rampless classes, right? So I sort of forgot that Banter being able to play all his stuff from the Ysera.
Oh, Tobika wasn't up to the
Right,
same
yeah.
level. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely tricky because a lot of the time, you know, over the years, you condition with Rogue where the ramp is stuff like Prep and Shadow Step, right? So it's not actually ramp; it's just, you know, mana saving more than anything or reductions. But yeah, when that Ysera comes down, it is interesting where we talk a lot about Fyric Rogue and we see these big Fyric players in all the clips, but just doing it with Ysera is often just as strong, right? Because one, it's obviously less random, but also just having access to that much more mana with a class that is known for drawing cards and being very efficient with mana usage anyway, the things they can achieve on any given turn is actually ridiculous. You combine that with Scoundrels and it's just, they can just do whatever every turn. And in the mirror, when one of you can do that and the other one can't, it naturally does start to snowball.
Yeah, and so pretty quick 1-0 start there for Banter. I think, you know, always very satisfying to win a mirror, right? I think sort of the when you're competing, the two most satisfying kinds of matches to wins are ones where you were unfavored and mirror matches.
Yeah, or just, win on turn 3. Those are pretty good as well, right? Just boom, get them. Go on.
Turn 3, that doesn't happen in Hearthstone.
It does against Lorinda. Lorinda told me. Turn 3, Mech Warrior every time, just game. So yeah, that does mean that Banter, of course, is going to 1-0 so far. I believe that Banter's going to be jumping over to the Warlock, if my information is correct, and Tobika are going to be on that Rogue once again. And Banter's on the Quest Warlock, right? How do you feel about this matchup?
I think it's pretty even, right? Like, there's maybe, you know, some edges to be had here or there, but I mean, the spread for Fyrac Rogue is just so consistent that I think you can't really consider it to necessarily go like one way in particular over the other. Checking HS replay, it's slightly for the Warlock, right? Like 51.3.
Yeah, which is slightly. Yeah, it's the correct word for sure. And I think that's kind of the theme. Whenever you see these rogues left up, it's not always going to happen, of course, but in the grand scheme of how Conquest works, I kind of sit there and go, okay, so both rogues are going to win if they queue them, right? Like if they
Yep.
get to the point of queuing the rogue, it's like, oh yeah, both rogues are going to win. How do the other decks play out? Because that's just how rogues kind of positioned, as you mentioned. Not only is it strong, but it's just kind of good against everything because it sort of just does its own thing, right? And it has the ability to be a bit defensive, it can be aggressive, so it can get the jobs done pretty well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing this. I always quite like watching the Quest Warlock. I'm just going to double check the list to see if there's anything sticking out. I imagine from banter there isn't. I feel like there's never anything that's too crazy from banter.
No.
Just having a look now, there's the questing assistants, which aren't in every list of Quest Warlock, but that's
they're
about
in-
it, right?
They're in most of them, right? He hasn't even got any like real tech cards.
Yeah. Oh, don't get
Right.
me wrong. I am stretching with the questing assistant, but there's some lists that people play that don't have it. That's as far as I'm going.
I
But
actually,
that's about it.
yeah,
There's one conflag.
yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm wondering like, what is sort of missing here? I guess maybe that is, maybe you're right, maybe that is it. The questing assistant that's sort of just taken the place where other people have put Kerrigan or Royal Librarian or an extra conflagrate.
Yeah. But yeah, generally speaking, looking at the list, it's going to do the same thing, right? It's still going to try and do exactly the same battle plan that the other Quest Warlocks we've seen are going to have today. So we'll see how it goes. But it is going to be relying, I do think, in this matchup that the Warlock does need to get that portal like active very, very quickly. Because especially with just the one conflagrate, there's not tons of ways for the Warlock to fight back once a deck has got a big board presence, right? Because Hellfire, not normally enough damage to clear some of the bigger threats. And then there's, like I said, the one conflag, and then what, you know, if you summon the rush or charge minion, sure. But outside of that, you're not really be able to fight back. And we've seen that in some of the other matchups. And Rogue doesn't make a ton of big minions, but when you look at something like an early Ysera with an Aralix or something like that, then that can suddenly create a weird situation for the Warlock. So we'll have to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the Warlock has the edge because of just the power of the portal, but it is so slight, right, that it's quite draw dependent.
Oh, not the best opening hand for Banter, though.
No.
And that
Yeah.
can change dramatically. You know, Warlock has live tap, has ways to discover cards, of course, and Solarium, for example, but not what you. Some of the, you know, Corpsicle, not something you need in the early game generally, and of course, Legendary. That's just only really there because it has to be, right?
Yeah, that's even some of the decks that like the main reason it's there is to put in other cards. They usually still have a use for it, right? Doubling up on the Hydralisks for the Starship Warlocks and things. This is, I think, the only Warlock I've seen where it is just food for the portal, right? There's no Death Rattle synergy to be had.
You want it at the bottom of your deck every single game.
Yeah. Gonna look for something here. It's got to be Sketch Artist, right? You coin out the Sketch Artist. Because otherwise you're committing to playing Solarium right now on 2 mana available.
Yeah, I'd be
Oh,
tempted,
okay.
honestly. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
okay.
I think I would go Solarium and just say, let's go. Banter's wincing, though, so maybe not the best. Does have coin into
Yeah.
Adventurer?
I don't know, because like now he has. I mean, he was gonna have to coin no matter what, but with a Wisp already drawn, right? Like your odds of hitting multiple hits on 2 mana, I feel like are pretty low. I guess the thing he most wanted to look for there is location and get the location active, right?
Yeah, Biome would have been perfect at that point, right? It would have just ticked all the boxes. But I respect the risks. I just think the other option is you draw the spell and get the copy, but then you can't ever play the copy anyway.
Yeah. So now here I'm curious whether he just plays the Snow Flurry or goes Spelunker first.
afraid of the dark.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, not bad to have just the Xavius available if he wants, right? Still gonna have those coins from swinging into the 2/3 with the weapon if required, but the Elise pickup does change a few things because just having a location down that you can just, you're gonna get decent value from. Even worst case scenario in this matchup, I think you get okay value, is gonna be pretty good. But Tobika looks like he's gonna go for the Xavius instead and go for maybe the higher impact play, right?
Yep.
Oh,
And finds the scoundrel.
Rewarded. Yep. You love to see it if you're a
goes-
Tobika fan.
Goes nicely with the dubious next turn, potentially.
Yeah,
or
I mean,
even the Elise.
basically one more good draw, and obviously with the dubious you're going to draw two, but like at one threat away from a good time next turn, right?
Yep. Ooh, Chalice is okay. It's playable, right? And clears.
It clears, right? And you progress your quest a little bit. There's still 2 quest progressions required though, so this hand has not been it for Banter.
Yeah, it is possible, right? Off Sweet and Snow Flurry, you know, it's very good odds that he hits 1 playable with 4 mana remaining, and definitely possible to hit 2.
Oh, going for Elise instead. Going for the board pressure.
Yeah, you know, has got the prep, right, which you can do with the dubious still.
Yeah.
May even consider. Okay, goes for
Yeah,
5.
gone 5. Yeah.
Just gonna say, like, you could go 10, right, with the amount of acceleration in Topika's hand.
Just be glad Sottle's not here to shout at you for suggesting 10. He'd find a way.
Choose soon.
May as well Nightmare Fuel. Snow Flurry, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I didn't see what the keywords were on the.
I didn't. I was reading the other 2, funnily enough. But maybe just going for draw the card, right?
No, it's draw Shadow Step.
Yeah,
right?
Shadow. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just get it. Ooh, missed
but-
the option for a Shadow
Yeah.
Step though.
That was sort
Oh,
of the
that would have been
strength
so
was
good.
using the temporary on the mini. Now Banter has the opportunity to clear the mini.
Yeah, that is it's just sloppy at the end of the day, isn't it? Because that could have been such a good turn if the Shadow Step was used, and you basically gain a free Shadow Step and a free replay of the Small Scoundrel, but that just whiffed because of the rope.
Yeah, and I think Banter's considering, like, kind of taking it slightly slow here to just get the Horizon's Edge down while it's decent. I think he knows he really wants to get rid of that Scoundrel.
You're gonna go fishing first with the Snow Flurry.
Chalice, but it's only 1 playable. Does hit the mini, so I think the question here is how much he wants to try for the double portal.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
I think I think he can get it.
Okay. I was looking at whether it was ever worth going, like, because that could have been Corpsicle and trade, right? To get rid of that Scoundrel. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that would have been worth it. Because if you get rid of those Scoundrels, I feel like you're feeling like you're in a good spot.
You're saying the big one as well.
Yeah, because there was the 3/3 and the 1/1, right? And then the Corpsicle could have been played, and you just put the Corpsicle into the tide pool that's there anyway,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and wow, this I feel like is rare, seeing Tobika go for another Elise location. Haven't even played the first. This is also a 5.
Another 5. Does have coin for it, so basically just trying to re-roll. Does get a copy and the Raptors as well.
Which a little bit of efficiency lost because of board space, but sort of fine.
Yeah, Tobica's just going for a full board route here to try and end the game, right? And not, I think, because nothing big has been drawn in terms of, you know, the dragons or anything like that for Tobica. I think it's just like, I'm just going to build this board and try and go full aggro.
Yeah, you know, Banter is kind of committed to this double portal plan, which is high risk, you know, potentially high reward. He was really hoping to hit a cheap either minion or location here, and instead what he's got is either the mass production, which means no double portal, I think, right? Because
Yeah, the title's procced now.
and you take 3, or you know, he had to go for the expensive minion there, which means he doesn't get to play any chalices.
The best use of this card in the deck. Sacrifice it to the gods.
No lifesteal
Oof.
is rough. Yeah, kind of at the mercy of Chalice. Did get a hit in on the Scoundrel, so he can clear that at least.
Yeah, that could have been bad, right? Because if you didn't get a ping on that, it just would have had to use another chalice and hope.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a little bit surprising because I mean, it did end up getting the 2-1 down in that scenario, but Cold Skull would have guaranteed it anyway.
Gonna step again.
What is this gameplay?
Gonna run out of board space, Tobica.
I remember this place well.
So I will make the perfect location. Maybe if it's 3/5 costs, it makes a 15 cost location when you combine them. Is that how it
Yeah, well,
works, right?
It's, I think this one is Savage Roar plus armor.
Oh, no, it went copy.
Yeah, another copy and armor.
Just going for all these just spamming reborns out here.
It seems that way, yeah.
They'll steal.
You know, it's interesting because this is one of the weaker decks for copy most of the time.
Yeah,
Since
yeah.
you don't have anything sort of inherently in your deck to take advantage. Banter rolls, you know, no lifesteal once again.
Can someone
although
inform Banter that he needs to roll some lifesteal, please?
Yeah,
I
yep.
don't know why he doesn't do it, but Horizon's Edge maybe going to be helpful here with some of the trades.
Yep.
And there's still Tide Pool with, I'm pretty sure, some level of like earlier Chalice in, right?
Yeah. Oh, and I've forgotten that because it's Reborn Dark Gift, you know, it's much better. They're Reborn full health.
Yeah, because they retain the stats, right? Because it's the Dark Gift effect.
Yeah. Nice rolls on the location there. I'm gonna try and like make sure to clear one thing up.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
Oh, not quite able to get it. Yeah, just because of that very crucial Reborn full life. Has punched through at least that text.
Remember this place
Mm-hmm.
well.
Yeah, no more copies now. I like what Tobica's been doing, though. Yeah, this is not the way I thought this matchup was going to go, I'll be honest. But I respect the plan of saying, well, actually, I have this very powerful Dark Gift effect. If I can keep just going, you know, making more and more copies of it, it will overwhelm. Because they'll value trade against the portal minions effectively, right?
Yeah, and I think this is actually lethal, yeah, just with the roar.
Yeah.
They'll encounter.
Wow, what a game. Like I said, not the way I was expecting this matchup to be played out. But Tobica does fight back. Banter got off to a bit of a rough start with the Quest Warlock, and a few things definitely didn't go his way. But I definitely like Tobica's approach, even though there was a couple of like slips, let's say, with the Shadow Step being missed as well. Maybe not perfect play by any means. However, it was enough to get it done, and a very creative way to put some pressure on the Quest Warlock. So as we expected, both rogues over the line. Now we can start playing the game, right? Now we can look at this priest, this warrior, and then of course the Death Knight and the Warlock again from Banter. So now that the rogues are gone and that question's done, are you preferring any given player here, just in terms of lineup? Obviously not the player themselves, but just how it's looking, because we've got two very different sets of decks here.
Yeah, I mean, Banter has this target, right? The reason Topica, I think, has gone with this lineup is to sort of beat up on DK, right? And particularly, I think, the Starship DK that is so prevalent throughout the event. Banter has got that. So I think that's really going to be the big one. Banter, might be saving it for last for that reason. But it's gonna have to push it through, and I guess I don't know exactly how the matchup between Warrior and the DK goes, but I do feel that the Quest can be a little bit of a faster win condition than kill Jaden, if you're sort of assuming that both of them have enough clears to get through each other, which you can't guarantee just because Starship shenanigans. But Time Warp is a heck of a card, right?
That's the thing. It's a weird one, isn't it? Because you think of the resources the warrior has, and then you go, well, Kill Jaden has infinite resources to an extent, right? Yeah, you only draw so much per turn, but still. But then you realize the warrior at some point gets to just play 2 turns in a row instead of you go, I go, which suddenly effectively gives any of the minions charge that you play and can push a ton of damage. So it's definitely going to be a tricky one. There's also just the element of actually so it's going to be warrior versus warlock is the next matchup we've got going, because I was going to say there's a world where the warrior just gets a win versus the warlock, and then we're just looking at the priest that's left over, and I feel like the priest might be the tipping point in this matchup for Tobica anyway, and might be the deck that Banter has to try and bully.
Yeah, and I think Banter is probably trying to hit his Quest Warlock into that priest, right? Sort of hopeful for that matchup instead of, as you say, into the warrior. Looks like basically these two remaining decks for Tobica have 57 and 58% against the DK.
Yeah, I'll confess I wasn't sure about the priest, but just because I've played a good chunk of that priest, I was like, yeah, I think I could play that against DK, that'll be fine. So we'll have to have a look.
Yeah, it's basically subbing in for the Colossus Mage. I think Mage just doesn't have the tools right now, and what Protoss Priest does is says, hey, I am gonna get enough big things off of Mothership that I probably hit a Colossus in there, hit a Mothership the Druid one, Carrier.
Oh yeah. Because there's mainly the Templars, the Colossus, and the Carriers, right? Like those are normally the triple options you've got for, let's say, game enders. But yeah, I completely agree. You just say, I'm gonna make enough motherships that I'll just get the stuff, basically, and it'll be cheap enough to have some overwhelming turns. But before we get to the priest, if we get to the priest, we've got this warrior versus Quest Warlock. So a little bit of a rarity, a Quest deck versus a Quest deck. Not something we're going to see too much this weekend.
Yeah, I actually am surprised to see Tobica keep the Quest in this matchup. I feel like it's a bit superfluous. I suspect you can get majority of your wins against something like the Quest Warlock with just starports early on.
Right.
Into Yamato cannons and others such tools.
Yeah, maybe the idea is it's just it's worth the investment because you know you're unlikely to get rushed down. So you take let's say one less card draw and just say, I have now like a built-in backup plan to an extent, right?
I guess, and you know, the difference with throwing back the warrior quest versus throwing back any other quest is that you are committing to basically never seeing seeing the reward, right? Because it is 10 turns. There's just no way you're getting that if you don't play it on turn 1.
Yeah. Yeah, and also the warrior quest is very strange because it doesn't cause you to play suboptimally, right? We've seen, again, funnily enough, with Quest Warlock, sometimes you do some weird turns to just get the quest progressed, and sometimes, you know, you're burning cards, or, you know, like, for example, you see there, just throw those cards away just to get the Solarium played, and so on, which can lead to some weird turns, but they pay off with the quest reward, right? That's how it works. Whereas with the Warrior, once you've just spent that turn 1 mana, all you have to do is not lose for a while, right? And then you're gonna that's it. That's literally all you have to do. So you play the rest of the game as you would have played it anyway. It's just you arguably -1 card down, kind of, right? For your opening hand, and that's about it. So I guess Toby has just decided that it's enough. So far, though, Banter has got a much better opening than he had in the previous game.
Yeah, might be ripping the second Solarium here to try and actually get some of those played. Although, with his luck, maybe he'll go for like a Spelunker location activation or a Spelunker questing adventure play. If he really thinks he's going to be unlucky, you play double Spelunker.
Yeah, it wouldn't be so bad, would it? Because I think the tricky thing here is you don't have to go... There's no point having like bad turns, let's say, if it's not actually going to get you the portal any quicker. Because sometimes it doesn't, right? Sometimes you can make these turns and it doesn't actually progress the point in which you get the portal anyway. So I think that's what Banter was just looking at there, going, okay, if I do this in this order, does that mean I'm likely or not likely to get the portal 1 turn earlier or 1 turn later? And that's the sort of thing you have to do. Whereas I feel like when people start playing this deck, they just do anything and everything possible to play these cards to progress, regardless of literally any other thought.
Yeah, and I think
those look very playable.
Yeah, this was well spotted from Banter, using the discount on the temporary off the location last turn, so he could play the other Spelunker. Was fortunate enough to get the Cinder to hit this, so he can clear it before going in this turn, and yeah, going to be able to play the quest reward and activate it this turn, which, you know, as I think Luinda has said, you know, 5 is really when you want to be doing that.
Yeah, it feels like 5 is fast and 6 is average. I feel like, for me, like roughly speaking.
And 4 is uncanny, right? Like,
yeah, 4 is let's go, right? Like 4 is put the foot down and get it done. Okay, well, Tobica now has an idea of just how the rest of the game's going to go, right? This Quest Warlock gets very straightforward to an extent at this point. When Quest is active, guess what? You're pressing that button every single turn.
Yep. And classic play, I'm not dead, I'll play Ancient of Yore.
Yep, that old usual. It's a very short flow chart for whether you play Ancient of Lore. Am I dead? Yep. Yes or no?
New card that you know could be quite relevant in this matchup is that Draco Rex that's come into the hand for Tobica. 8 mana, I want to say 5/12, something like maybe 5/8, with Rush. And so you rush into any minion and it deals its damage to all of your opponent's minions. So that is lines up very nicely into pretty much anything that Banter can make.
Yeah, it's like mega cleave.
Does have to get to that turn first, though. Not the best draw there, and yeah, this Starship piece is best he's got. Lantern needs, let's see, 25, 29. Don't think that's really something we're getting. Conflagrate would help. There it is.
There might just be a why not scenario to this, right? And just say,
Yeah.
what if you just play it, let him draw whatever.
Interesting.
Yeah, so not going for it. Because I thought that was going to be like trade the Slither Spear away.
Oh, well,
And then
hadn't
Conflagrate.
activated this. Yeah, I guess this makes sense. Hadn't activated location yet, so trying to make some board space. And is sort of okay with, conflagrating his own minion, because he needs corpses to activate these corpuscles.
Yeah. I just wonder.
And I think,
Yeah, I guess if he's going to get it for more, but yeah, I guess it's fine. Yeah, it's just a different way. I think I was just locked into just getting rid of the Slither Spear and just having the 5/3 just stick around. But I guess this hits for 5/3 this turn and probably dies next turn anyway. So who cares?
yeah, I mean, and if it doesn't, I mean, it's quite threatening when you've got a deck full of mass productions, when you've got a pair of corpuscles, right? There's a lot of cheap spells that you can use to buff it. And
Yeah, I definitely didn't consider how quickly it could get up to 5.
and yeah, I think this is just, slightly too slow here from Tobica. Draco Rex could come down, but that still leaves some minions in play. The Starship's not built up since there's 0 starports or Yamato cannons played.
Well, it's just if you look at some of the cards that are still in the deck, 2 shield block, safety goggles, the starport, new heights, so no ramp, of course. The Yamato cannons, even Elise, the 2 brawls, like basically just drawn the wrong half of the deck to a certain extent.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, safety goggles would be great with Hostile Invader, right? Or would have been earlier on. I mean, even just to have this clear with Draco Rex and then safety goggles to
Yeah, 100%.
keep yourself topped off.
So this is a valiant effort, but with double Corpse Skull in hand, I think that is going to be nice and simple there for Banterface as he goes up to 2-1. With this, a nice clean win with the Warlock, and that's the sort of game you want. You want to get to that portal very quickly, get the quest complete, and then have that just be an overwhelming factor, right? And just not have your opponent able to catch up to that. So really, really good win there on the Warlock. But finally, Edelweiss, it means we are getting down to the real tiny parts of this series where we get to see DK go up against this priest and or maybe warrior, depending on how this one goes. So I think this is where the matchup is really going to get decided now, because a lot of it is just going to be, well, how good do these decks actually do versus DK, or can actually perform in this specific match?
Yeah, and 57, 58 is good, but I think in not being further is a testament to the fact that starships sometimes just get rolling and hit very, very powerful 10 drops for the Death Knight. That even with access to the warriors' brawls and other clears, it just can become impossible if they happen to get the Eternal Servant that resurrects the full starship. It's just not really something you can account for.
Yeah, it's always something I think about, and don't get me wrong, there are players that have brought lineups to tournaments plenty of times in the past. It's like, oh wow, I didn't see this, and this works really well, fantastic. But if DK was that easy to just target and win, then probably more players would have done it, right? And maybe DK wouldn't be as popular as it is. So we'll have to see. I mean, I have all the faith in the priest for sure, but it's one of those ones where it's a brave play. It's a brave lineup here from Tobica. I think Tobica is the only player who's brought priest, right? I'm 99% sure. I've not seen anyone else. So it's definitely an out there attempt, but those are the ones that can win tournaments, right? We've seen it in the past where lineups we don't expect hit that nail on the head perfectly for the matchup. So we'll see how it goes, but it's hard, even with those percentages you talked about earlier, it's hard to be like, oh yeah, DK isn't likely to win one of two goes at it, right? Versus
Yeah.
whatever. So it's a tricky one.
And I think Topica really would have loved to get the warrior win there, right? Probably between the two decks, the priest and the warrior. The warrior is a little bit more likely. The quest warlock is still slightly favored against it, but it's 52%. And if you pick that up, then you don't have to play the slog of a matchup that is the warrior into the DK. Because even if something's favored, you don't really want to be stressing yourself out with a long game like that.
Yeah, and it looks like if this information is correct, it is going to be Priest being chosen first to go up against Death Knight. Yeah, so we are going to get to see some of this Priest play, which makes me happy. Anyway, I do want to see it, especially if there's only one player that's brought it, right? We may as well get it on there and have a little look to see what it can do. But yeah, Priest versus the Death Knight, so it feels like, at least to me, that Banter's got the tough matchup first, or the harder matchup first, I feel like, anyway. So we'll see how it goes as we get into our game number 4.
Yeah, it's at least the one that can give him sort of less breathing room, right? Like, against the warrior, you're both going to be a while building up your starships and stuff, and so Banter can expect to get to do the thing and have the opportunity to get that big roll of impactful 10 drops. Against the priest, he's going to be a lot more on defense.
Yeah, 100%. Oh wow, okay. I was just gonna say, let's see what he's looking for out of the discover there. But the perfect card. You basically just want sentries to be out just ASAP. You want to then be able to call them back, have them have reborn, because that's what really makes the deck get out of control. Is even in the early game, but also that late game of just saying, oh, when my mothership procs, I'll just play the other stuff no matter what they are, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I think it's always a question of, like, do you use Hallucinate on that sentry right away? Do you sort of save it to get the more value out of Mothership? Or even sometimes, if not for an extra Mothership, you do it for, like, copying the, the 8 cost, right? The rogue one where you assemble it and it becomes 8 damage to the enemy face, then 2 damage to everything.
Mm-hmm. The Templars.
Templar, yeah.
Yeah. The Archon, right? It's the Dark Templar is the sniper one, the High Templar, and then it combines to the Archon, right? Using the old StarCraft knowledge.
Chrono Boost, pretty solid pickup. No Fishing Rod, right? One of the sort of fun things about this deck for the Protoss Priest is Fishing Rod. Yes, pulls out this Touristed Hunter minion, the Catch of the Day, but once you've gotten a discount, it also will tutor out sort of the next one down the line, right? So it would tutor out the other sentry. If you have 2 discounts, it tutors out your other Void Ray.
Yeah, it's one of those interactions that you don't really think about, right, until it happens, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's how that works. Do you see Resuscitate? Probably the even with all the Protoss stuff, it feels like the key card in the deck, or at least maybe the most impactful.
Yeah.
Because when you can start using that on curve, maybe obviously not really the fastest game in the world here for Tobica, but when you can get that out and start really causing headaches to your opponent is when you're having really good games with this priest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and sometimes, forget all the Mothership stuff. You just have a reborn Zealot, right? The Chrono Boost charge minion is considered 3 cost. And, you get one of those down. Maybe it's got an orbital. Wait, is it also called orbital? Not orbital moon, but the +1/+1 divine shield, and you summon a copy.
Oh yeah,
there.
my brain's definitely not working. Hang on, because I also wanted to say orbital moon as soon as you did, and we're like, nope, that's not the card.
Orbital Halo. It is still orbital, but it's Halo.
Ah, okay.
For a no fishing rod hand, this is about as smooth as Tobica could hope for. Boost into boost. so he'll be able to pick up the motherships when he needs them.
With the trade into the Sentry, this is one of those turns where you could drop Ancient of Yore if Banter's feeling it, but it's also just a clean opportunity to safely land a crystal. So it's a weird toss-up between those two cards, right? Like, what do you want to progress the Starship quicker, or do you want to just start banking this card, draw an armor?
Yeah. Yeah, and the drink in hand plus another one from the Murloc actually means a little bit of awkward hand space issues.
Yeah, true. If Banter went the Yore route, it could definitely add make some things a little bit awkward. There's the coin to drop as well, so not too bad. But Tobica here can start doing things with this Sentry. It's got Sentry, got Void Ray as well now. Got to work out if this is one thing that I always kind of struggle with sometimes, is when and what do you hallucinate? I feel like that's one of the hard bits of the deck, because hallucinating late game can be very, very, very strong with the motherships, obviously. But sometimes to get to that point, you want to hallucinate early, right? So it gets kind of difficult.
Right, yeah, and I think at this point, Tobica is kind of committed to hallucinate on the late game stuff, right? Has already got...
There's enough, right?
Yeah, there's, everything in the Resuscitate. This is 3 more discounts on top of the 2 already. If Chrono Boost draws Artanis, that'll be another 2. And, I mean, that's most of what you need, right? Once the Templars are going to be free.
Yeah, I honestly think once you get past 5 reductions, you're feeling okay. Anything more than that, you're feeling great.
Yeah. Tobica has Sasquatch, but no Umbra, right? Sometimes people have Umbra. There's sort of a couple cards flex. I think the unusual picks here are basically Silver Moon Brochure, which we saw, Narain Sooth Fancy, and Sasquatch.
Yeah, there's not normally so much variation in this Protoss Priest, right? Because so much of it you kind of need in the deck for it to work. So there's not that much room for variation. So I just see Banter gonna have to commit to the AOE clear there.
Yep. Fishing Rod.
Yeah, gotta be Chrono Boost, right?
Yeah, you really want to either Artanis or Mothership next turn.
No, well, there's a Mothership.
Yeah. Photon Cannon, the sort of worst pickup there.
Yeah. I think so. Luckily, though, there's Mothership, and there will be the mana for the hallucination on it, right, as well.
Yep.
Which is a big deal. And then the fun begins.
Yeah, I think Tobica's kind of considering, like, okay, do I have to pressure with these Void Rays right now, or do I sort of save them for later because of the rush?
I kind of like dropping both, because it makes it most likely that you might pull another AoE out, or like some removal, and then you just throw out the Mothership next turn and say, okay, well, if you've got 3 layers of removals, then fair enough, right? So we are going to see Banter pull the trigger there, launch the Starship. Yep. He's questioning life decisions, wincing. Just going to cast his face now.
Does have the ability to go Malted, clear up these Divine Shields, and then get the Reborn, which is quite nice.
And now, the Praying.
Yeah.
So because those summons were not it. Those are the low-powered ones, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, nothing for it. I think you have to Mothership Hallucinate. Actually, I just realized
Oh, there is.
Tobic,
Oh, go on. Sorry, go on.
Tobica does not have Orbital Halo in his list.
Yeah, he's actually not running it. I was gonna. Oh, okay. What did he get? The High Templars. Okay, interesting. Because I was even looking at what are the outcomes of going Xavius and going for Vol'jin. To be able to cause some shenanigans with the ship.
Yeah. Because if you reduce the power, right, then it basically nullifies the death rattle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the second you miss, the turn is 1,000 times worse than this turn. So that's maybe not for quite yet. But maybe the fact that the ship can't actually clean trade off onto the mothership might be useful for the turn after.
Yeah, I think probably Banter is looking first if he has any ability to just clear these with the spells, right? And I think barring that will kill off his own starship.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then you can do the spell burst on the next one. See what you roll.
We're out of time though.
Whoa, Tortola. That's a big one. Dragon
Also a
as
little
well.
bit dangerous with Vol'jin in the game.
Yeah, very true. So okay, that is double High Templar.
I'll just bring up. Oh, and there's Vol'jin as well. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. So you can swap, and then High Templar to help clear off a lot of this. Obviously, there'll be the death rattles again, which is a bit rough. So I guess the swap goes onto the ship.
Yeah, I mean, so you can do one of the High Templars, see what's rolled off the next death rattle. Okay. You can... Yeah, I kind of feel like you have to swap the Tortola just to not deal with it, right? It is a little bit awkward, though.
Yeah, I think you have to do this. You're right, because the problem is there's already a lot of armor on Banter and a lot of health to get through. And while there's a ton of value for this priest, it's not infinite, right? It's not like there's actually infinite value going on here. It does get the Archon formed, of course, to do a bit more damage, chip away at some of that armor, but not exactly the perfect turn for Tobica in terms of clearing up the board. There's still a lot of pressure on here for Banter.
Yeah, I mean, so he could have gotten much more of a clear if he hallucinated. I guess actually not even that much more, right? Like,
No.
if you hallucinate the Archon.
I think the only other option was to play carrier and just hope some of the hits are good, right? To clear it. But again, that carrier's normally something you want to have on at least an empty-ish board, right? To really put some. It's almost burn damage, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tobica's probably sort of hoping here to be able to use that hallucinate on the other mothership, right?
Yeah,
and then
100%.
Go for a Sasquatch on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is 25 for Banter, and he doesn't even have to, make trades here because the Runaways are just going to clear up for him.
Yeah, and because the Tortolan wasn't big enough to be relevant, yes, this has a lot of health, but it's 2 attack, right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not actually a threat. It's just annoying to banter more than anything. And
Yeah,
that is not the
Banter's-
draw.
Banter's got sort of enough corpses that this explosion is going to protect him from, anything further.
Yeah. And weirdly enough, I think Tobica might wish this Void Ray would go away, right? To have more space to potentially do the carrier stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think he may have to hallucinate it to actually get the clears here.
There's always carrier hope.
Yeah, it may just be that, right? You're just sort of at that
Just
point
because
where it's like,
yeah, if you use the hallucinate on this, are you ever really winning the game? There's 46 health to get through.
yeah, that's fair. But I mean, in a dangerous spot, right, where he's at low enough health that the leeches are gonna go for his face.
Yeah, I'm being stupid, of course. You can actually just do both.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
This is what I was thinking.
Yeah. I'm being. I didn't think you could squeeze the carrier in as well, but I'm just being stupid. Yeah. Okay, corpse explosion and sanguine.
You would have to do the sanguine first to be able to clear the carrier, right?
Well, the leeches would finish, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Of course.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else. I don't think there is. There's always a quick look to see how low you can get the health on the priest, right? Like,
Wow.
oh, just double your
interesting.
gain 10.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thinking here, right, is like, well, carrier doesn't do much once the board is already full.
Yeah.
He knows that his opponent is low, right? And low on resources, right? There's one of the cards that people sometimes have in this deck is the draw 2 cards holy spell, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah, there's sort of a limit on what Tobica can output in terms of damage here, and now Banter's got these yours rolling and can corpse explosion on this next turn. Yeah, and I think
Also,
that's...
I just realized as well, in the rain at this point in the game isn't bad at all as long as exactly Mothership's not drawn next turn, right? Because you can potentially like hit the Motherships and get even more out.
Right? Yeah,
Obviously,
I mean,
Tobica would like some kind of healing at this point, but... It's Mothership, isn't it?
No.
This could still be okay.
No. Yeah, it could.
Oh, wait, isn't this Mothership first?
I would think so, yeah. I don't know what you would play otherwise.
Oh, yeah, Squawk won't be playable, right?
Right, it won't be playable. Oh, those
yikes.
are low impact. So yeah, I think Tobica is hoping that the top card is not Sasquatch. Oh, is double battle card? No! Oh no!
No, this isn't so bad. Well, okay. Well, yeah. No, this is the top card being Sasquatch's fine,
Oh,
right?
I guess it's okay
because you want the Mothership again.
Right, you still get one
Yeah.
Mothership, yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't
'Cause
get
otherwise, if it-
multiple Sasquatch.
Yeah. The only problem is if it's after you've played the Mothership. With this Mothership specifically,
Sure,
you would really
yeah.
need that death rattle to be perfect, right? Whereas this
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least says I can Mothership again, as well as a few other cards as well. Oh, they're ceaseless.
Wait, is that just lethal? Right, if you...
oh, ceaseless launch?
I think, well, no, not ceaseless launch. Ceaseless, because I think there's only one piece. But ceaseless, let's see. You've got 2 from Infested Breath. You've got the leech damage times 3. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's like just barely off.
Wait, I need, what's this ship? Because there's also Soulbound. You could have played Soulbound and launch. What would have that been?
I think it just would have been 5.
Oh, is it just the 3/2 that's in the ship?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because so much was used earlier. So, let's see. You got 2... Yeah, it was 1 off. It was 1 off with leeches.
Oh, wait. Wait, 7. Oh, yeah. Yeah, was it always just 1 off either way? Because I was even looking at,
I think so, yeah.
Remember this place well.
3,
Gonna pick
Because
fast
there's even
for
an
the location.
infestation,
1,
right?
3, copy. Okay, got copy. Yeah, that's kind of dead, right? I mean, the leeches are so dangerous because Topica's so low that any of the minions he plays are going to
But-
be...
The Void Rail have rush though, right? Yeah, these have rush, so those leeches will be gone.
Right.
There's another Void Ray too. In terms of what's left in the deck, just because there's 4 thrives if he wants. Depends on how Spicy's feeling. Could Shadowwood Ruin? Oh no, wouldn't have enough mana actually. Trades this off. Has the Immortal, but it's just normal stats. Gonna go for the heal,
I'm just
okay.
not sure there's anything good for Narain to hit at this point.
It's probably just like Resuscitate and then Shadowwood Ruin to open up a lethal, maybe, right? Like that's
Yeah.
about it. I think that's all I can think of with what's left in the deck.
I mean, yeah, double resuscitate is a sticky board, right? It's not sort of the big stuff.
Yeah, it's just a board, right?
Artanis, you only end up getting to play sort of the 1 extra.
Well, there's no Artice in the deck.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah. There's no Artanis. It's just the 1 Resuscitate, 1 Shadowwood Ruin, 1 Rod, 1 Bird Watching, 1 Thrive, and 1 Power Word Shield. Not too
Just
much at all.
operating on these false assumptions.
Oh, we look at so many deck lists. It's very
It's true.
easy to skip cards. Like, so that's going to be the clear. There's a Colossus and another High Templar.
Yeah, Templar no good without the other half though.
Yeah. I think the first half of that last Mothership was so bad, right? That it was probably going to slip away because you really if you can't hallucinate both or use these special copies that Narain summons and so on. If you can't go almost endless motherships, you really need them to give you the good Protoss units because otherwise it's going to be very, very rough. And this is only hitting for 7. Obviously 7 twice, but...
Yeah, and I think this is clever from Topica just saying, hey, I need Narain to do something here. So actually, picking the draw, right, to change the top card of the deck to get an extra one of these.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the drones, the 4 ones.
I didn't know that they're 2 cost. That's kind of funny. But I think Banjo's just got access to so much armor at this point. Ziliax, none of the real
there's still
juice
Exodar.
it remains for Topica.
And also
still
these Reborns, outside of the Void Ray, there is still the Drink, right, in the hand to deal with some of the Reborn scenarios here. I just think Banter's just desperately thinking, do I keep clearing? Or is there a way I can actually set up lethal? Because right now, Banter just wants to just get this match won.
Oh, yeah.
Move on to Sunday. Right, let's just get it done. But just have to be careful. There's always that fine line to walk, right? Don't want to be too eager.
Oh,
Wait, no
charge
melee with
Amelia.
charge? Yeah, that's getting picked up every day of the week. And this turn is just, whatever at this point now, right? Because he will not die next turn.
I guess the Numilia with charge is not huge, right? It's 4 damage instead of 2.
2.
Right, because you don't get the death rattle if you just go face.
Unless he can kill it off himself, and then it's even more. Another Resuscitate there. So it's a sticky board, but it's not really hitting through this armor too hard, right?
Yeah, and Topica's last card, right, is like Shadow Word Ruin and one other.
Bird
check
Watching.
on yeah.
Yeah. Which, what a horrible last 2 cards to have. Bird Watching is one of them.
Yeah. I mean, there were points, right, where had not both of the hallucinates been drawn, that could have been an insane thing to have on top. But
Yeah.
just sort of-
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, imagine this instance going like mothership, hallucinate, hallucinate, hallucinate. Just be like, right, let's go. Looks like it's going to be a launch with the Exodar.
Yep.
And this is going to be deal damage here. Just because there's the malted in hand. I wouldn't hate it, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, just going for the copies, okay.
I mean, you sort of know you're in a bad spot when your opponent goes for the copies, right? Because they feel safe enough to do
Yeah,
so.
comfortable to do it. Yeah. Oh, did they just prop the draw card?
Yeah, there wasn't even a... Oh no, there's one Soulbound Spire in there, but yeah, didn't trigger because of the...
Yeah, it just hit the Murloc.
But yeah, I mean, that's just out of stuff for Tobica.
Yeah, and it's not like the Colossus itself as a minion is threatening, right? So, even if the Colossus clears this board, it's going to go down to a sneeze from Banter. So, yeah, huge congratulations to Banter there. The Death Knight got the job done, and that means he's going to be moving on to Sunday. So, very clean group. Banterface went 3-0, I believe. I can just double check. Yeah, Banter went 3-0 versus Chonsu in the first match in Group A, Group D, which was off stream, of course, and then went 3-1 in this match. So it's about as confident a run through your group as you're gonna get, right? Like only dropping one single game, and that was to Tobica in this matchup, which was the Warlock versus the Rogue. So yeah, really great job there for Banter. So we'll be seeing him tomorrow, but we still have one more player to make out of Group D. So we're gonna go to a break while we set up the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back. We are ready to dive right into the next match. I've replaced Edelweiss with Lorinda for this one, and because that's definitely how that works. And we are going to be going for the losers match in Group D. And I say I'm looking forward to this one. It sounds a little bit weird, but my pick for winner is in this match. Chonsu is going to be playing out this one versus Casey, two players we actually know very well, Lorinda, with quite a long and deep history in Hearthstone.
Long and deep history indeed. In 2018, which was the year where we did sort of all the matches all around the world, Casey had the most top 8s of anyone, at least going into the end. I think it may have changed right at the end, but let's just say he had the most. He had like 6 top 8s in not that many 200-player tournaments. And Chionso lost in the top 4 of the 2016 World Championships to Dr. Hippie. That's how far back we're going with Chionso. He's just been around forever. So, yeah, they're going to meet off here in this one. Casey also always had the sort of reputation of being a rogue player, although he's incredibly good at all of Hearthstone. And his first match he lost 3-1, and all 3 losses were with rogue, and now I think his rogue is banned. So
there we
no
go.
rogue for Casey,
Rogue.
one way or the other.
Yeah, we do have a sort of similar story that we just saw with the banter matchup, because Casey has effectively, I'm not 100% sure if it's card for card, all the decks. I think it's possible, but close. But he's got basically the same archetypes as Banter had, and Chonsu is sort of the Tabika of this matchup, because there's this slightly different lineup of, yes, there's the Fire Row for Chonsu, which isn't banned, but he has like the Nebula Shaman, the Quest Warlock, and then the Mech Warrior. So a little bit different, but a little bit the same in terms of approach. We do see that the Mech Warrior is banned, which is a shame. I like watching that deck. But we do have this Nebula Shaman on the board, as well as the Rogue and the Warlock. So a lot of the usual suspects, but I feel like this is the sort of story of this tournament so far, Lorinda, where yes, there's a lot of decks we've seen before. Yes, the meta's not had drastic changes recently, but the players are seeing that there's a few ways to approach the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Nebula Shaman's an interesting one because it does have quite strong matchups against all the control, but it's kind of weak against Rogue and Quest Warlock. So you're saying I have to ban one of Rogue and Quest Warlock and hope my Shaman doesn't bump into the other one, or maybe Chonsu just thinks it's fine against the Quest Warlock and is willing to ban out the Rogue and take his chance. Like, we have this discussion at the moment. There's very hard to get good data for the very top players against the other very top players for a lot of these matchups. So you make it up as you go.
Yeah, and if you've got 2 weak matchups, there's also the element of just saying I'll ban one and I'll lose to the other one because Conquest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I can just lose to the other one, and then we'll beat the other decks that are left over, no problemo. So
and I think that's
definitely
Chelsea's plan,
something.
honestly. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. There's something to be said for that.
Yeah, we are going to get the Quest Warlock on the bottom with Chonsu. Decent hand in terms of progressing that. I feel like whenever you've got Cursed Catacombs in your opening hand, you're feeling pretty good about life. Casey, on the other hand, pretty slow start. Does have coin into 4/4, which is going to help recover this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sketch artist and the Cursed Catacombs are going to allow this to be a pretty good time for Chonsu getting this done on turn 5, almost for sure. Potential turn 4 in some worlds, but probably not.
Yeah, good order as well. Being able to finish that turn with the Spelunker, and then that sets up the next turn right as well, which is always nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Also puts a bit of damage on the board. Casey. It's always interesting for me to watch the Death Knights because they don't have that much removal, so you have to be a little bit careful. But also, they have what feels like infinite removal when you're sat on the other side. So, but the truth of the matter is they don't have that much removal in terms of board clears. They have quite a lot of individual removal with the leeches, of course.
Here we have interesting choices because this might be the spend to cycle it back, because I think Librarian, at least in this matchup, is one of the few cards you are really not happy with just burning away.
I agree. Yeah, you don't want to just not be able to get through that shit to heal at some point.
Yeah.
I remember this place well.
If Casey ever decides to make a ship, of course, he just doesn't seem to have any ship building capabilities right now.
Yeah, that's what I meant by like the sort of, again, Death Knight's never super fast, but they generally want to just at least get down some of those early pieces, right? To just start building the ship, get the mana spent early. But yeah, not really the case so far for Casey.
It is why they can get away with that limited removal I mentioned. Like, they can get away with it because they quite often occupy the board with enough stuff, enough annoying stuff that they can just not have to remove too much. The minions remove a lot of the small minions for you. You save your poison for a big thing and off you go. But yeah, he hasn't got any stuff. I wonder if we'll see him take the death rattle here. Doesn't get the copy.
Yeah, imagine gonna go Raptor.
Yeah, he did. I think he took the death rattle. Because dealing 3, we saw this yesterday with, I think it was ZLS. It might have been Santa, it was one of those two, where they take the death rattle and it just, even though it seems miles away, down the line in 3 turns or 5 turns time, sorry, there's basically a board clear there, or most of a board clear, and that's so relevant when you're getting chipped away at.
Yeah, 100%. It's just one of those tough ones because to take the death rattle, you're not taking something else that's maybe a little bit more active in the short term. So you've got to be very comfortable with that planning, right? But here goes the quest. We've got the Underfell Rift. And now the pressure begins.
Yeah, the relentless pressure as well. Horizon in hand, 2 Hellfires in hand. At some point,
Solarium, to be fair, is digging enough to find some corpuscles.
Yeah. Plenty of stuff with Shansu to start pressuring. Yeah. Just get rid of the leech.
Yeah, you always want to get rid of them.
For everybody.
Leech, very good design because no doubt, like in life, in this game, they are very annoying.
Yeah. They... do you encounter many leeches in real life? Have you encountered them all the time?
No, that's why I said just like no doubt. In like I assume they're pretty annoying. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say,
They sound annoying.
I love it when leeches are on me. I don't think that's something I've ever really heard anyone say.
No, it doesn't sound like a popular phrase or saying, does it? Gosh, those wonderful leech people. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll give you this one, Raven. You win this round.
Thanks, I'll take it.
Meanwhile, Casey has some awkward stuff going on here. Just having to use a Pyromancer to, like, do the clear. It seems so awful against this board, but...
Because it's a clear with nothing retained, right? Like, Casey's not left with anything on board, so guess what? Next turn's going to start and Casey's going to be behind on board again, just purely because of this portal existing. And also makes the Horizon's Edge just deal the damage to phase. Oh, the Librarian again.
Don't want any of this lot, really. Just looking for those corpuscles, like you were saying.
Yeah, can still trade the... Oh, excuse me, sorry. Can trade the Librarian and then have the fake mass production just put into the portal if so required.
Uh-huh.
Oh, looks like they're going to play it and actually go for the Naga.
Trying to see Horizon's Edge? Now that's all gone south? Yeah, I think might as well. Nothing good came of all that searching, so just put something good in the board. Start launching whatever they are, your opponent.
Cannonballs.
Cannonballs? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know what Casey's plan should be here with no Starship piece on turn 6. Find some, I guess. Survive to Heron, get some from there. But how do you build a plan, not just a couple of turns that keeps it under control? I guess, yeah. Okay, you've got nothing, so get something. Sure, that's how your plan.
Yeah, I think it was either that or Xavier's. Ooh.
Yeah, I think it has to be this, because Xavier's, you're not looking for something in particular. You're looking for a lot of things in particular. Your hand's kind of stuck.
Sure, but when there's options of like, you know, create a 2/2 copy and that hits like a star piece or a reborn, you know, there's options at least. But I do agree that the Yo's good overall.
Hell, and if we get that far, also a thing. But getting that far might be a problem. There's a lot of damage in hand here for Chonsu, and Casey's just got nothing happening. And it's not like if you clear this board, you know, you've stabilised. He's got no starships. Mass Production's one of my favourite cards ever, by the way, in terms of design, not necessarily in terms of facing it. It's just, it does what it says in the name. It's so simple an idea, and largely you get punished for playing it unless you specifically need it for a deck like this, right? Because eventually you just keep drawing Mass Productions. But early on, it's so powerful, but it weakens your deck. I love it. I think it's really well balanced.
It's like a self-balancing card, right?
Yeah.
The more you use it, the worse it gets, so that it suddenly stops being as good. So yeah, it's very interesting, and it's a card that I think a lot. Yeah, it's a card that I think a lot of people who aren't, you know, like, let's say casual players who just, you know, don't look up deck lists online or anything like that, would be like, oh, this card sucks, right? And then once you sort of understand it a bit more, you're like, oh no, wait, there's actually a lot of instances where this card is very good.
But I also like the counterpart of it, where it's like 1 mana, draw 2. That's so great. I'm going to just put it in all my decks. And then later on, it's like, I just keep drawing Mass Productions. I hate this so much. Why am I drawing this stupid card? It's like the punishment is such a Warlock payoff. So, just a fan of how it works. And like you say, then there's the next step where actually when in a deck like this, it's just a good card on top of being a good card.
Yeah. It's like the bunk beds of good cards.
Yeah, just stacking good cards on top of each other. Mass producing good cards. 7 layers to this bunk bed.
There is Conflag to get rid of this 4/4 for just absolute maximum damage. Now it does have the lifesteal 5/3 instead, which might be worth going for, because if you're expecting its location to be pressed, the lifesteal's dead anyway, right?
He would really like the other Horizon's Edge or Corpsicle, wouldn't he? Like, that'd be what he wants.
Well, I think
No,
this is
not
what
waste.
this is for, right? Just going fishing.
Yeah. There we go. Second prize. And he's not doing the mass production thing, because you talked about it earlier, like eventually your deck's just mass productions and you don't find the card you're looking for. I think it was last night with Sottle you were.
It's fine for the point in the game where all you can do is infinite them, right? It's fine for that point. Oh, and the librarian's gone. Unfortunate.
Oh, okay. So he redrew it and hit end turn. And it still had temporary? Is that what happened?
Yes. Is it
Interesting.
temporary for that turn? And I guess that exists
Something
in the
like, I'm
deck.
not even going to get into that. Yeah, that
Like, I think a
sounds
temporary
weird.
card is temporary until the turn ends. And then it's either gone or it's not, right?
Okay,
I think.
I'm going with that's what happened, so that's the
Well,
law,
that's what
but, yeah.
that's what my eyes told me. Anyway.
That's what my eyes told me as well, but, you know, don't trust my eyes. Alright, Casey down to 13, clearing up one more time.
There's the Hellfire
Don't
to
have
push
Hell
damage.
available.
Oh, and Corpsicle.
It's so much
Wait, how much
now,
is
right?
that? Hellfire clears. There's the sacrifices
Hellfire
at 2
later,
Horizon's Edge. You what? Sorry?
You Hellfire later, right? You do this first, then you get the Horizon's Edges to undo, then you Hellfire to get more goes with the Horizon's Edge, I think.
But if you do this, then... Wait, is that how that... Wait, but if you Horizon's Edge now...
Yeah,
Oh, you're just doing it this... Okay, sure.
yeah, and I'm rolling a 4/4 in my world, not one of these silly 5/3, 3/5 things.
Yeah, and you're hitting face a million times with the Horizon's Edge, right?
Yes.
Because obviously, in the other way round, you'd want to clear to make Horizon's Edge go face, but this way potentially lets you Horizon's Edge more.
Yeah. This is lethal with Corpsicle. This is 3 from the Hellfire, 6 from the Horizon's Edges, and 2 from
Yeah.
the Corpsicles.
Yeah, it's fine, right?
Chansu's having a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, when at the start of the turn, I don't know if you noticed, but I was like, oh yeah, so it's Horizon's Edge, Corpsicle, Hellfire, and then I stopped because the turn took longer than I thought it did. But nothing wrong with Chansu taking his time, right? So, making sure that everything's all good. You don't want to make a misclick or, trade in the wrong way or mess up the Horizons. I don't know. It's pretty difficult to lose that one, but Chansu just making sure, but securing game 1 win and getting the Quest Warlock over the line. And I think we just saw the combination there, Lorinda, of relentless pressure from the Warlock combined with Casey on DK just not being able to get those early Starship pieces. I think that was just the core of the story there, because if you're just passing your first 3 to 4 turns as 3 turns as DK and not doing anything really, is when that Warlock's doing the awkward things to get the quest ready, right? So it gets a little bit disjointed if you don't have then time to put in those smaller Starship pieces.
Yeah, none of the 6 armor, none of the 4/5 taunts. Just it happens to be the same card, by the way. None of the obviously the 3/2s and stuff also in there, but just nothing going on for Casey at all there. Pretty much an unwinnable game of Hearthstone, I think, for him there. But the good news for him is he doesn't have to win that one. He just has to win 3 of the other ones, and he'll be fine against the Rogue and the Shaman deck, which I'm looking forward to seeing. Nebula Shaman, it is so weird that it's just had all the good cards nerfed repeatedly, and now we just go, okay, well, we should just play them for 9 mana. I don't care. I'll just get a castle. It's fine. We'll just play the cards, and there's a couple of them in the tournament.
It's a deck that can definitely snowball, but I think I talked with Edelweiss about this yesterday. Yeah, I think it was the last match of the day. Yesterday we were casting the Shaman as well, and it's just like, to an extent, Hex is just a really good card right now, isn't it? The amount of starships and awkward, like big things that are arguably game winning if they get to exist, and Shaman being able to just nope them is very powerful, combined obviously with the pressure it can get, and then you look at like Agatha and things like that, it can be really good. But yeah, it is one of those things where I do think Hex manages to get a lot of work done. However, we are going to be jumping over to the Rogue versus Warlock matchup for game number 2. Chansu on the bottom there on that Rogue, of course, and Casey rocking the Quest Warlock, and already not the worst opening hand for Chansu.
And a decision, do you want to keep the Renovate or just go for your own game plan? Because their 1-drop is so good, or of course they use it the turn they play it on the Warlock side, so one of them goes, but no, Chancellor's going with it. No, I'm going to play my game plan, you play yours, let's see whose works out, which I think is correct.
Yeah, Quest, Wisp, not the best opening here for Casey, and then obviously Kerrigan, not a card every Quest Warlock's playing, probably because of exactly this problem of you've now got an 8-drop in hand for the next 10 years, but does manage to pick up Solarium.
Chancellor with a little smile there, because Metal Detector's going to do nothing in this spot. And you expect it to, because Warlock can't help but play loads of little things.
Chance's probably happy that there's no Metal Detector target, weirdly enough, at least for now.
By the way, we've got to mention it. He hates us mentioning it, but we have to mention it because he hasn't been on screen for a while. You may not know Casey. He plays so fast.
Is it like, are you contractually obliged to say that when Casey's on camera? Is that,
I think
is that
so,
the plan? Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. There's more to him than playing quickly, but we've seen a lot of sort of slower players today, or especially yesterday. And Casey just belting out the turns is something I'd sort of forgotten about.
And look at Chansu as well, just smiling there, because watching the Hellfire and the Corpsicle burnt away, that's a lot of reach gone, right? That he doesn't have to worry about. Because the Warlock, really, this deck doesn't have a lot of reach outside of the 4/4 charge, Corpsicles, and Hellfire. And you've just seen 2 of them go away, and especially the repeat potential value of Corpsicle going is a pretty nice bonus being on Rogue.
So is having 2 coins, Noalex and Firak, coming up by turn turn 6, play a Firak, without having a Scoundrel. Also a good reason to be very smug with yourself.
I remember this place well.
We're very happy with yourself. Chancellor's never going to be smug, he's just far too nice for that, but yeah. And now he's on turn 5 because of this curve as well. Oh yeah, because 6 is taken up with coin, Noalex, Firak.
Yeah,
So
I wonder if that was Death Hell. Maybe Death Rat on Discover a spell, or Discover 5, just 5/5 as an extra minion. Hover it,
Yeah,
Chauncey.
maybe.
Hover it.
Dare you? Casey's had to tap twice. It's not what you want at all with this deck. Supposed to be playing Quest on this turn. I don't know if he's got any. He's got one because he's got the location. Obviously.
He's got what? Yeah, at least one there. The location is obviously fantastic, but everything
three,
else that's
yeah.
gone down with this is not the. I mean, it's turn 5 and the quest isn't played, which isn't the end of the world. But when we can see Chonsu's hand,
Right.
it feels like the end of the world, right? Like it's that sort of like this is still doable for Casey, but we can see how powerful Chonsu's hand is.
Chose to freeze the minion there, not the face.
Oh, it was copy. Okay.
Which is, it makes some sense to me, but also, if you draw another shard and manage to freeze face 2 turns running here, Casey could have been in a position where he could delay the Firak.
Yeah, it's also still 3 damage, except one has a coin, right?
Mm-hmm. You hate putting it. Yeah. Sure.
I think this is fine.
Do you want to Firak next turn at the moment? I'm not sure you do. See how now you do.
I was going to say,
Solves that
hold,
problem.
hold.
Yeah.
Yes. There you go. That's my
Definitely
answer.
do now.
Yeah, I
Do.
was. Look at Chunks.
how
Looks like he's
excited
having
he
the
is.
time of his life. Yeah, he's just having a great day.
Just gonna play a Firak and see what happens.
I think it'll be pretty early in the morning for Chonsu as well right now.
Yeah, it will be. Be sort of around +8 for us, give or take.
Yeah.
Depending exactly where, so 4 or 5 in the morning, something like that. Can't
Yeah.
beat a bit of Firak in the
Casey's
morning.
nodding. He knows. We've all been
He
there.
knows.
It's Dragon
This
time.
could well be lethal. It's not favourite, but it definitely could be.
I hoped it's Chonsu clapping because it's lethal.
Supernova!
Oh my! Look at that hand.
Are they portals? Because he's got prep portal at the
Yeah,
end of
two
this as well,
two
if
of
he
them are
wants it.
portals. Obviously, you can
Yeah.
only use one, but still. Okay, this is.
Just needs 4 more, right? Oh, that was the worst Firak ever.
Well, it wasn't.
of
It
direct
wasn't
damage.
because there are 2 1-cost Firelands portals in hand. So. I mean, that's also quite good, and he could just double portal next turn.
Isolate is actually terrible in this matchup, by the way. Like, every
Yeah,
find
yeah.
is just rubbish, but it doesn't matter. It's an 8/8 with Divine Shield against
Yeah.
Casey, who has no cards.
See, now if we're in the old days, someone would have used that portal with prep into Leroy Jenkins.
Gnome Muncher is the one now, isn't it?
Oh, sure.
You portal that into Gnome Muncher, and it gets lethal. That's how Banter got through one of his matches.
Well,
The Firak cast the portal or something.
yeah. This needs to be exactly charged lifesteal. Oh no, there's another conflag. There's another conflag. Oh no, yeah, it still has to be exactly charged lifesteal. Yeah, I forgot.
I mean, it
like,
could be what
It
it,
is
wants,
not.
can't it, really? Yeah.
does get the lifesteal though,
Right.
which we can see is quite important.
I mean, it's
but never
not
mind.
like there's double Firelands portal for 1 mana each. Yeah.
Yeah, just from Casey's point of view, the taunt's in the way, right? But yeah, there's still way too much to do anyway. So it's going to be the concede there from Casey as Chonsu moves up to 2-0. And Chonsu so far cannot be asking for a better match right now of how this is going. Both games, and I'm not taking anything away from Chonsu here, but both games have definitely lent towards, his favor, right? And obviously he's cashed in on that and got this lead, which is fantastic. Again, if you are just joining us recently, this is the lower match from Group D. So the loser of this is out of the tournament. No third chance, I guess. This is the second chance for them. No third chances here. And the winner does move on. There's one more match after this one tonight to see who's going to be the last player to make it to tomorrow's top 8. But yeah, big news here for Chonsu, because suddenly, even if we've got questions about this Shaman deck, Casey has to reverse sweep the Shaman. Well, I feel like it's not the strongest list when we're looking at the likes of Rogue, DK, arguably for me even Warrior, right? Whereas this Shaman feels like the deck that needs to get the win for me, just in Chonsu's lineup in general. So I think the fact that he's in this position, like Casey would have to reverse sweep this Shaman, I think that is a very, very big ask right now. So Chonsu must be feeling great.
I do think I agree with you, by the way, but because only two people bring it up, just making sure we're not doing the whole thing where only two people brought it, so it must be wrong. Because again, it has poor matchups against Warlock and Rogue. Okay, that's the starting point that we're all agreeing makes it a dodgy deck. But you can ban one of those, and then you're kind of favoured against a lot of other things, according to stats again, which we've all accepted as nowhere near as useful as they used to be for casting purposes, at least.
Yeah, the way I got there was, well, I'm expecting Rogue to get a win. It's Rogue, right? Done. And then, personally, I'm putting Quest Warlock above Shaman in terms of how reliable I think to get a win with. So I just think, if there's going to be a deck out of Chonsu's lineup that struggles, it's going to be the Shaman, for me at least. Now,
No,
it doesn't make the
I thought
Shaman
you meant
bad.
like out of the whole tournament, Shaman's just rubbish. Boo.
Oh, no.
Like
I just thought about, just this matchup, this Shaman is like
in
the
his
one that
lineup,
needs
it's
to
the
win.
fourth deck.
Yeah.
It is his fourth deck, for sure.
Regardless,
As well.
Casey's got all the work in the world to do, but it's not impossible. We've seen crazier things happen in Hearthstone. Chonsu, though, looking at this opening hand, does have Pirate Sanctuary. Hex not going to be super needed early on. So, weirdly enough, Chonsu has a bit of a slow start here.
Yeah, and Casey's done what I think Casey has always done, which is picked what seems to be the least favoured matchup first when 0-2 down. He's very much a let's find out now and get out of here if it's going to go wrong sort of person.
That's what I like to see.
Whereas most players do go the other way, because it doesn't matter which order you queue the three, and you've got to win them all. So mathematically, there's no difference. But most players try to put the pressure on their opponent by getting it back to 2-all and then taking on the hard matchup.
The best player,
just...
I think, forever for that is just Bly's. Bly's just, if there's a tough matchup in a conquest match, he'll just start with the hardest deck and then just queue it until it wins.
Exactly.
And I remember that in Grandmasters. It was such a joy.
Yeah. It's nice to see. I like to see the 2-all sometimes. As long as they then don't just get blown out in game 5, you're like, why didn't you do this now?
Yeah.
Like, why?
Well, I respect the hard matchup first, purely because, one, either like you get the theme of, okay, this player needs to 3-0 this matchup, right? To just the player that's targeting does the job, or the second the defending player wins the hard matchup, it's like, okay, now we can talk, about like the rest of the game. So I feel like it creates a nice flow, but that's a complete personal take anyway. Regardless, Chonsu going to be able to hex away. He's going to use that nice and early to just say, actually, instead of saving it for a big starship, I'll just try and make your starship not get big in the first place.
I thought you'd enjoy the hex while we were talking. I thought that was you mentioned the hex about how we don't get to mess with other people's decks quite so much these days, and that's great.
Yeah, well, Edelweiss mentioned yesterday, there's not really many cards like Hex at the moment, right? That's
there
like
really
transform and negate effects, basically, which is why we saw, like we see the Librarian in a lot of these Warlock lists. I know Silence isn't the same, but it's kind of the same. Yeah, there's not really anything quite like Hex to just completely nope a minion out of existence. So, going to utilize those good cards while they can. At least going to be picked up though, so that's going to be a bit of a silver lining here for Casey. Another 5
Gone
cost.
for the 5.
No wonder.
Yeah, there's nothing to do next turn. That's why.
I love that as soon as Sol disappears for the night, all the 5-cost locations come out to play, even though it's always one, apparently. Just saying.
I think 5
Coincidence?
is common. I've seen a lot of... It hasn't happened in this tournament, I don't think. But I do see rogues take 10s against DKs quite a lot. Like early as well, like on turn 4, turn 5, they just say I'm going to have it late on turn 10 for the long game. Depending on the exact hand and all.
Well, they can generate the mana a lot of the time if we're talking about your Sarah stuff as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. But then they'll hold it for 2 or 3 turns and get on with it. And I wanted to see that happen in this tournament, but as of yet, haven't. Anyway, Stoffel's definitely wrong because he's not here. So.
Speaking of which, here comes the dragon herself.
Yep. Why are we not turbulizing? We are turbulizing.
Yeah, looking at the other options, but really Turbulus just does the job right. Does what you need it to do.
Yeah. Spend 3 mana is what we need to do, and that's what we've done.
Yeah, pretty solid. Board built there for Chonsu. Casey, though, off to a much better start this game than the previous ones.
Yeah. Agree with that. Needs to be, though, because...
He's not dead yet, so that already seems better.
That is a lot better than he's done on 9 mana in the other 2 games, to be fair. He is going to be facing relentless stuff, though. That seems to be my phrase of the weekend. Just decks are relentless, but stuff's my phrase of all time.
Yeah, I love stuff.
Stuff and things. And gubbins. And bits and bobs. All that good stuff. Choice of 8/8 or just Nebula? Just play Nebula like you do. The 8/8s look to have bad trades to me. Like,
Yeah, they're not really
into a 5/1,
screaming power, are they?
no. I think I want a Nebula and see what happens, but I would do that because I'm like that. No Shudder block to make things exciting either.
I was even looking at what Cabaret does, but I think it probably is going to be Nebula.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are better trades.
They are much, like, more comfortable looking trades, aren't they? Leeches are so annoying, aren't they? You have to factor them into even this trade. Ugh.
Yeah.
Put your 3/6 into a 0/2 feels so grim. It's like, we're only going to do 1, yeah, every turn for the whole game if you don't deal with it. Shakes fist. Man shouts at cloud. Up. Some stuff. See if we explode a gnome.
Oh, okay. Not really the best.
No.
Did get something in the Starship right, which is fine. But there were definitely better outcomes. There's still the...
Yeah, you're meant to get Starship pieces from it, but yeah. Super Leech over there now. Exciting times for the Leech to be promoted to 5/5.
Yeah. Not the most loved superhero in the world, Super Leech. Doesn't really poll too well, but still.
You've definitely got a thing about leeches. I'm reporting you to the Leech Association. Your bad behaviour. Obviously, you get the Shudder block and the fill out. That helps. How are we cooking?
Yeah, Shudder block definitely changes the way hands look a lot of the time, right? Because suddenly it's like, oh, this seems like an okay play to, wait a minute, what? This is broken.
And obviously then, later on we get the Elise or whatever. There's everything in the Starship now for Casey, right? One of everything, I believe.
You know what? Let me check.
Thanks.
No,
I'm not
there
allowed
is
to
no
touch the
defense
technology.
crystal. There's one still in the deck, one still in the hand.
Okay.
And other than that, The
One of
others
each?
are in there, yes. Just
Yeah.
one of us. Here comes a corpse explosion. Going to be spending most of these corpses to be able to deal with this. Does have 4 left over, but those are going to quickly be used as well.
Those space rocks are so irritating usually. Corpse Explosion deals with them so well though. Alright. Have fun everybody. Do we just want 3 8/8s? Johnson knows what we want him to do. That's what the smile's about. But I think honestly, Firak now is actually just good.
Yeah,
You
well,
can
there's
just push 25 or 30.
There's Farak. There's also arguably Ziliax because the Divine Shields, right?
Yeah, and the Murloc, like you just get an extra 8/8, is
Yeah.
also good.
Oh,
That's another 8 on top of the none that we're doing. That's 1 down, 2 to go.
yeah.
Oh no. Someone mentioned it yesterday. I do like the fact that the volcano hitting that just goes nope, one massive nope, and then it gets on with its life.
My hand is too full.
It's played poorly. Double supernova with a full hand. Oh, it's got eaten. Silly
That's
Firak.
pretty rough.
And Elise has gone as well there, which cuts away the Alakir win condition. Like they could take
Yeah,
a
with the
10,
plus
give it plus
damage.
10,
Yeah.
copy, boop, yeah. That might just be a pretty close to a lose for Chionso here. Okay, she does have a clear, right? He's got the poison, the pyro, so he can deal with a board of 8/8s. And Chionso losing Elise is so huge. Casey has plenty of time as well, doesn't he? I mean, this hero power is going to be annoying, but
Yeah, it's going to be annoying, but it's also not that hard to just put stuff down. And then obviously this crystal with summon copy. Those both have reborn, which is going to get a ton of armor. This feels like an uphill climb now, and honestly, I'm not even sure there's a way for Chonsu to
get
win.
there.
Yeah, I'm genuinely
Yeah.
wondering whether Chonsu's going to concede or not soon.
no, definitely might do.
Not saying he should or he has
Okay.
to or anything like that, but I'm just trying to. I'm looking at what's left in the deck, and there's like another Nebula, Ceaseless, Hagatha. That's
Yeah.
it, basically. So, it's nothing too crazy.
She made some big boards over and over for a little while. Now the wish has been played though. There's still got the Murlocs. You've still got the Alakir. You've got to test Casey a couple of times at least, make him, at least activate the Starship and so on. You might get your Hex before he activates. Something might happen. But I'm with you. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, the hexes are gone.
Oh, they're both gone, are they? Okay.
Yeah, I think one got burnt.
Oh, so much got burned. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. That's what I mean. Lost a lot of cards. Yeah.
Okay. 3 10 11s. Oh, 3 11 11s, even
I
better.
thought the attack was going in there, and I was like, huh? Don't know if that was the shake of the head from Casey then.
Oh, 36 versus 47 health. It's been that kind of weekend.
Oh, well.
All right.
Okay.
Ziliax. Yeah. How many Ziliaxes would you like? Not this many.
Unfortunately, no numbers enough to beat one Ceaseless Expanse.
Yeah.
I have seen creation, and I will bring destruction.
Are you sure that happens? I lose my army of Zilliaxes to Ceaseless. Hey, nice. Okay, come on.
What are we waiting for? What's coming out of the Nebula, Lorinda? What's going to win the game?
Octosari Conceit. I don't know. Yeah, that one. How many Ragnaroses can we have Ragnarosing at the same time? I just hit the same thing with both, please. That's what he's saying.
Nope.
No. Mission failed.
Well, I miss Ragnaros, you know. I don't know if I don't really recall. Were you a Ragnaros fan?
It was fine. I wasn't really. Yeah, I didn't mind either way.
I kind of like it.
I miss Ragnaros, but Ragnaros never missed me. I can tell you that much.
Put that on a t-shirt now.
Ragnaros doesn't miss me.
I missed Ragnaros,
Yeah.
but Ragnaros doesn't miss me.
Not available soon. The Blizzard shop. Unless.
But you can find it on lorindamerch.com / not a real website.
Probably is, actually. But it's nothing to do with us.
Yeah, I was going to say, no accountability over here. Yeah, this is slipping. Well, I say slipping away. I think it's slipped away.
Slipped. Yeah, it's
Like a
gone.
slippery
The lack
Murloc.
of elite has made all your cheaty little tricks not
Yeah.
exist.
Chonsu, though,
Good,
is
go for
going to
this,
just
right?
keep building
Yeah.
the boards because these are the relevant threats, right? So just throw them out. Maybe there's not another AoE or another clear, but I think the problem now is obviously with the whole deck drawn, you know that there's some level of clear available because there's the second plague. Also, there's just likely Exodar, which isn't, although necessarily a clear, very powerful still, right? Because it builds the board itself.
I would say that when your opponent's drawn a whole deck, that is very likely Exodar indeed. I agree.
Uniquely, very quite likely.
Those things.
And there we go. Yeah, there's a concede from Chonsu again. Decided to just stick around, of course, and get those get those final waves of minions pushed, but not going to be good enough. But that, of course, was just one game that Casey's won on a long road. Still, there's still going to be 2 more wins that Casey needs with the Druid and the Warlock, and Chonsu, of course, will still have this Shaman left over. So I will
That
say
is
though,
the tough one, though.
Go on.
That is the tough one. Like, the Druid's sort of awkward as well, but that's the hard one out of the way. We've talked about how Casey was going reverse order to how most people like to do it. I imagine he'll go for the Druid next, then he'll be favoured if he gets to game 5 with the Warlock.
Yeah.
So, interesting now. Very interesting. I thought he was kind of done, but maybe he's not.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? However much we talk about certain things, especially with Conquest, that are true, right? Chonsu at 2-0 is very likely to win the match at that point, right? That's just how it works. However, the game's the game, right? Hearthstone is the way it is. And even the worst matchups in Hearthstone history, apart from, I don't know, maybe one, are still winnable, right? It's not like there's no 99% or 100% matchups, right? It just doesn't really exist. So yeah, anything can happen for sure. Casey is more than capable of pulling this series back and taking the win, but I still think Chonsu is feeling pretty okay about this. He still has 2 more goes at this if needed to make it happen.
He's had a great time. Firak really let him down that last game. He didn't have to play it as well. He could have played some minions. I think he should have played it. I was advocating for the Firak, but he could have just made a board first to see what happens. In hindsight, I'd have got some cards out of his hand, so he might not have burned so much. Well, he would, but he'd have some supernova cards in hand. But yeah, Shadow Block Firak is kind of the fun part of this deck and the very powerful part. And there's worlds where Casey dies from 40 something there, just not very often.
Yeah, 100%. And also, it was just a scenario of burning a few too many cards, and then of course just to eat the imp. I think is rough because you don't even finish the turn with the Farak, right? Like that's the frustration as well. Like the Farak doesn't die to a lot of these spells, but it does die to some of them.
So when I play this Nebula deck, this is what I struggle with. Even though it usually sorts itself out in the end, just looking at this opening hand.
And going, why am I playing this game?
Yeah, why am I doing this? But actually, you've got a bird watching, you've got an Elise, you can take a 5 from the Elise. It'll be fine. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be fine.
But I think
Bellhop's nice, though.
Yeah, and it kind of leads on to what I was going to get to, actually. I think this deck, the decks you worry about this with, you know, like maybe the slightly more aggressive matchups where you want to be doing stuff in the early game, this Shaman deck has the ability to make such like a wall in the mid game that even if you're going to take some hits early, you then are asking very big questions to your opponent's like more aggressive deck. Because even like, you know, Frosty Decor, we've got these Bumblings here as well with the Bellhops. Like these suddenly can just be, oh, I've not done much. Now I've got a big taunt wall you've got to get through.
Yeah.
And that can be a problem for a lot of these lists, and we're about to kind of see why right now.
Well, Casey's got the completion on 5.
Yeah.
So, pretty insulting. Just get double location.
Yeah, it's about as good as it's going to get. Like, location, I think if you could pick one card to always be in your opening hand with Quest Warlock, it would be location, right? Because it's just so good. Such playable cards. You're going to get the value out of it. It almost does the quest, or does half the quest by itself almost.
Yep, absolutely.
But we are going to see the Bumbling still lives. There's now going to be a Elise on curve. There's options of Frosty Decor or a location. This is going to be another 5-drop. Probably looking at the Raptors
Just
in
see what
there.
he took. That'll be the Raptors, yeah. I'm curious what the other one was.
I think there was
Very
AoE
curious
as an
what the other
option,
one was.
right?
So yeah, it's usually not taken, but looking at how this might pan out, it might be the third quest with the AoE at the same time as you're playing Nebula or Firak, which might be really tempting to risk, even though, again, that's not what you usually want.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Raptors, that combination in this matchup can maybe cover the fact that you're missing an effect for a couple of turns.
Yeah. Casey is going to have the minor, very minor problem of knowing what to feed into this. He's slightly low on cards, but whatever. He is just going to have to be living from the portal to portal at the moment, I think. Which is fine, because it's turn 5. Okay. Yeah, he's gone for the armor and spell, just a defensive option, get himself to the early Firak or whatever he needs to get. And it's going to be early.
Gonna go dig in with the Solarium.
Casey's going to have to Hellfire a Frog at some point to get it off the board. Calling it now. See, well, this is tough though, right? This is going to be every turn for Chionso to face down, and
Yeah.
you know, even if Firak goes nutty and does a lot of stuff, it's going to be just another board the turn after. Casey's got a handful of cards suddenly. All right, 2 turns away now from Firak. How do we survive? Can Lightning Storm next turn, so you're not overloaded for your Firak turn? No, sorry, Firak's next turn. They're crazy. It's the opposite, you don't Lightning Storm. Okay.
Frosty gonna do some good work though, and like you said, I think a lot of this might come down to how powerful this Firak is.
Yeah. it needs to be a very good one. It's not a triple Ferak, don't forget. So
Maybe that's a good thing, based on the previous game.
maybe, yeah. Maybe.
It's a lot of damage coming through here.
And the thing is, even if Ferak's good, it just, stuff happens next turn. You're not nebulaing until 2 turns after that. How do you survive? Alakir in the way, maybe. The Lightning Storm you can't cast because of the overload. You might have to, but you don't want to.
Yeah, well, I think this needs to be like a Firek into some 1-cost spells, right? And utilize that.
An actual
So much damage, though.
death through that.
Well, the problem now is it needs some kind of healing, right?
Volcano heals. Okay.
Yeah. Because
get
we
a
can see the
volcano
double
for
hellfire Corpse Skull, right?
Yep. Needs volcano. This Ferak needs to be absolutely ludicrous. But those things do exist. Is Typhoon enough? Not really. I'll play the pop-up book here for some
Here we
EVM
go.
protection, I think. Alright.
Okay.
He did get the armor that we were forgetting from the.
Oh,
location as well.
of course, yeah.
There's the volcano. Oh, it's in his hand. Sorry,
Yep, yeah, I was
Cast
going to say, yeah, he did
I was
draw
getting
it.
excited. And now eat it. Okay.
Not too bad.
So I've saved the pop-up book that I would have played because for hand space, but he saved it so that
stop
he's
the
protected
charge.
his 2 big minions, from the charge and the rush. So
Yeah. We can
Yeah,
see what
that makes so
matter
much
because
sense
of the
now.
Hellfires, but yeah, I definitely think this was the correct way to do it. And
that's why I didn't spot it.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's the charge. Casey, gonna be fighting this all the way back to a game number 5. It's gonna be what is it? The Druid versus the Shaman, right? I think.
Yeah.
It's getting a bit
Druid
late
versus
here,
Shaman.
Lorenzo. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of forgot what the last deck was for Casey for a second, but yeah, it is Druid. My memory didn't completely fail. So all come down to this, and we said it was possible. Casey is fighting back.
Absolutely, it's pretty close now. I mean, the stats, there are stats for this. I don't think they're relevant, but let's say it's about 50-50 and enjoy the show.
Yeah,
No,
and
the stats do give Shaman a slight edge, but I just don't think it matters. I think
And the thing to think
too
about
close.
as well is this has been, a pretty tense series for both players. Chonsu now having to wrestle with the fact that they were 2-0 up and now suddenly it's all coming down to one single game. Casey having to, fight back all the way and, keep composure throughout this tough looking series. And just so everyone knows, the winner has got a match next coming up as well, so
Yeah.
they're gonna have to play again and once more for their life in this tournament. So there's a lot still to do for at least one of these players. So that's something that you definitely have to consider. That these grueling matches. It's what I was talking about earlier with Banter, right? Banter 3-0'd his first match and then 3-1'd his second, which is about as good as you're going to want to get through these groups. Because if you're playing these grueling long matches and then you go down to lower bracket, it's going to take it out of you as a player.
It sure does, yeah. So the tip for the you viewers who are entering the Opens to qualify for last call and all that sort of thing, win 3-0.
Yeah, easy peasy, just win.
That's the
And play,
takeaway
and,
from
and
this.
play aggro.
Make sure you win and play aggro and win.
Perfect. Here though,
Or play against aggro and get loads of life steal and win quick, yeah.
this is going to be game number 5 of the Group D losers match. Casey on the top on the Druid and Chonsu on that Shaman. I will say, Chonsu's hand is looking quite good.
Curvy. Yeah. Looking a lot better. This is something he's needed for the last 2 games. And what's Casey got going on? Not a lot, actually, although there is the yaw, so not a lot will turn into something reasonably quickly, but no ramp to speak of. No spell damage to speak of. Well, no map to speak of, no spell damage at all is pretty rough.
Yeah, and this Sanctuary into the Hagatha can really snowball.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, hero powering in 2025. When your hero power doesn't do 8. Yeah, this is the draw that Chancellor's waited for, I think.
Oh, and Wish. Okay. Did get a 5 though.
Yeah, he got the 5. It's so much stats.
Coin Ancient of Yore. So at least that's going to be a bit of armor, a bit of card draw to try and get back into it. But yeah, not looking great overall here for Casey. I imagine this is going to be a quick slam of the Frosty Decor Slime, yeah?
Yeah,
Again,
I
just
think
going
so
for max
too.
stats, max pressure.
I know he's got headliner into Nebula
Yeah.
coming up pretty soon. I mean, if it even matters by then.
Well, there's also next turn is could be coin and then the oh no, wait, yeah, it will, right? You can press the Sanctuary, coin, and then put the other slime out, which is Wish.
That's just lethal if he does that, pretty much. Yeah, that's plenty.
That's a lot. So it's just plus a lot of stats.
It's so many stats that Druid can't remove them without actually having nothing left in their deck.
And this is summon copy, get a spell. Living Roots to kill a 1/1. I guess.
Great. Yeah, because that 1/1's going to be bigger than 1/1. Casey knows it. We don't like you, Firak. You've been letting us down. What we like is slime.
Casey with a nod, knowing what's likely to be coming down now if that's getting locked in already.
So much slime.
Yeah. And now what is there? 6 mana. 4 damage from the 2 Elise.
It's impossible.
And a swipe. And
no spell damage.
yeah,
No spell damage available,
there's
so everything
Bob.
becomes impossible.
Bob's a card.
Yeah, you can bob.
I mean, it's Bob or concede, right? So
Yeah.
the problem is, what's the thing after Bob, right? Like, what's the draw that digs you out of this? Because I'll be honest, Lorinda, looking at 10 health, 8 health, 7 health, 7 health, like, it's a lot.
It would have to be something like... I hate something like because that always means there's exactly one answer. I don't know. I can't think what it would be. Spell damage into toy chest, file, swipe. Probably still doesn't get there. That sounds scary.
Even more draw. Hex is kind of nice as well because it removes the trade potential and also just has a minion space on board that isn't doing anything.
Yep. Casey drew the owl, which is nothing there. Copies the frog for extra taunt.
Oh.
Oh, this could be anything. Was it?
Yeah, I
from
was
the
going to
past,
say,
right?
what is even in this pool? Oh, yuck. It's not enough, of course, but what a way for it to go. Okay, this is
Okay.
something. Loklar.
I'm not supposed to know every card from the past. That's not in my job description.
Yeah.
Probably is
That's gonna
somewhere.
be-
Has he survived?
Well, there's still the rush
He
to get through the
survived.
taunts, right? So that trade's there. There's still, what, 13? No, it's not enough, right?
Now. Yeah. Yeah, you do it first, then you Murloc afterwards. That is correct.
Yeah.
Usually hit one of the frogs.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And that is gonna
We
be
got
it. After a bit of a struggle there, as Chonsu initially started or moved through the series 2-0 up, was a little bit worried for the Shaman, but it got done in the end, and Chonsu moves on to the next match. Sorry, I nearly said to the top 8 and just completely lied to everyone. I thought it was the last match today for a second. But Chonsu does get to move on and continue to fight for his life in the tournament in the final decider match from Group D. Unfortunately for Casey, pretty rough series overall. I think he did a great job, battling back as much as possible. But yeah, Shaman was just too much to handle at the very, very end there. So, great job for Chonsu. It makes me happy because my pick is still in the tournament just about. So that's definitely a good thing. However, we do have that one more match left of the day. We're going to go to a quick break while we set that one up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, for the final match of the day, in the final match of the group stage in the Summer Championships. And with me once again is Edelweiss. Edelweiss, how's it been going for these last million games? Last one coming up.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a faster day compared to yesterday, and oddly enough, we've been talking about the prevalence of Death Knight in the tournament, but we find ourselves for a final match of the day where there is 0 Death Knight present.
Yeah, it's very weird looking at this. And you were saying that has quite big implications for Tabika when we were off stream a minute ago. Can you go through that a little bit?
Yeah, so Tabika, if I have this right, has built his lineup basically to try and target the Starship DK in particular. with the Quest Warrior, the Protoss Priest, the Starship Warlock, all having pretty solid matchups there into something like 57, 58%. Chonsu hasn't got it. And then similarly, I don't think it's as bad, but Chonsu, with the Mech Warrior and Rogue and the way he's teched out the Quest Warlock, it seems to be sort of a soft target on Druid. Again, we've talked about how it's not really possible to build a 3-deck lineup that's like hard favored into Druid. But you're just sort of hoping to have like 2 good matchups, right? You get your Mech Warrior banned, and then you feel like you have decent odds of hitting a good matchup into it. Could play out very strange both sides.
I've also just realised that Rocket Train has the entirely control lineup. I think he plays the runner-up of this group. So if Chionsu gets through this, Rocket Train has an absolute nightmare of a matchup. I think that's true, what I'm saying.
I guess you're saying because...
If you're targeting if you're targeting Triple Blood DK, you're probably also targeting Mill Warlock and Starship Rogue kind of by default. You're probably just doing that as well.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, well, you mean if Tobica makes it out, right? Because Chonsu's got the sort of more...
Sorry, I said the wrong person. Yeah, if Tobica makes it out. Then,
maybe, but at the same time, like, it's not like Starship Rogue is exactly a control deck. And the Discover Hunter is just very versatile in general. I think the Discover Hunter is sort of Pocket's ace in the hole. So I feel like he'll be, a little bit okay into whatever. But I understand where your head's at in terms of like, maybe just a quick Wheel of Death, right? Is able to put a clock on one of Pocket's decks. But for now, that's for tomorrow to worry about. We've got. This pairing of sort of unusual lineups for our final match of the day.
Yeah, and actually looking through this, now I'm looking at Chionsu's lineup, he kind of, you're saying he's soft-targeting Druid, he's also soft-targeting the control lineups as well. With a Mech Warrior could quite often get under the slower decks. The Nebula Shaman definitely very, very good against those slower decks. Rogue is Rogue, Warlock is Warlock, sure, they're fine against everything, so a soft target there as well. Anyway, so I do think that I agree with you that Chionsu going into Druid would be nice, and again, that's been dodged, but I think his Nebula Shaman will be the difference in this one, and it has been banned. That's no surprise to me at all.
Yeah, Nebula Shaman banned for Chionsu, and then the Quest Warrior banned from Tobica, which, if there's no Death Knight there, which I think otherwise is maybe, well, no. The Hex really sort of throws off some of the matchups, right? Because Hex can be very, very good against Death Knight. And again, it's sort of like, it's just very hard to get a 3 favorable spread against anything. So it makes the bans, kind of unusual.
Yeah, normally I just look at the lineups. I do have to sort of put it on paper because my brain doesn't necessarily process a 4x4 grid that well. But normally I have a quick look and I'm like, okay, I understand what's happening here. This whole tournament where it's play the best 2 decks, but don't necessarily, but usually you do. But if you don't want to, you have to play all control, which is fine because no one's going to murder you really quickly. It's fantastic, this tournament, for messing my head. And you've said at least twice in this intro, it's like, there is no 3-deck lineup that does X. There just isn't a 3-deck lineup that does X for anything in this tournament. It's so strange. And that's why they've got things like a Protoss Priest in with Quest Warrior. How can that be a lineup? But it actually does make sense.
But to look at player profile here, Chonsu qualified through global points. A favorite card there, Mysterious Challenger, quite a throwback. All rogue decks for the favorites, right? So no surprise to have this one there. Apparently recovering from a pizza addiction.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Gonna
Recovering
assume
from it.
that's
I
the
don't know how I
food
can't
and
recover from mine.
not watching the streamer. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's watching the streamer. You wouldn't want to recover from that. It's fantastic to watch Peach stream
Yeah,
as
yeah,
much
yeah,
as
of
you
course.
can. He's lovely.
Yeah, this list got the Demolition Renovator tech robocaller in there for some extra draw, which we see is a little bit more popular out of APAC, just to make sure you don't end up with those sort of strange dead draws. But it is going to be, yeah, Warlock and Rogue here, this being the Starship Warlock.
Right.
Yeah.
Deep, deep.
Yeah, throwing back the metal detector, you know, it's a card that you commonly want to have, but in this matchup, there's not really anything you can hit with it, so it gets considerably worse. Ooh, 699.
699.
In terms of the mana cost in the rogue's hand.
Oh,
like,
I see. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess having Elise is nice, depending on the top decks. I mean, Shansu may even go for a 5-cost location, just for like some extra juice here to do something.
Yeah. There's so many good top decks for Rogue in this spot, though. The deck is remarkably consistent. It's a shame Stottle's not here, because this is why I think that the Quest Warlock is slightly more consistent than Rogue, because Rogue does this occasionally, Quest Warlock basically doesn't. And I can be fair to him, his argument back will be, but sometimes you don't complete the quest till turn 7, because you don't get a slowing
Sure.
or a location, and that is true.
Yeah, yeah. And here we see another large Pterodax egg being offered. There was one of those earlier in the day, but it does deny a draw for an already unappetizing hand. Mixologist sort of fine.
This depends how he sees egg into Elise take a 1, into play the 1 and Oku to draw. I think that's too slow, so he probably won't go for it. More like to go for Robocaller and try and high roll the numbers, I think, to get out of trouble.
Yeah, also an option. You know, if you get a 5, then you can get your Scoundrel. But it has just gone for the stats, and I expect that means it'll be coming down next turn over the Elise.
Yep. Yeah, there's at least hold the 1, and then it's 1 Oku, draw 2 cards, I think. Here's the curve in that world.
I remember this place
Yeah,
well.
okay. Or,
Okay.
Let's see what the mana cost is here. This sort of speaks to me like a 5, yeah.
It's got to be a 5, yep. Interesting. I don't think I'd have taken the egg if I was playing the Elise. But I'm not Chionsu, so...
Might be thinking with a, you know, didn't roll summon a copy there, right? But if he knew he was taking 5-cost location, getting sort of 5/5 copy of the egg could be quite nice and tricky to deal with. Because
Okay.
remember, anything with like a significant death rattle or like Divine Shield or something in the case of Ziliax can just gum up the works for Warlock's best clear here, which is the Eternal Layover, not Servitude. Eternal Layover, which gives everything Reborn, right? So if you give the eggs Reborn, and then you kill it, well, you're gonna summon what comes out of it and give them another egg. So
Yeah, I think that reasoning is probably what was going on, and that's why we've ended up drawing Scoundrel and getting on with our lives and getting very rewarded, so...
yeah, meanwhile, Tabika, I think, just gonna go for the double 8/8s. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Obviously, while he's doing this, he's not progressing his game plan at all. He's just, you know, surviving. Obviously, surviving and more, because these are very powerful. But Chionsu, while he won't have wanted this outcome, would have half expected it, and this is the outcome he's just trying to force out of Tabika's play. Tabika's not cycling through the deck doing this. He's just having to defend.
Yeah, and this lines up pretty perfectly. Full clear.
Yeah, keeping things out of open range. So none of those on 2 health is kind of cool.
And we've seen, I think, a couple of Starship Warlocks yesterday, or at least one of them, with only one cursed campaign. Tabika here has the 2 of, and of course, when you get the copy location, this isn't always correct because it takes up a lot of board space, but sometimes you can, land an Arcanite, or really any piece, right? Even the other 4 health piece, and just get it campaigned and then copied. So you summon 4 of them dormant. Bellfire Thrusters is the other one.
Chelsea
And then
needs
when
help
you
here.
Launch, it's just so massive. Yeah, I mean that Robocaller. Oh, that playing it here just draws Shaladrosel, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah, just showed herself.
But yeah, this is really dangerous leaving all of this up.
Yeah, there isn't that much follow-up for the Warlock, but there doesn't need to be when you get hit for 16 into a 24. Is there any way that Tabika can generate more stuff quickly before Ziliax comes down?
Yeah, I mean, I think considering just making a bunch of 8/8s here, say, well, they were hard to deal with the first time. There will be another wave.
7.
Of course, Opu can clear and Renovator available to get rid of that Elise location.
Yep. It feels like he's clinging on so much, though.
Xavius is a good top deck just because it fits in nicely with the mana.
My brain is just slowing down, looking, and I know it's horrible. I know it's got to be wrong, but can you slam kill Jaden next turn? Say you've got 7 damage. Something I draw will kill you if you haven't got Ziliax, but you don't need to do that, so you won't. But And
Yeah,
my
I think
brain's screaming to play it.
Ultimately, you sacrifice a lot of tools in that case. Maybe if you already had down a couple of dormant Ancients of Yore, right? So you're drawing multiple of the demons a turn. I think then that becomes a much more sort of viable option.
This cursed campaign. I'm trying to sell you on this. I'm doing my best Raven Softle impression here. But you can do this. Wow.
Okay. Now with one layover, I think it's a much more viable thing, right? Like you could just kill Jaden next turn. Know that when this Ancient of Yore wakes up, you can do an Eternal Servitude, Eternal Layover plus Curse Campaign, other way around. But
yeah, I absolutely don't think you should, but I just want to. So I appreciate you humouring me. And one Ziliax wipes out all your good work anyway, and then you wish you hadn't played your Kill Jaden in your okay matchup.
Extra cheap Shaladrosel, always a terrifying tool for Rogue to have access to.
Yes. And suddenly Tabika's just down to 19, having faced nothing all game.
Guys, probably going to get the bad news that one of these Hydralisks is getting bounced.
Yeah. You think so? So you play it next turn for 9-10 mana, yeah. I didn't know how 8
That's
plus
just gonna
2
stay
worked
there.
there for a moment.
Just gonna stay there for the rest of the game.
It lives here now. It's fine.
Yep, yep. But yeah, setting up for next turn a potential Arcanite plus Eternal Servitude, something, or Eternal. I keep saying that. Eternal Layover. Too many cards with the word eternal in them.
It's going to be an eternal problem. Ziliak's chance can breathe out again now. I don't think he's breathed out for like 3 turns. Sitting there on 7 health. No, I think he knew full well that it was very hard to actually do that damage, though.
Yeah. I mean, this Warlock is not built to output damage, so...
It's something I learned playing against it as well. Like, if they do happen to burn an important card, like a Kill Jaden or a Wheel or both, or, you know, you can just sit there and let them just die. Sometimes, even though you feel low and you've had a bit of a bad game, you think nothing's happening. I have conceded in a position that was explained to me a lot later that was just a 1 position before, because they just have no damage output at all.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, Exodar can do some closing damage or the Starship, but in some situations, you can just win.
Gonna go ahead and use this clear here again. Layover does not work well into Ziliax because they resummon with the Divine Shields. Gets very, very awkward very quickly. Now, Chunsu, you know, has that extra Shaladrsil, but needs to make hand space for really good use of it.
That's so hard to do with this hand sometimes as well. Rogue's built to replace its cards really rapidly, so Shaladrsil is always a bit weird.
Yeah.
And so the best way to do that, yeah, get a load more mana. That'll help. Big fan of more mana. Is he just settling for some cards?
I think just playing it and seeing what the hits are.
Yeah, it's a good solution as well, actually.
3 hits is reasonable, and you know you have the original one from your deck still there.
Yeah. No, I like it. Just get some good cheap, the best cards in Hearthstone in your hand and see what happens. Don't have to have them all.
When it was going to be too awkward to try and go for like a Grifta steal, so being able to shuffle this in and deny those extra copies is quite significant.
Yes. As is this damage. I was talking about damage the other way being less significant, but you know, Chelsea has got to win via damage at some point.
Yeah, he's going to be the layover. Just going to go for another board swing here, gain a bunch of armor, fill up that starship with Arcanites.
Yeah. Excuse me. 14 mana.
Yeah, it needs to find a way to dump all this, right? Because it's got a lot of refill in terms of like previous purchase, the cultist map.
You just all of it. I wonder if he'll just take the collector here just to have less value available to him.
Yeah, honestly. Although if you play it, then you know you're drawing another card. Yeah, Grifta.
Take control of the Arcanite?
Yeah, maybe you just deny the 1, right? I don't know that you're ever doing a whole lot with the large starship.
Yeah. I think we finally got our 14-12 down. It's all fine.
Yeah, and you're right. It has actually gone for just stepping this Space Rock Collector because of the hand space issues.
Yeah. Another Shaladra says, you pointed out a minute ago, still to come, there's a Firak to come that sometimes fills your hand up with Discovers. Like, just gotta dump some stuff.
Yeah. And Tabika is going to be in an interesting position here where, should he be able to weather all of this pressure and actually get to the point where he's at a safe armor total, plays Wheel of Death, he might not want to play Kill Jaden. It varies. It's always going to depend on the random demon rolls. But if Chunsu is able to sort of clear out the hand, Ashamain, after your opponent plays Kill Jaden, can be a very, very strange sort of win condition.
Yeah, big fan of that. So if he gets the wheel down and is able to have stuff going on, that makes sense to me, yeah. Ashamain is such a strange card to play against.
Yeah.
Control Warrior as well. Sometimes you want the questing, sometimes you don't. It's very specific as to, how you think the game's going to go in 9 turns' time as to whether you keep the quest or not.
Go forth on swift wing.
Right. However, it's Firak time.
Yep.
Is he
What's in the
going
box?
to die to fatigue on this turn because Firak eats everything and gives his a handful of stuff?
It's already
It's
drawn
possible.
one.
There's another. Oh no, other side.
Yeah, that means a burn for Tabika.
It's behaving itself so far.
Interesting going for the Discover there, even though most of the board is frozen. So you don't get any benefit out of that Savage Roar.
Just dumping everything he can out of his hand and into the face because there's the Shaladra coming soon.
Actually bouncing the Firak there.
Oh, yeah.
I almost wouldn't have been surprised to see like a step replay of the Observer.
Agree, yeah. But Johnson knows how to please the crowd. That's what's happening here. He knows what we want. Infinite fire spells. But yeah, I also would have thought that the Observer protecting this massive board might have been tempting. But I mean, I guess Tabika has 12 mana. There's 0 mana spells, there's 1 mana spells he knows about. I guess she also thinks even with 4 secrets, Tabika's just going to be able to work around those well enough.
Yep. This is going to take care of both the ice and the counterspell.
Oh, plus what does the second Observer actually do when you've got ice and counterspell already? The others are far less good.
That's true. Interesting. Just going to go ahead and get the clunky Hydralisk out of the hand alongside the Ceaseless. Present some big pressure of his own. It also means they can sort of soak for a Firak.
Enjoy the Firak. Again, it's back. And it's going to get Shadow Stepped again, probably.
I'm almost out of
Yeah. Although
He's
playing it
checking
this
to see if
way
he can
does mean
target them?
it's not
Sorry.
corrupting the Shaladra.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
I mean, he can
That
kill it
is-
with Magma and hero
Yeah.
and attack.
But just not a lot of juice out of that Firak. I mean, it didn't fatigue him to death, but it also didn't do all that much.
No. Was he able to play another one if he had the extra coin there with the 6, 7? I think he was 1 mana short. Shadows. No, he'd be fine. He'd be able to Shadow Step it and attack in and do another one. If he's got the coin, I think. I'm sure he'd have wanted to, but it was available. Here we go.
Going again.
Yeah. Don't need Shudder Block in this deck. We just make our own. Over 3 turns, really slowly. You were right to point out this little standoff, though, with the Ashmin that's been kept forever by Chionsu and Tabika now, wondering whether to make demons the cause of it. Chionsu have been making a bit of space for that same reason as well.
So many possibilities.
Although, how much space do you really have when you're playing Fyrakk over and over?
Yeah, it's somewhere between none and infinite, depending on how it feels. All right, this is the opportunity that it's just infinitely clearing. They're not getting anywhere, so I don't know.
Calculated this out, had to keep the Heart of the Legion in hand rather than doubling up on it, just so the mana cost would work there with Tableflip.
Starship with everything in it next turn. Versus Shaladvasil.
Dubious, unplayable at this point. And I think Chunsu basically wants to dump the whole hand as much as possible, and then Fyrakk.
I think so too. And then he's got Shaladvasil next turn.
Because the thing that I think it's easy to forget is that, Tabika doesn't really want to play the Kill Jaden because of Ashamain. I mean, the deck's gone, so you can play Wheel, but 5 turns is quite a ways off. The Exodar can just launch for damage.
Yes.
And with Chunsu taking fatigue here, that's just a really tough spot to be in.
You know what I want to see happen? But it won't, because there's the mana available. Is put the Starship in Tabika's deck when he launches it, and then play Ashamain and get 1,000,000 Starships, and just play them every turn.
That may, in fact, be the plan here, right? Try and create something where you don't just die to the Exodar launch.
Yep.
Which I don't know if that's actually possible. There are a lot of pieces in there, and with access to this amulet, Tabika can pull the taunt out of the way, which removes 7 health from Chunsu's side of the board. And then you can, trade into the 3/3 and Exodar for damage. And I want to say that's enough with fatigue.
It's got to be pretty big.
Unfortunately, I don't think seeing the Starship is something that we're able to do.
Yeah, madness that way lies. Trust me. Trying to see the Starship.
I have to assume that there's not as many pieces as I thought. Or it's as you say, right? That
that it's a loss if he does it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I feel like so terrifying here.
But for both players, right?
Yeah, just play the dragons. Behave yourself.
I mean, you can play the dragon. You can play the corrupted. Of course, I'm never going to remember these created cards, but your 2 mana 6/10 elusive.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's called.
Is it can't touch this because makes you elusive as well?
Aha. Point. Yeah, just dump the hand. Tell your opponent that your Exodar attack is now garbage. Set up lethal and have a load going on. You tell he wants to Fyrakk, right? 20's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't think
But
it's
also, it just
terribly
burns
likely.
you. Yeah, I think it just burns you too often.
Yeah, not
Okay.
even playing the dragon. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, me too.
So okay,
So that
is it
just
enough?
is the one attack one, right? We're gonna find out.
Yeah. Really, no steal here. I have to imagine. Okay, yeah, it is not as big as I thought attack-wise. It's still significant in terms of the health, right?
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense then, this line, right? Just getting the wheel played, going ahead and, getting a bunch more pieces to be able to do some of this.
Yeah.
And it does take a while for the Kil'jaeden minions to build up. So there was maybe an argument there for deciding to play the Kil'jaeden, so that if the starship gets shuffled, it's just gone and not gone immediately into the opponent's hand. I mean, here's another reason I was thinking that we would have liked to put the dragon down last turn, though, is just
Yeah,
for hand
same.
space, right?
Yes, hand space is just stuff, and it didn't seem like it was in danger. I guess it was in danger for being shot by the starship. That's why Chelsea didn't want to lose it to the starship shots from the whatever it's Felthuster, is it? Heart of the starship.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it must have been. He didn't want to lose it to that.
Okay, so I can still play the Drake here. And then, yeah, have a handful of these starships. No spells to be able to activate the spell burst yourself, but you can play 2 of them a turn.
Yeah. Well, it's
Ooh, going-
ridiculous. The wheels
You
ticking
are
down.
on a significant clock here.
Yeah.
I think it's just not quite fast enough. I'm not sure.
I think you go starship, Firak, and Thray to everything. Wait.
Right, yeah.
No. Because you haven't got any spells.
Starship, and then you do the Firak at the end if you need it.
Yes. Yeah. Because Doobie doesn't work, you take too much fatigue.
Yep. From Tabika's side, this is... Oh, you can't play Starship plus Table Flip because not enough cards in hand.
Okay. Because nothing works for either of them. What does this mean?
Wow.
I feel like Johnson's behind and is going to die to the wheel because there's enough taunts here, but I'm willing to be wrong. It's just only just one lot of attacks that just gets through with these 2 starships. It might just be enough.
It does have lifesteal, right? So...
Oh, in that case, he just wins, I think, then. Plus, if he hits with it, he gets to Dubious Purchase. Yeah, he gets to Doobie. And just
No.
absorb the damage. He only takes...
You're saying next turn?
If needed, yeah, to get through. So he'll get to Dubious Purchase. He'll get to attack with one of them. Dubious Purchase to clear the entire board if needed. He might not even need to now. But if he does need to.
Right. I mean, I guess Tabika's line here is to tack in with both of these, launch.
Yeah,
And then I
forgotten
guess
the lifesteal.
table flip.
Sure. If it's even enough, it might not be enough. Yeah, I'd forgotten the lifesteal. That swings things around a lot.
Right. It means that Chonsu will not like immediately die to fatigue after playing either Firak or Dubious.
Yes.
Yeah, these get cleared, so that's armor as well. I think it's just not fast enough for Chonsu in the end. Right? You can play
It seems that way.
Right? We play a pair of these again.
And I think Tabika waited a turn to launch to set up the wheel. There was a turn where he
Right.
took 1 fatigue, I think.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that was deliberate because he'd worked out or had a good idea. I don't know if you work all this out in advance. You might do. But I might have just had a good idea that, you know, that's the speed I need to take on 2 versus 1 each time.
May as well trade.
But hang on.
Oh, there we go.
He needed that. Because this would have been 50-50 lethal with dubious purchase.
Oh, right, because of the spell burst, and then you just swing in. Well,
Yeah.
actually, it still is,
It's probably
right?
is just lethal, yeah, because you just kill a thing. Do you have to
Right.
combo it as well? Do you not need to? You don't need
No,
to.
you
It's
don't
a
need
spell burst
to.
swing. So it is
You
lethal.
just do this, and it's exactly lethal with the weapon swing. Right? Wow. Incredibly well played from Chonsu.
Killed both, to be fair, because I thought Tabika
Yeah,
had worked
absolutely,
it out. Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh.
There were a lot of moments where it looked, hopeless for one side or the other. Oh wait, no, the armor, right? So
Oh,
it's
no.
this, and then YOLO Fire Rack.
Yeah, we both forgot the armor. You've got a yellow fire rack.
Yeah, elusive minion.
Mm.
It gives yourself elusive too, although I don't think you can ever
It makes
target
space
yourself.
in case you get supernova.
True. Yeah, although it also means less mana. Really? Going for...
He's excited by the
Dagger.
complete nonsense.
Yeah.
He wants to do this all game.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
excited
yeah,
by it.
yeah. I would just like... It's very likely enough. He just has to not draw so many cards.
Well, that's 9.
Oh,
like,
boy.
And he
Oh,
he
boy.
dies.
That one,
No
you
way.
don't take the damage. No. A minion got played.
You
It's not
can't
lethal.
not do 4.
No way. Because draw a minion, summon an 8/8 copy, right? That's 7 mana. Wow. Unbelievable.
How can you not do 4?
I mean, at least Chonsu can feel that, it was nothing to do with his play, right? Like, he
played a great
fully
game.
played to his outs throughout that entire game. And I feel like a very high percentage of the time, Fyrak does find lethal there. And to not get 4 damage is pretty incredible.
Yeah, he could also rolled the hero power thing that does 8. He didn't even get that. Like, what
Right.
did you do, Firak? No supernova, which is the one that usually you have no mana, you play Firak, you get supernova, it fills your hand up with things that are lovely next turn, and then you lose. Like, that's how
Yeah.
Firak normally misses. But supernova was fine there. What? Can we recount? What? How? I'm gobsmacked and confused and scared. That whole game was scary towards the end for both players. It was really well played, I think. Very
Yeah.
unusual plans. Stealing
Yeah.
starships.
I'm still, reeling from just some of the lines. I mean, Ashman just gets so complicated when both players, know it's there and what the options are. And
So
when
there is
you're
an
both
option
on
where you could
15 mana.
You could play the Kill Jaden and then let them play the Ashame, which is the thing we were both trying to avoid. And you probably
Right.
should avoid it because he did avoid it, which means we're probably right. And then launch the Starship, so that can't happen. Then your Starship just gets thrown into the Ashame, into the Kill Jaden pit, and you never see your Starship again, which you don't want that to happen either.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, going the way that Chonsu did means that you both get the Starship again, right? Because it's going to get shuffled in and pulled from the Ashmain. But that means you will draw it and get access to another copy. Whereas if you go for the Kill Jaden, you're sort of hoping that, they're small enough that they won't be so threatening from Tobika's side. But you also lose access to your clear, right? That additional Starship, which ended up being very, very important.
It's like they both had a good sense of the timing, because how it turned out, the wheel went off just as the lethal didn't happen. So both players had a good sense of how that was going to work out. Oh. And Tabika takes the win.
It would have been very easy not to wheel on the turn that Chonsu did, right? But and figure that you're going to get there just on plain old fatigue or some other way, right? But it ended up being very, very crucial. I mean, he was out of clears, and Tabika still had a lot left there.
Wow. That was ridiculous here of Hearthstone. And it's 1-0. Like, the loser of this is out. The winner is into the tomorrow's top 8 against Pocket Train. It is ludicrous how important that game of Hearthstone could turn out to be as well. But a Firak not doing 4 is the last thing I thought we'd be talking about this weekend, with all the Firaks going off.
Watch your back.
Back on home ground. Bit of
Yep.
Warlock versus Rogue. Chonso, for the first time in his career, which has spanned 11 glorious years so far, looks slightly stunned. He's probably just very tired because it's 1,000,000 o'clock where he is, but yeah.
Job done.
Okay. He needed that sketch artist. His hand was looking a little bit awful. Nice curve for Tabika. Got everything you should want from a rogue.
Yeah, I mean, Sandbox Scoundrel. Guess, you know, you have nothing else, so Observer comes down this turn, but, you know,
Yeah.
reasonable odds that you'll pick up something else to do on 5.
Curious whether they'll go for Elise or Xavius. I'll go for Xavius, try and find a nice little 3 to go in my Scoundrel
Yeah.
for the turn after.
This is actually quite a nice hit, right? Sort of
Oh,
defending the Observer, dealing a little bit of damage, and yeah, now you can feel free to do either, right?
yeah, I'm more inclined to do Elise now. The card I was going to look for was this Observer that we found accidentally, so... Sure.
Yep. You know you've got the Scoundrel.
Can't wait to not deal 4 to my opponent. I'm bitter on his behalf. I don't mind who wins. I'm neutral in this, but that was sad.
Ooh, Librarian's a bit awkward, but you can trade it to still have access later on.
Yeah, and a good hit for the other 2 as well. Like, it's not like it's a total whiff, so... It's an okay turn.
Oh, actually, right. I guess you could just not care. And, oh no, right, because you don't get the discount twice.
Oh my
What?
goodness.
What? Okay,
Just
well,
have
that makes
some
up for it,
more.
right?
Yeah, have some temporary mana. And Tabika's unhappy.
Yeah, it gets to play both temporary frost spells and the Wisp. Trade away, or I guess not even going to worry about the trade, saying, Librarian's not super relevant in this matchup. It's not really a tech card for here. We can let it ride. And yeah, that will be quest completion on 5 most of the time with the second Snow Flurry.
Yeah, you can miss, but it'd be awkward.
This treasure ain't fit.
I'll play the Scoundrel mode, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, we go for
you
Scoundrel,
can-
Scoundrel, Shadow Step, Demon. Yeah, Demon, Shadow Step. Love it.
Yep.
And Firak
Good
next
secrets.
turn.
You do know that it's either Barrier or Oasis Ally, so it makes sense to just go face.
Yeah. Is it always Firak next turn? Ziliax is really good against Warlock.
It is, but you're at full health.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you may rapidly not be at full health. Interesting. Chonsu deciding to just get this Horizon's Edge down.
Yeah, you've got the awful Observer mess around turn right, so you might as well
Right.
play a non-minion thing. Non-minion, non-spell card.
Yeah, plays around base. All the most devastating secrets.
Yeah, it just saves you missing a turn. I like it a lot. It's annoying you do miss a turn, but at least you get some development from your turn that you miss. And yeah, it's Firak because he can just win the game.
Yeah. All right. Couldn't deal 4. Can it deal 18?
Probably. Oh, if it does, Chancellor's going to have right to be really, really upset at everything.
Okay. These are face spells, but they did not hit face. Whoop.
Chancellor's watching every single one of these spells, saying any one of these spells would have won the previous game.
Any
one
of
them.
these.
Just the whole lot. How did he miss? I still don't know how he missed.
Ooh, and that Oasis Allies hasn't been procced, so it has to be unlucky again, right? The only one you can play is the Remorseless Winter, and that's just not going to clear enough.
He's taking this so well, because I would be raging about now. I'm always raging, but I'd be
just kind of
raging.
smiling about it. Oh, and the top deck being this as well means, again, no way to know. I don't know what the probabilities are. It was better odds to go for the Snow Flurry, but had he just traded, could have played the location, completed the quest, and maybe still be in it.
Ouch!
Yeah. Again, I think, solid lines just didn't work out.
And it looked like he was going to. He had the extra 2 mana, he had a Wisp from the Temporary, he had everything looking great, and then Firak destroyed everything, did a load of damage. The Observers interfered and slowed things down like they do. That's what that card does really well. And it just didn't go well for him. And now he's down to just the Priest, which in 3 games, Protoss Priest getting 1 good draw is very likely to happen against any deck. Like it's one of those decks that when it does its thing, you don't stop it. So
right,
a great spot.
Getting that curve, particularly with Trusty Fishing Rod, pull out all the sentries and everything that you need for Resuscitate. We saw before how the draw can go wrong against something like a DK, but 3 chances to keep it from having a good draw seems like a tall order.
Yeah, it's not a deck I particularly think is particularly consistent to anything. Like you're saying, like I'm saying, 3 goes. It's got every chance. You take your chance. A tale of 2 Firaks. Metal Detector, a very, very good one though. Oh, this is the hand.
Yep.
Double coin now, Alex Firak. We may have seen it before at times, but here it is again. And Topeka, the fishing rod is better than it feels when it's in your opener, but nothing else here is going on at all, really.
Yeah, I wonder if Topeka ever just goes for the cannon on this next turn, because you don't know if you'll be able to clear whatever's picked off of the Creature of Madness, but you for sure can clear this 1/2, and then your Fishing Rod is going to be able to get out the Sentry. Totally reasonable to just drop it and get that rush though.
Yeah, there's a lot more decisions in this deck than it first appears. Like with most decks, actually. Any deck you think, opponent played Braidnick cards on curve. Play it yourself, have a think about it. You'll soon realise there are varying degrees of decision in every single Hearthstone deck.
Yeah. This is going to be an extremely early Nerlex Firak though, right? With double coin, another potential coin off of the weapon, access to Prep O Manager.
Which I think is what you want to do now that you can't get the second coin.
Yeah, you can Prep O Manager the 4/4, hit it with the weapon. Oh, just gonna dubious. I guess it is sort of an unnecessarily fast Firak.
There's no such thing as he knows that Firak's just going to do 4 damage and nothing else. So
right, and overdraw.
Why play it? Stupid card. It's about now you start to wonder, what is Topeka's hand? He's done nothing for the entire game apart from play a fishing rod. What is happening over here? There's a sentry. The game starts
excellent
now.
pickup.
Hallucination, maybe even.
Yeah, I think in this matchup it's worth considering. Right, just to have those extra discounts.
And because he's like behind. He knows he's behind, right? So.
Yep.
Hand is too full.
Yeah, Narain
It's
on
so
4,
silly.
though, means, lots of opportunities to look for the value.
Yes. It's so silly. I can't help but giggle. It's just too ridiculous. 2 days of Firax and I've finally broken.
We've got one more whole day ahead of us. Come on.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine tomorrow. It's just today. The Firax are getting to me. The Firax is
Okay.
in the room with me right now.
That's 6 mana.
There you go.
Hellfire
That's how you kill
clears.
3. Yeah. Oh,
Configure
bye.
Okay. There we go. Yep. I think
Is
he's
that-
feeling
is that a
much
no
better about
muncher?
this one. Oh, no
Yeah.
muncher. Yeah, of all the 6 drops, that's about as good as it gets.
Maybe he gets the lethal here to make up for when he didn't get earlier, but not quite.
Yeah. Just gonna prep not to burn.
Bam. Yours.
Yeah, and certainly this is rogue favored, right? This particular one.
I'm so excited that he's finally going to win a game after the nonsense that this series has been so far. And I'm very pleased for him. I hope this goes to 5 games so I can recover my senses.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything you can really hit here that would be enough. And that is going to be game Chonsu. But as we say, that's sort of the one that he most expects to get out of the way, right? The rogue.
Yeah.
It's just that solid deck in the lineup. Into this matchup in particular, it's pretty well favored. It is the last 2 that could present a bit of an issue.
They could. Let's have an exact look. The Quest Warlock, it can definitely. The Quest Warlock isn't that quick, is it? The priest can get into that, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty
I
well.
don't think any of them are terrible, right? Into the Protoss deck, right? They're not like the biggest targets.
Yeah,
but
and Mech Warrior, I mean, yeah, sure, I played that matchup millions of times. Know it backwards, me.
yeah, Mech Warrior can get a bad draw. It can also get just overwhelm you with Tortola, right? It can just Tortola 25 you. So
Your soul shall be
Yeah,
mine.
or just hit you for 24 on turn 3 like it always does to me. Every single time. No one believes me. People have even watched it happen to me every single time and they still don't believe me. Okay, got the location. So just to be pretty happy with that.
yep, off to a good start.
Tabiki's got a sentry. He'll be happy with that. Okay, the other 2, not quite so much, but sentry's so key.
Yeah, Sentry
with
and Fishing Rod.
Okay, now he's cooking. Curse Cascades on the other side. They're both able to cook here. This could be quite quick.
Yeah, able to get that location rolling.
Shard in the face, so you can't pay your fishing rod. Nice work. Temptation to shard the sentry to stop the trade would be,
Yeah.
an obvious but easy beginner mistake to make.
Yeah, this slows things down much more significantly. Sort of assume that your opponent has what they want.
Shh.
Looking... Ooh, it's got to be Flurry, but I think you were hoping for the Solarium there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or, one of your scuffed copies of the Solarium in Sketch Artist.
It's so scuffed as well. You have to play it, and it's so awful. The good thing is you can just. I always like this with this sort of deck. You can just feed it to the portal later if it's bad, but that's an excuse
Yeah,
for
yeah.
every card in all of Hearthstone. So it's not really a good excuse, but You can.
No 0 mana Frostspell this time.
Yeah. Didn't help him much last time, to be honest.
That's true.
It looked great, though. Okay. Now stuff's starting to matter, yeah.
Annihilation.
This is far more like the Protoss priest that everybody knows and loves.
Yep.
Another snack.
Alright, what's in the box? Oh dear.
It's one playable.
Yeah, it's a whole turn for a card that... I mean, it does gain you 8 armor. I guess it does something, but it's not what you want, is it?
Yeah. Would have taken those 2 secrets again.
Yeah, but also not a lot's going on in his hand. He's got... I think he's trying to work out if he can get away with not playing it and still complete. He's got the location, but not a lot else. So I think he has to play it.
Sorry, two cost, right? It was a 1 secret and 1 other 2 cost Frostspell. But yeah, gotta do it.
Yeah.
And then you do have the location to finish next turn.
Yes. But again, I think he was trying to work out the chance of not having location plus another card next turn, like because there's so many cards that are good to draw, and just deciding, you know what, I have to spend this 3 stupid mana that I don't want to spend.
Yeah. But I think, Tabika's hand here with that top deck is still quite slow, right? No Resuscitate, no, Narain, Sooth Fancy to sort of keep your hand full. No, I think the best thing to have here would have been the Chrono Boost.
Yeah.
So yeah, just trying to apply a ton of pressure with the lifesteal here. But Shunsu, I think, is able to get double... Oh no, that's a full Tide Pool. Never mind.
Yes,
I thought it was at 1 left.
No Hellfire will be... I mean, there's a lot of things that aren't good for Tabika this turn, but no Hellfire will be something he's very happy about. It means that Chun's is going to have to do things the hard way. We should give Tabika time to start working towards those motherships that he really needs to finish this off, because this lot ain't getting there.
Yeah, Curse Catacomb for maybe a mass production here. See if you can hit that Hellfire.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs it anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, going for the biome. Yeah, and that's going to be turn 6 completion, quite late. I expect we'll see that Conflagrate coming down on the 7/5.
Your turn 6 completion can't even play it. Oh, I see, yeah, turn 6 played. You're right, I see.
Yeah.
Conflict on 7/5 makes sense to me.
A couple of taunts is actually a pretty good pull here.
It is.
Yeah, I guess we're saving Conflagrate. See if animations catch up.
Yep. Double cannon.
Okay. Yeah, double cannon, go. Not really a whole lot of other options.
Got the Squawk next turn with a random cannons. That's going to be great.
Yeah, don't think that's what we're aiming for.
No.
There is significant pressure, if Tabika is able to top deck Mothership. Could be a whole different ballgame. Although, with no Resuscitate played on the Sentry, there's not a whole lot of discount, right? It's, I guess, a discount of 4 after those pair of cannons.
Yes, yeah. 4. Yeah, it looks like Chonsu is going to get back into this. Especially that lifesteal making a little bit of safety for him.
Yep.
Okay, go for the value trade, because that'll gain 10 health instead of 5. And the 7/5 has no obvious route to the face right now. I kind of get it.
Yeah, no obvious route to the face, and also means that if a Mothership is pulled, right, you know that Tabika's only on 3 discounts, and no way to sort of force Sentry to be killed.
Sure, I like it.
Nightmares are never forgotten.
there's the mothership.
There is the mothership.
You figure it'll be reduced enough by next turn.
Yes. If it's not, you're probably winning the game somehow. I mean, it will be. But yeah, Johnson's play made him an extra 5 health there, because the life still went off twice. Nice.
Yeah. Freeze available now for the sentry, which actually would make mothership not playable.
I mean, you know it's going to do some damage, but does he know how much damage that's going to do? Like, he should know that mothership would be unplayable on next turn.
Yes.
And he may think the left-hand card is mothership because it's been sat there for a long time.
Right. Yeah, I think it feels funny to sort of just sit there when you've got Horizon's Edge and, you know, minions to trade and everything. I think I would have liked to see Taunt on this particular turn. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it just ends up being Glacial Shard on the Sentry. Ooh.
Now
Okay.
maybe he changes his mind. Yeah, now maybe he just goes, okay, you know what? That's a sign. Yeah, let's just do it.
Yep. Yeah.
Because now he can just start pushing infinite.
Yeah, switch gears, push a lot of face damage.
I think this wasn't his preferred line, but like you were saying, he didn't want to waste all those resources. So once he made the decision for him, he had to switch the direction because now it became just sensible to do this. Hallucination.
Okay. Yeah, hoping to get something playable. Ooh.
Okay.
Those are tough. Oh, and I didn't see this had elusive.
No, I didn't see
Quite-
it either.
Quite significant in terms of Conflagrate not being able to do anything here.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get through it.
And it was a different game that the silence was used, right? So Royal
Let me check.
Librarian is still available.
Yes, it is still available. These Horizon's Edges are going to do a lot of damage here. Because the Wisp is tradable.
Yeah, looking for that Royal Librarian to silence away the mothership.
Hello? Hit it 3 times trade with a Wisp does some stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Is
get
this
to
lethal?
Connect with those
it's
charges.
so much damage. I can't.
Oh
count. I think
my
it's
god!
lethal.
Yeah, I think
it's
it
actually
is
lethal.
just the power of Horizon's Edge. It was really coming down to the wire there, but rolling Rush plus Charge was enough to do it.
Johnson
And
2.
yeah, that's gonna square it up.
And that went back to last turn where you rightly pointed out that Chionsu's just got too many resources to sit around. Like, the Glacier Shard play looked really good. We can see both hands. It's going to slow down the mothership. It's going to slow down the Sasquatch. Put everything back a turn. Give Chionsu time to make even more resources. And you would say, well, no, look. He's got Horizon's Edge. He's got this corpuscle he wants to use. He's got stuff he wants to use already. So he pressed the button, see what happens. It hit the sentry 3 times. He's like, yeah, that sold me on that line. And then that followed through the next turn to now you've got the double Horizon's Edge. You've got extra Wisps in play that can attack to activate the Horizon's Edges. It's so much. And it got through a big mothership that was evasive and couldn't be touched with Conflagrates and still got there.
Right. Yeah, and
So-
you know, being able to, yes, get that extra draw from the Conflagrate, right, but also reset those Horizon's Edges to be able to just get that ton of activations in the same turn to clear and ultimately go for the lethal.
And play it in a way as well where you don't waste damage, so the right things attacked in. He attacked into I believe, a 9 health minion with his 5/3, which gave him a good chance to get it down to exactly 1. So the Wisp could trade. That missed, they traded in with the Wisp, and now only 1 damage is needed. I think he worked out the maths of it also, that the exacties were always going to be good for him. All right, Game 5, last game of the group stages. Who is going to play Pocket Train in the quarterfinals? Will it be Chauncey? Will it be Tabika? We'll know pretty soon because it's Protoss Priest versus Mech Warrior.
Yeah, one of them is going to do the thing.
Yeah, that's definitely worded in the way that I would normally word it. Yeah.
Ooh, and it doesn't look like Chonsu.
Not yet. Oh, but what if?
Crazed Alchemist, worst top deck in the deck.
At the moment.
Yeah, with Quality Assurance pulling... Oh, okay, we got Quality Assurance into All You Can Eat, so lots of draw. Tortola available, but no Chemical Spill.
Yeah.
I actually think it's Catch of the Day here.
Oh, interesting.
Decides not to, but you know, there's an argument for giving your opponent a 2/1 in their death pool, just to hedge against mixologist resurrections.
No, that's interesting. Actually, I like it. It's an argument.
However, things have turned around for Chonsu's hand now that Chemical Spill is there. We've got, you know, turn 4 Xavius into turn 5 Chem Spill. And suddenly, with the power of Tortola, I mean, I'm feeling optimistic at Chonsu's chances.
Maybe that Crazed Alchemist was the best draw in his deck. He just didn't know it.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works. This shows why he took the Soothe Fancy, by the way. This is going to present... If Chonso had missed on some of those draws, the board that Tabika's about to start making is absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, I mean, with the Resuscitate coming down next turn, right, this is a lot of stats. It really is just Chemical Spill that poses an issue.
So even though you like to catch, he went with the view of, rather than slowing down my opponent, I'm just going to make massive boards. Oh my goodness.
Vol'jin. I mean, they just keep drawing sort of the exact answer that they're going to need for what the other person does. You know, assuming Chem Spill into Tortola here, except for Vol'jin, you know, the Protoss Priest never clears it, and then you can cube the following turn.
Goodness. And Shionso will at some point come to the conclusion here that you can't play around one Vol'jin. That's the logical... Yeah. That's what he's busy wrestling with that right now, and he knows his heart of hearts you can't play around a Vol'jin. And then you just sit there, and you do what he's doing, and you just hope it's not there, and then you see it come off the top, and you cry. Like, he's wondering, have I done the right thing? You've done the right thing. You are not going to be rewarded for doing the right thing. And it's why high-level play, I find, is so hard to actually do. Like, first of all, you've got to be good enough, which I'm not. But on the days where I am good enough and have an idea, this happens, you start to doubt yourself. Like, should I have done this? Should I play around the one Vol'jin in the deck? Was there a reason to think it was there? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Tabika was just deciding there, do I do it to the Sentry because I want this Sentry to die for Resuscitate? But also if you have a 2/23 Sentry that you can, you know, buff and summon a copy of against a deck that does not have Brawl, I think Chonsu actually is going to have to flip this 2/23 to be able to remove it. And even that's not really enough to address the board.
You can tell from the respective cameras how they both feel about it. Tabika's thinking about going to bed and getting up and playing the top 8, I think is his current body language. I'm a body language expert, as you know.
Of course, of course.
It's about the only language I can speak, honestly. Yeah. They're both trying to find a way where this doesn't work, but it's looking like after a tussle here in this final match, Tabika's probably going to sneak through.
Yeah, just closing eyes with the test dummy.
There you go.
I don't think it can remove enough to keep this from being lethal, especially with this.
I think it's lethal.
Yeah. You get an exact hit with the Narain. Oh, and you've got another 3 from Photon Cannon.
Yeah. You've got so much happening here.
Right, just trying to shore up the health on all the things that can attack this turn.
Could have hallucinated on the there's a lot of things he could have done differently. He found the lethal and got there.
Yep.
And Tabika makes it through to the top 8. She also put up such a fight there.
Yep.
But in the end, Tabika does take it down with the 3. Goes at Protoss Priest, eventually getting a really nice hand. And he'll be in that top 8. Wow.
Yeah.
That was a day of Hearthstone.
Incredible full set there. And, you know, we said how it would be a little bit awkward for both of them in terms of, you know, neither of them really hitting the decks in their opponent that their lineup is sort of built for. And I think that Chonsu just sort of had the wrong side of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It just... I mean, he was so unlucky to be 2-0 behind at the start there. Like, he just...
With the rogue. The deck that always gets a win.
Yeah, it just can't do 4 damage with a Firak. Like, that's going to haunt me tonight when I try to sleep. It's like, I'm going to be going through all the spells and trying to work out what's the exact combination that doesn't do 4 on an empty board. It doesn't exist. That didn't happen. But yeah, Tabika obviously kept his nerve with Chonsu coming back at him. Play that last game. It was a fairly straightforward game, but still had a choice or two to make about whether to play the fish, whether to go for the 6-5, and got there in the end. So rounds out our top 8, which is looking really, really strong. Which is weird because when you start with 16 really, really strong players, who would have thought you'd get a top 8 of really, really strong players?
Funny how that works, isn't it?
It's very strange. So tomorrow we have Photon, we have Phil Feel, we have Tansoku, Gamer RVG, Pocket Train, Sorin, Banter, and Tabika. That's a top 8. Well worth looking for.
Yeah, and a fair number of the sort of unusual lineups making it through, right? We have a Drunk Paladin, we have Pocket's Discover Hunter, Tabika's lineup here, right, with the Protoss Priest and the Quest Warrior, and
yeah, it's a good point.
Warlock.
We've basically got everything through.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you think today was what's the word I'm looking for? Slightly more ridiculous, slightly more exciting than yesterday. There seemed to be some endings today that were absolutely off the charts, like going from Pocket Train, somehow winning the Mill Warlock match right at the start, and going through to a Firak not doing 4, and everything in between seemed a bit like that as well. It seemed like a crazy day.
Yeah, I think there just were a few more of those varied lineups, right? Well, if you look at the classes, there's, not a lot of different classes. There are sort of more than first glance would demonstrate, sort of different kinds of warlocks, kinds of... I guess there's only a couple of the Firak Death Knights, but yeah, there's Starship Rogue. Yeah, there's multiple kinds of Rogue. Yeah, that's right. And then the Mill Warlock, the Discover Hunter, right? The couple of Shamans. There's just a smattering, and I think more of it was present today than there was yesterday.
As you see the graphic there, that is the lineup for tomorrow. Now on the left-hand side, the top 4 will go through to the World Championships to join Gyu, Maxi Bon, Fury Hunter, and then you're going to forget one more. Insane, of course, the champion. Not the world champion, but the spring champion. And after that top 4, they will still continue playing because the winners get $10,000, which is a lot of money, and people want a lot of money because money's great and to buy you more things. So... fantastic looking lineup. Anyone you would like to pick out of that lineup? You sticking with your original?
Yeah, my pick Tansoku is still there. Pocket's still there. They are unfortunately on the same side of the bracket, so it's not like we could see them in the finals. But of course, a lot of good picks remaining. I'm excited to see Phil Feel.
I am
very,
too.
very
Against Gamer as well, who is also very emotive, so that could be quite exciting to watch that one. But it has been quite a long couple of days, and producers are telling me to do things. So, is there any final words you got for today, Edelweiss? And then we'll get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, thank you all for joining us, and stick around for tomorrow because I'm sure we'll have some even more absurd matchups for you to see than with a lot of these varied lineups making it through.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. So we'll end on those words, not on mine. See you tomorrow.